Hi, everyone. Good morning. Happy Sunday. Seems like the weekend went by pretty quickly. I hope everybody had a good weekend. You enjoy the rest of your Sunday. It's good to see you in the chat. Hey, Cody. Mike, I agree. Let me fix this really quick. Mike says, answers by the end of March, please. Ellie, as said, or worried it will go cold. Got faith in you, Ellie. I don't think they're worried it will go cold. It feels cold to all of us who follow it daily, but I don't believe that this case will go cold. I do believe answers are close. And I'm curious. I'm curious what comes of it. How's everybody doing? Let me go up here and say good morning. Good morning, Electro, UA Crimson Tide, Jennifer, Jonathan, Eeyore, Snazzy Trinkets, Moonstar, Jill E, Goody Two Shoes, Tootie Fruity, Mike, of course, Sharon, Kelly Cat, Dazed and Amazed, Betty, Candy, Jojo, Steph, Christine. Good morning, Colleen, Kimberly, Girl Next Door, Baby Firefly, Beverly, Baby Boop, Bomba Trucker, Snowflake, New Kid in Town, FSU, Claire, Lisa, Midwest, Marley. Study the video and give you something for your opinion. Okay. I would love that. That's right, Candy Wrapper. Please tap that like button on your way in. Hey, naysayer. So hey, Robin. A lot of people, I'm not going to lie, it was very disheartening. It was very disheartening to hear Seth himself say that he hopes people give it a rest for Sebastian's birthday. And then, the green team kind of do what they did. Um, they could have waited. They could have dropped that video on any day. They waited for Sebastian's birthday. It led to hours and hours and hours of absolute filth being stated by no other than his own team members, despite Seth himself requesting. I don't get it. I don't get who decides, who's so horrible, who's so not. And um, I didn't go live yesterday because it was Sebastian's birthday. I had somebody say I was a hypocrite because I popped up on Queen's panel. I don't know how that makes me a hypocrite, but whatever. Um, does this surprise anyone? I'll be honest, yeah, I was surprised. I was surprised. I thought people would have more respect, if not for Seth, than for Sebastian. See, I honestly I was surprised. Um, these are people that claim to be his army, claim to love him, claim all these things, and so yeah, it took me a little by surprise. I did see this was posted, and people would tear it apart, and that's okay. uh, Happy 16th birthday, Sebastian Rogers. Today, our thoughts are with you and your entire family. We are spending today honoring you by continuing the investigation and search efforts to locate you. I mean, that looks like a loving relationship. I don't get how people see only what they want to see, but they do, right? We see it all the time on here. We see people take like snippets of things and they conclude to an entire scenario that never took place. So I'm not surprised that they did it with that footage, but it is just disheartening. Um, so yeah, he did, Candy Wrapper. He did. He pretty much said you're a washed up has been, and you're using the disappearance of a child, excuse me, for publicity. Man, it is early. His parents must be devastated having this bunch of morons using Sebastian. I don't know. I don't know. It just seems like there was such a good job done at creating a quote unquote war, us versus them, um, that people are so focused on that now instead of respecting either parents and or Sebastian. But is it surprising? No. I know it is early. Hey, Gary. Well, hindsight, you got to remember that video was slowed down drastically. to make the looking around appear nefarious. So we're gonna take a look at everything. They came out with the footage of the supposed green hoodie guy, and you know, so let's take a little look at everything. I agree, Donna. I agree. I'm gonna tell you all exactly how I feel. Um, I'm gonna tell you things that I remember that were stated that came up while watching this video, and I'm not gonna hold back anything. I'm tired of biting my tongue, and I'm just gonna tell you exactly how I feel. I'd love to see some of the people that spent hours over analyzing that short video. I would love to see how they interact while out to eat. I mean, again, you can tear apart anything and make it appear how you want. And once you view somebody in a certain light, that's all you see. You know, it's like you're going to see it how you want to see it, which fits your opinion of them. So I don't want to use certain people's footage because I don't want to give the traction, the clicks. Um, I do think it is disgusting. Oh, I think it is absolutely disgusting that the reward fund is based off of the Bower Sox address. I don't think that's very professional. A matter of fact, I don't know any professional that would do that, if I'm being honest. Um, it's like, put a one in the chat if you think that's not very professional. If you think that's more like something an unprofessional would do. We're now basing the reward for a missing child to throw in the grandparents' address. Gemma, I'm glad you asked that. Because to me, it looked like it was Snapchat. I don't know, obviously. You don't have to spam the chat, sweetheart. We can see you. I mean, honestly, that would be my guess. I would think that it was a Snapchat, and Snapchat photos don't stay on your phone. Or, I mean, to be honest, we don't know. We don't know that she could have offered that to them, and they said it wasn't clear enough. It was this, there was that, too much background going on. They usually want a photo that is like quiet, right? Where the child can be the focal point. And maybe they did have that photo and they tried to get rid of the background, but then it made him look distorted. And, so maybe they had to choose a different photo. I mean, we don't really know, right? But it's a fair enough question because I thought it myself. Heroes of Sharon. What if the picture wasn't good enough for the flyer? Right. They usually want a photo of them smiling because teeth is a good way to identify somebody. Um, maybe he moved quickly, so the photo was blurred. For people say she was sneaking photos, I'll be honest, I sneak photos of my kids because they're teenagers now. If I told them I was taking a photo, they'd hide their face, they'd turn their head. So sometimes I sneak photos. Nothing from T Seth has done thus far has not been professional. Good morning. Well, there's that. Picture was taken while Sebastian was looking at his food. They aren't good for the flyer. Only info, right, Karen, this is fair. Info only started coming out since Dog got involved and they started digging. Can't believe anyone's still defending the Proudfoots. The best B-Day gift for Sebastian would be the truth be revealed and brought home. Well, first, I do want to remind you, Karen, that professionals don't do what Dog and his team does, right? There's a reason why professionals don't get emotionally attached and they don't, sink into one family and push certain narratives. And these are things that the police have had that maybe, quite frankly, we're just not entitled to. Maybe we don't need it. Maybe there is some type of clue in there. Maybe now, if there was a suspect in that video was part of a crime as to why Sebastian disappeared. Now they're alerted that people are onto them. And now you endanger the child. There's a reason professionals operate how they operate, and this ain't it. I mean, you got to remember that you're jeopardizing the safety of a child for ego, for public perception. So I wish people understood this wasn't a game of who done it for the public to speculate and solve. The police are looking to solve and bring this child home or find him. They're not looking to for the public to woe is Seth. It just do you, Karen, though? Because do you think the public knowing this information is going to lead to an arrest? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, let's take a look. First off, I'd say the first thing I will tell you is I find it despicable that a professional team would watermark a video. I'm not gonna lie, I mean, that's pretty gross. That's pretty gross. Again, is it for you or is it for the child? So here's the footage, right? Katie has a smile on her face. Here we go. She says, okay, thank you. Sebastian sits down. They pick up, oh my gosh, you see the way this kid picked up a toddler? Oh, that's right. We're only supposed to judge Katie. Hold on, sorry. Let me get back in line. Sebastian says something to his mom. She hands him over the now they highlight that, right? So you see how they edit this very carefully to make you see what you want. So they're going to revisit the whole menu thing, slow it down, and now it looks like she threw it at him. But when you first see it in regular motion, it's just a normal slide. Sometimes these tables, after they get cleaned, they're slippery. It's just a normal slide. When you slow it down, it looks more like she's throwing it at him, right? There we go. Oh my goodness, she threw it at him. I've heard people say that they were out to eat and Chris was there and the cousins were there, and how come nobody's speaking about the dinner and all these people were there. I've heard people say that he was overstimulated, was too busy of a day for a child with autism. That's not what we see here. We've heard Sebastian is a picky eater. Now, what I will say is I found it quite ironic. Not gonna lie. Listen, I'm gonna point out red flags I see in this video too. I'm really just coming from a place of not giving a shit anymore. But I do find it quite ironic that some of the people that I listened to or heard or saw judge Katie for being on her phone spend most of their time here on YouTube, which means they're spending most of their time either on their phone or on a computer. So it's like, how are you going to judge this mother who I guarantee any of them were out to eat? We would spot them on a phone as well. But how are you going to judge her for being on the phone while she's out to eat with her child when you spent more time in the past 9 months on your own phone judging this mother than with your own? Oh, okay. Back to it. Sebastian's looking directly at Katie. They're conversing. I mean, it's really amazing to get to see Sebastian in this format, right? Like we usually get stand still photos. And it was really nice to see him move in, and so they're talking. He shrugs his shoulders. I don't know, mom. No. Okay. Now she's on her phone. I mean, this guy's taking a call back here. He's on his phone. I mean, but whatever. Looks like they're eating, appetizers. Looks like main meal or whatever hasn't come yet. Kind of chopping down on the bread. She puts her phone down. Now it cuts, right? So we don't know what happened. Again, they turned at least an hour event into 4 minutes. And I'm sorry, I'm on the other page, so I'm not seeing all the comments right now. I apologize. No, this isn't. No, this is 4 minutes of about an hour interaction. So this is the part where I want you to notice everybody in the background starts getting slower, right? Look how long it takes this guy to drink his drink. This lady or has, I mean, everybody's now slow down. Now, to me, that looks like, all right, we have our appetizers, where's the waitress? Maybe they need us something to drink, whatever. But here we go. This normal video is now slowed down so dramatically. What is Katie looking for? Oh, my goodness. What could look at the evil look on her face? What is she looking for? Oh, that seals it. That's it. Knew it. She did something. Wow, look, evil. Wow. I mean, they did good at it. They did good at editing. You guys are good at editing. Very deceptive. Deceptive practices. Almost as deceptive as taking an email and overlaying it and writing, weird shit in it that didn't exist in the first place. Almost as deceptive as receiving satellite photos that, for satellites never in orbit. But yeah, we're gonna believe this one. I mean, look how dramatically this is slowed down. Look at this person's arm back here. Now we're back to regular motion. I've heard people say these people back here look so concerned for Sebastian. Let's keep an eye on that. Now, again, she's interacting with Sebastian, so she wasn't on her phone the whole time. Well, if you two have looked around in a restaurant, you are more than likely, you're more than likely looking to do something nefarious. 25 minutes later, right? Their watermark all over the video distorts their faces. Well, again, they have to get their publicity from this, right? After all, I'm sure they sent this off to TMZ, they sent it off to news stations, just guessing off of previous behaviors. This interaction here slowed down as well. Okay, let me fix my thing over here. Because StreamYard charges you more and it is less reliable than ever. All right, let me put that back. There we go. Okay. So, sorry. Let's look, because this little interaction, let's see if it slowed down. They're looking right in each other's eyes, right? I mean, it's great eye contact. It seems like a normal interaction, but I don't know. Sebastian starts picking at his fingers. Now, this is the part I've seen people really tear apart. I don't know if these people don't know this, maybe they don't do it, but right here, what I see is I see Katie cleaning her fingers, right? She just ate something. She's now using a napkin to clean her fingers. That's a napkin. That white thing's called a napkin, people. He starts biting his nails, picking at his nails, he's getting a little fidgety. This isn't, what people have described as a child who was overstimulated, okay? Matter of fact, watching this footage, I would never guess that Sebastian was autistic or anything. It just looks like a average, everyday, out to eat, mother and child having a good dinner. But I'm gonna try to see it from the other perspective as well. Yeah, but I have to do that too, Tiffany. Matter of fact, here, I'm gonna prove it to you right now. Last time I was out to eat with my kids, if I tell my son I'm taking a photo, he intentionally hides, the little punk. He doesn't let me get photos of him anymore. So I literally have to sneak taking a photo. Had to sneak a photo of my daughter voting because she would have never allowed me to take it. Had to sneak a photo of my son at the campfire because he would have never allowed me to take it. Had to sneak a photo of my son over here doing a projector movie night because you know what I mean? So like I get what you're saying, but I also kind of feel like I understand the whole having to sneak a photo because I've been there, done that. Um I just, so while I get it, I also get it from the other perspective as well. If something so nefarious going on in this video, surely Ellie would have been all over it. Right. But we'll go back through from the nefarious point of view because maybe there are things. So now they get up. Everybody's normal. I want to point something out. I've heard everybody say that Katie was not looking for a waitress, that there's no way she was looking for a waitress because you pay on these little tablet things right here. Did anybody else hear them saying that? Like you pay on these little tablet things? And yes, you can. You can pay on those little tablet things. I personally don't go to the Texas Roadhouse often, but I know like what's it called? Olive Garden. God, my kids love their breadsticks. I don't like Olive Garden too much, but they have one of those tablet things, and I try to stay off of them because they charge you. They charge you like if you tap the wrong game, whatever. But I think people forget that what was shown, and I'm going to go back and show you, right? If we go back to when Katie was looking, there's one drink on the table, there's an empty thing of bread, and they're just kind of they don't have meals yet, right? So now is when Katie starts looking around. Again, notice the lack of drinks. There's one drink there. They're eating appetizers. By the time they go to leave, look at all the cups there now. You still need a waitress to take your order and to bring you your food and drinks. So to say, oh, she wasn't looking around for a waitress because you pay on that tablet thingy, it's just ridiculous to say. Not only that, but I can't tell if this is like the napkins they use or if that's a waitress's book. I'm guessing it's a napkin. But so to say she's looking back here because she's looking for a kidnapper, but when they go to leave up here, they suddenly have all these cups in front of them. And unfortunately, they still need a waitress. All right, so she cleans her fingers. People said that was her leaving a note to the waitress. I mean, they've implicated the waitress, the man at the bar. Hell, everybody in this video has something to do with something. Whoa, did you see this? Hold on. Look at this. Look at this lady here. Look at this lady. Keep your eyes on her. Oh, she looked around. Oh, that lady looked around. She's involved. That's it. Call the police. Just kidding. Seriously, don't. That was sarcasm. People look around in restaurants. All right. So we got a good edit going on. Looks like Sebastian, if you look there, Sebastian has this thing facing him. He may have been playing games. Katie's looking there's games built in on this. They charge you like $4. The kid can play unlimited games. Again, this isn't McDonald's. It's not Burger King. Okay. This is like an actual restaurant. Now it's all of a sudden switched. So that quickly, like magic, poof, it faced Katie instead. Anybody wondering how manipulated this is? Just look at those little cues. All right, they get up. Now I noticed right there, I found that to be cute. Look at that. You guys are going to say Katie was such an absent mother that they literally mimic each other when they walk. Honestly. Thank you so much, Maleficent. Huge hi to UGW in chat. Take care, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for being a member here with, with us. Mike, wow, Katie looks around. I'm the biggest people watcher. Same. Look at that. Look at them two walk in the same way. I mean, that only happens when you spend a lot of time with somebody. Angelica, I think they went to the Texas Roadhouse and requested it. And they likely paid for it, and they likely still had it because the entire investigation. Oh yeah, Miss B, that was a cue if you didn't know. But we'll take a look from the other perspective. I'm not that bias that I want, but I found that to be cute. Like, he seems very well behaved. He's almost Katie's height, hands in the pockets, both of them, and they just kind of go out. She took her hand out of her pocket. I mean, I'll be honest. I've heard people give the excuse that maybe Seth has autism or they said Asperger's. Well, maybe Katie does too. Because I'm not gonna lie, I think Katie comes off a little different. I think the whole family's fucking different. I think they're all weird. I'll just be quite frank. I do. I think Seth is weird. I think Katie's weird. I think Chris is weird. I think they're weird. I think they're weird fucking people. So we're gonna replay them leaving 5 times because that's, very important. Okay. Sebastian's adorable. I will tell you that kid is adorable walking with his hands in his pocket. Look how tall he is. He's taller than Katie. We're not looking for a little boy, people. But I will say, if they're watching this footage, I don't think Sebastian. I don't know. It's very misleading. So this is so slowed down that we can't even tell the real way Sebastian walks. And of course, they, don't forget they got to put their advertisement. So, what do you guys think? What's your conclusion? No, I think there's a lot weird about her. Many lives. I'm not going to lie. I think there's a lot weird about her. I do. I do. No, because they already said they were going to release it on Sebastian's birthday. So it's not because he released it first. That's ridiculous. He is very reserved. Well, we can't say he's very well behaved based off this one footage. Again, he's 15. He's not 7. He's not 5. We don't give kudos to 15-year-olds for kind of sitting still and eating well. And you know what I mean? Like, we're going to stop babying Sebastian. We're not babying him over here. He's a 15-year-old, newly diagnosed, high functioning autistic child. So I agree with you that he doesn't seem hyperactive. He doesn't seem out of control, like people said, overstimulated. We were very misled, and I don't think he looks like a baby. I think he looks like a teenage boy. They used old photos of him for the missing posters, but she clearly had pics of him from that night. Yeah, Sapphire. I was wondering if there was a possibility that she was using Snapchat. Again, the police can get that, but for like your average person, those photos and images leave your camera roll, like they're no longer there. Police did take all of their devices. Let's remember that. If there was anything in any of these footage, that it would be taken. Well, I don't know because my son has about 5 different Fortnite shirts, and some are long sleeve, some are short sleeve. So just because Chris said he had a long sleeve Yoda shirt doesn't mean he doesn't, just because this one's short sleeve. Looks completely normal to you. The picture was taken a weekend before. Well, and people even stated that when she's taking a so-called picture of Sebastian, he's looking down, like she's sneaking photos. So what good would that do for a TBI poster? Menu. Now we're going to skip time. And we skip to she's on her phone. I mean, kind of, I don't know. Kind of looks like she's opening like a Snapchat. Does kind of look like she's saying there, like, Sebastian, I already told you, but mom. I'm so glad Seth spoke with law enforcement. Yeah, I agree with that. Rumor has it. I miss you. If you do not go live, I live alone. How much time? But I do not miss much. I will respect. Have you used Sean's live? I haven't. I do agree we're all weird. There's things I say and do that people would find weird. It does look like a different kid. I made a community post about that. And I see people keep saying that, like, why does Katie only, they're all outdated photos. Katie, where's the up-to-date photos? Well, why can't we say the same thing about Seth? Seth, where's the up-to-date photos? Why doesn't that go both ways? Everybody's saying Katie and Chris waited 7, 8 days after Sebastian disappeared to speak publicly. So does Seth. If we're going to acknowledge something as a red flag, can we acknowledge it across the board? I think that would be a good idea, good place to start. So while you're asking Katie where all the updated photos are of Sebastian, let's go ahead and ask Seth as well. I think it'd be CP on the phone. He is participating in dinner the best way he could. That's a possibility. That's very much a possibility. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna look at that. Mm. He doesn't either, right? And but nobody wants to acknowledge that about him because, well, it doesn't fit their narrative. Well, I mean, it looks like Sebastian because it is, but if I was walking down the street and, you know, I'm out there, I'm looking for a younger child, to be honest, based off what we've been shown. Now let's go through this footage as if we're not normal people and instead we are very cruel assholes that do this on a 16-year-old's birthday. A missing 16-year-old. And let's see what we can find that's weird. Oh, did you see Katie smile at that waitress? I think she's having an affair with him. Katie looked at the menu first. What a selfish woman. Oh, right to the alcohol you go, Katie, huh? Put that one back. Mm-hmm. Don't want that one. Oh, just throw it at him. Why don't you? Oh, okay, yeah, throw it at him. Wow. Wow, she's so mean. She couldn't even hand it to him. Just throws it. Oh, Katie on her phone. The poor kid only has bread to eat. Look at that. She's only giving him bread. This is horrible. You are horrible, Katie. Oh, was he shrugging his shoulders for Katie? Huh? This is sarcastic. What are you doing, Katie? Oh, he shook his head no. What did you? What'd you do, Katie? Whose drink is that? Why is there two drinks? Does she not care to give him one? Poor kid's eating like he's never ate before. Look at his foot going. Wow. Hmm. He looks I not gonna lie, he doesn't look terrified like people said, but oh, Katie's head's just in her phone this whole 30 seconds, just head in the phone scrolling. What was Sebastian doing there? Is that a sign for help? He's wiggling in his seat a lot. Wow. Oh, what are you looking for, Katie? Your next victim? Huh? What are you looking for? What do you say? You locking eyes with anybody? Snoop out the background. Is anybody locking eyes with Katie? We got to investigate. Like investigators never investigate it. Anybody locking eyes? This guy right here. You see him? Sus. Sus. He's looking right at the camera. He knows it's there. Oh, yeah. What are you looking for, Katie? Who's that? Is that Seth? Is that Seth and his mom? Maybe. What's this guy in the back doing? Is he an actual employee? Or is he just invading the kitchen? Oh, now we're going to get up close. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Look at that. She's evil. She is. Look how slow Sebastian is eating. If he ate any faster, they'd probably yell at him. They probably would. Oh, Katie, Katie, Katie. Ooh, she does look evil there. I'm not going to lie. That expression's a little weird. Back around. Okay. What are you doing with your little finger there, Katie? Did the police take that watch from you, Katie? So weird to slow this down so drastically, but okay. Zoomed all the way in. Is there a subliminal message on this bottle? I can't believe she would even take Sebastian out to eat. Who does that? Now they're locking eyes again. She's telling Sebastian, this is it, Sebastian. This is it. Oh, you don't? Sorry, am I making this all up? All right. Let's just stop then because there's nothing here. Sebastian, do you see the men in green? They're going to kidnap you tonight, son. This guy over here again, I'm telling you. Oh, twiddle fingers. What are you doing, Katie? Look at her eating that bread like she doesn't care about anything, just eating. How dare you eat? Sebastian have his phone? No, no phone. He's just poor kids looking down majority of this whole 4 minute out of an hour plus meal, picking at his fingers because she just says something so hurtful. Oh, wow, Katie doesn't even wait for Sebastian to get up. Look, she just walks out like she doesn't even she's not even keeping an eye on her child. She's not even keeping an eye on her child. It's horrible. Hey, Shelby, lock her up. This says it all. Oh my God, cut me a break. This is ridiculous. Anit, thank you so much. I love your sarcasm. On point. I appreciate you all. I mean, honestly, I don't see it. I don't see it. Again, Sebastian is 15 years old. Oh yeah, she was flirting with everybody. And if you look, these people, look, that lady looks so concerned. I've heard people say that. She looks so concerned. Look at her face. She's so concerned over what she just heard them talking about. It's a crock. It's a crock, is what it is. It's a crock of shit, in my opinion. She must be part of a gang. I wonder again. These people don't even like when you analyze their live streams, but they have no problem invading their privacy over analyzing this footage that it is manipulated down into 4 minutes and 10 seconds of footage by people that are so angry at them and are so convinced that they're guilty that they're playing with the reward for a missing child to dox out the grandparents' address. Come on. Law enforcement doesn't get parasocially connected. They don't go ahead and decide on one side of the family or the other. Investigators don't. You're not supposed to get that emotionally invested because then you'll never see things the way they are. You'll see them how you want to see them. And I think that's what people did with this footage of Katie. They just literally saw what they wanted to see. And it's upsetting. Then we have the parking lot footage, right? The big scary man in green. You guys know that kidnapper that was wearing green. I mean, I pray to God this guy doesn't get identified and doxxed and hurt over all of this, but okay, let's see. Front doors too. It's front doors. So I notice here that Katie is in a handicap parking, right? Am I right about that? Is this handicap? Anybody know? Hey, Shelly. Hey, Sassy. I don't either, but maybe we're not looking. Thank you for hitting the thumbs up, Lolly. If you haven't hit the thumbs up, please do. But I don't like the fact that Chris said the best part of it was there was no evidence. Did he say that, rumor has it? I don't remember that. I will tell you all some things in just a little bit. And, I'm just going to be honest. Handicap parking. I love it when they say they're wiping their hands on her pants. Well, to me, I do that, like, dust off my pants. You just sat down eating, you don't get up, especially if you're wearing black leggings and, like, brush them. I do it all the time, to be honest. There we go. Butter solved it. She looked around 2 times. 2 plus 2, 4. TRH in the alphabet is 20, 23, 8. 4 plus 20 plus 23 plus 8 equals 55. Dog is 71 years old. 71 minus 15 equals 16. The age of Sebastian. Dun dun dun. They done did it. Great sleuthing, Butter. You got it. But seriously, it does look like she's parked in handicap parking if I had to. But I don't know. I just see the square back here and I don't know, maybe. All right. So let's take a look. These parking lot spots do seem rather close, don't they? What are we seeing here? All right, the door's opening very slowly. That is not a normal door open, but okay. Here comes the man in yellow. And there goes Sebastian and Katie behind him. Again, this isn't normal speed. Put a 1 in chat. We can all tell this is not normal speed, correct? She could have retired military. It could be because of Sebastian. It's not really our business to now dissect why she has a handicap place card, right? All right, so ones we can see is slowed down. Looks like Sebastian says something to Katie there. He moves because of this thing. It's a tight spot. He has to go around to the passenger. Looks like Sebastian is looking. Because now Katie and this guy are kind of coming close, right? Now, I don't see a transaction. Because I don't see anything. I just see Katie here. Again, it's slowed down. This is an employee going to the... This is so slowed down. It's kind of hard. All right, we see this car over here, right? The guy put his hands up. Now, they purposely do that because it does that when everybody plays it. To me, it seems like the spot is tight, and they're both going to walk down the same little tight aisle. And that's true too. Everybody's looking that way all at the same time. Could it have something to do with that black car back there and not actually to do with this interaction? Could it have to do with this? Why does it do that? All right. Let me go over here. They did that to make the video longer so it could get monetized, would be my guess. I'm just being honest here. There's no other reason why they have it like that for such a short video.
But nothing bad happened at all. I don't know why it does this. It does this at this point. 18:24 and 18 seconds.
It does it.
It's like stuck.
You know, we know why, Michelle. We know why. Come on, we know why.
I don't know why.
To make a shorter video longer
it's
so it can meet the monetization and upload
just me.
guidelines. Anyway, right here's
Or what?
Katie.
But I have to go right to the end to see this here.
That offered more clicks too. Because everybody's clicking, thinking their internet's messed up and blah, blah, blah. That's what that did. So they keep clicking and they're trying to see if it's their internet. It gives them more clicks, more views. And now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 watermarks. 6 watermarks going. Have you ever seen professionals put watermarks on evidentiary value videos? Ever? Ever, ever?
This is the interaction between green hoodie guy.
All right, let's see. It's so slowed down at this 6:20 second, whatever. It's just... They're making it seem like the interaction lasts longer than it does. It's really, really manipulative. To me, it looks like they were both trying to go through the walkway at the same time. And the gentleman did like a right here. Like a, oh, sorry. Sorry. But because it's so slowed down, it makes it appear longer, makes it appear stronger, makes it appear nefarious. When all actuality, it just seems to me that they put their hands up to be like, oh, so, you know, the gentleman's like, sorry, excuse me, excuse me. That's all I saw. But, you know, could it be something different? Sure, of course. And if it's something different, then we just tip off this guy. If this guy is really involved and that was a setup of a kidnap for Sebastian that night, Does this guy now know? Do they know now that people are onto them? Maybe that's why investigators don't put out stuff like this. I don't know. Just a guess if I had to. So here's normal speed.
Lasted about 4 seconds.
4 seconds. They drug out to it.
This guy doesn't even look back. So what are we saying here? What are we saying? SF investigates. He's absolutely right. Dog, you lowlife, washed up coward, editing surveillance footage. Don't blame this family that you have a failed career and try to use a 15-year-old, 16-year-old as a publicity tool. Editing surveillance and playing it in slow motion is an act of desperation. You are a has-been.
What am I looking at here? She looks upset with him. Is that his mother? I mean, how do they see all of that in this small interaction? Honestly asking. Again, like SF posted, it's like a few minute interaction. They have it so slowed down that even the worker, it's just, and then it, to remind you all, these are the type of people that will take a reward fund to dox out somebody's address, the date they believe he disappeared, 225, and the address of the Bower Sox. If that man was involved, he'd been arrested with all the cameras and traffic lights in that area. Right. I mean, it's a little infuriating, to be honest. A little infuriating. Thank you so much for the gifted memberships, J-Dub, and True Love has 4 paws. That really means a lot. Thank you. Do you know if it's true that helicopters were circling the Bower Sox home last night? No, I don't know if that's true. I don't know. I will say this. Everything I personally know, everything I personally felt, given everything going on, I wouldn't be surprised if an arrest takes place very soon. But I do know that Seth did an interview and tunes changed just a little bit. So let's take a look at that. Father of missing Sumner County teen says he has renewed faith in law enforcement investigation, which is, very interesting. All right, let me get the footage up of this. Get off ridiculous Twitter. WKRN, they like to report everything and anything. They'll just take people at face value if it gives them a video to put up. They're very, they'll just take whatever's given to them. So let's take a look.
The last 9 months, law enforcement has scaled back searches for Sebastian Rogers to an investigative format. The FBI has also offered a reward for information. Recently, Dog the Bounty Hunter joined the search and raised the reward amount, all while Sebastian's biological father continues his search efforts. News 2's Audrey Mayer speaks exclusively with his father and tells us where the investigation stands.
Now, remember, that other news organization that was involved in the escaped convict guy, not Danilo, the other one, they said the same thing there. Dog has a reward fund. Dog's on the hunt for this guy. But they called the news and asked them. I mean, they called the police, and the police responded, "We're not working with Dog." They also said they called Dog's tip line in that case as well. And it was an automated system. They also said they could not verify the tip line, because that's what you actually do, right, Joseph? That's what you actually do. But okay.
On December 7th, Sebastian Rogers.
Again, people talk about Katie not having updated photos. Sebastian has a toddler. This is Katie's photo from the weekend before. Katie gave this photo. So it's not that she, didn't take pictures. Or, I'm sorry, it was this one, right? These are Katie's photos. I know that. Again, baby. So who doesn't have updated photos? Apparently any of them. I feel like they need to come out and do a press conference. Don't you all? I feel like it's time for Sumner County. I heard somebody say, SF said that Sumner County doesn't want any involvement in this mess. And I disagree with that. I feel like they are part to do with why it has become a mess. And they owe it to clean it up. I don't, just because you don't want part of it. You don't want part of it? So you're not going to fix it? Oh, okay. Hey, Glitter.
16th birthday. His father, Seth, says a recent meeting with law enforcement has restored his confidence. His father, Seth,
just to show you guys something really quick. Which one's more up to date? You know, since we're doing the comparisons and we pin the parents against each other, which one's more up to date? Okay.
says a recent meeting with law enforcement has
Who do you think took the picture of Sebastian up here with the glasses? Who do you think took him to get glasses that day?
restored his confidence in their case.
Today, they have renewed my faith that they are definitely focusing on bringing my son home.
I'm really glad to hear that, honest to God, because I think all the parents need faith. I think Seth deserves to have faith. We know the parents were, that the police were sincerely berated out here. They're incompetent. They're working for the Bower Sox paid them off. The Proudfoots paid them off. They're not doing shit. They could be better detectives. You know, all the things were said about them. And now we're hearing this, right? Now we're hearing that his faith was renewed. That's a good thing.
Seth didn't give any details on what was said in their meeting. Sebastian was last seen on February 26th in Hendersonville.
Do you see how they said that? Listen to the date, not the reward fund. Listen to the date.
In their meeting, Sebastian was last seen on February 26th in Hendersonville.
Do you know how Sebastian was last seen on February 26th in Hendersonville? Anybody? That's weird, Marley. I don't know. Why would that happen? I sent you a sewer chat, but it got my money refunded. Maybe something wrong on your end. I hope not. The 26th, right? We hear the 26th. Because as the flyer said in the beginning, he was seen around his school. Doesn't say he was seen at his home. Nosy. I don't know, Kelly Cat, because some people are speculating that Betty was tossed off the team.
Their meeting. Sebastian was last seen on February 26th in Hendersonville,
Not at his home in Hendersonville, but in Hendersonville.
nearly 10 months ago. The reward for information on Sebastian's whereabouts increased last month up to $200,000.
I thank
Are
the
you going to verify that, ma'am?
public for the support that they are giving me, and they continue to.
I'm going to try not to be too mean, but the fact that he says that they are giving me, not that they're giving Sebastian. You know, I heard Tony say the other day when talking about that lawsuit, which I'll be honest, I don't agree with. I know many of you do. I don't. I heard Tony say, like, and she came all the way from Texas. She just wanted to be involved. Meanwhile, Betty came from Florida. Tony came from Oklahoma. The woman sitting across came from a different state. So none of those people are appreciated. If you come from a different state, you're weird.
I thank the public for the support that they are giving me, and they continue to.
Mm-hmm.
Keep your eyes open. You could be the next person that might see him.
You can be the next person that might see him. We like overanalyzing. I'm going to overanalyze that statement. That makes me feel like they have a sighting. The verbiage being used makes me feel like, personally, I take away there's a possible sighting. Yeah, I wouldn't do any of that. I'm still getting harassed from the tip line from back in July, so I definitely wouldn't. Hey, isn't it? I wouldn't. Nope. Proudfoots make it seem like it's Sebastian's fault. How do you feel that, Stryker? What makes you feel that way? I'm going to tell you guys how I feel about the Proudfoots in just a minute, but I'm curious what makes you feel that way.
You could be the next person that might see him.
Seth says he won't ever stop searching and saying his son's name. Until he's found, the pain of not knowing where Sebastian is fills Seth with grief.
Who do you think took these photos? These photos aren't that outdated. The photo the FBI chose was outdated, but these photos aren't that outdated.
Today is a lot of sadness. It's a lot of sadness every day. It's hard to wrap your head around it. All right. Every day, it's like, get that phone call, waiting for that picture, waiting for information that my son has been found.
And Sebastian.
I imagine that's extremely hard. I do. I just can't fathom. I just can't believe that Seth's team didn't have more respect for Seth and Sebastian to show a little civility yesterday. I can't believe that they just did what they did.
16th birthday, Seth says he hopes families spend time with their kids.
Did your own green team spend time with their kids, Seth, or did they spend time tearing apart the mother of yours?
16th birthday, Seth says he hopes families spend time with their kids. He fondly remembers birthdays with Sebastian jumping in the pool, having water balloon fights, and eating cake. What is it like for you looking back?
Katie did eat. Armelia, she did eat. Again, you saw 4 minutes out of an hour plus footage, but you do see Katie eating in the footage. They only showed you what they wanted you to see, to be honest. Maybe somebody will come out and release the full footage now. I don't know.
Back on those memories today.
I'm not done making them.
Amen to that.
Looking back is nice, but looking forward to him being back is better.
I reached out to the Sumner County Sheriff's Office about Sebastian Rogers. They told me there's still an active and ongoing investigation. And if you know anything about this case, to contact them. We have ways you can
to contact them.
Send tips listed up on our website. Kenley.
And you should only have the right ways, but, you know. I wouldn't want anyone I love to be missing. I'm not sure I'd be able to handle it. White jacket housing probably for me. I agree. I do like what Seth said there. He's not done making memories, and hold on to that. You have a lot of people out here saying that Chris and Katie unalived him. He's no longer with us and blah, blah, blah. I mean, have some respect. You say you care about this man, show it. Show it. And you don't do that by making a reward fund to make a mockery of a disappearance. You don't do that. It's really sad. It's really sad what's going on. So we find out there's this my 33-year-old son has been missing since July 22nd. Rose of Sharon, I am so sorry. I am so sorry. That video was shortened and edited. Yeah. Right. That footage was so shortened and edited that they had appetizers, their real meal. The waitress served them. And all those things were never seen on footage, right? Like, you don't see the waitress coming up to the table. You don't see any of that. They chose what they wanted you to see, which again is manipulative. And to release that on Sebastian's birthday, and there was Mensa panels going on last night that were just going and saying some of the dumbest things I ever heard that made me embarrassed. That people call this a true crime community. Oh, I don't get it. I really don't. And the fact that for months, it was stated, oh, Chris Pralfa was at the dinner. Chris's sister was there. What about the niece? And da-da-da. And we find out it was just them two alone. It was just them two alone. And then there's a possibility that they were preyed upon. There's a possibility that those men were doing something nefarious. And there's a possibility Katie didn't know. Unfortunately, we don't know. We don't know what happened. It is weird that he disappeared that night. Vanished without a trace. No, we've been screening that from the rooftops, Jax. I don't think it's any coincidental at all. I don't believe in coincidences when it comes to true crime cases. I just don't. I think given that's the last footage, it's not the last footage because there's footage of Sebastian taking the trash out. Katie's car has cameras in it and audio. And my understanding is Seth has been made aware and listened to the audio of Katie and Sebastian driving home. After he got home, he's seen taking the trash out. And then later on, in the middle of the night, there's the whole window situation. So that's not his last known footage. It's not the last time he was seen alive. It's not. But given that just a few short hours later he did vanish, can you find weird things in it? Yeah. But I think you can do that with anything. You ever watch any of those like movies where you're so certain that you know who the perp is throughout the movie, and at the end it does like a complete twist? And then it revisits the scenarios and you just miss the things that were there. You ever watch a movie like that? I feel like that's kind of what this case is like. Like, yes, the flags, there's flags on both sides. There's things done wrong on both sides. I don't doubt there was a lot of turmoil within the family and the home. We know all three parents were looking to send Sebastian to go live in a behavioral modification school. Murder, She Wrote is like that. Yeah. Well, rumor has it I can buy you if my daughter went missing. I wouldn't give a flying fuck who tore my words apart. They tear Seth apart too, but he still speaks out to advocate for his son. He also files lawsuits to have people shut up. Rumor has it, right? So he's not quite okay with people speaking against him. All the ridiculous for the Idaho 4 case when the video at the food truck came out. You can come up with a million different scenarios. I do. Remember all the people screaming? They were screaming that guy in that footage was guilty. Oh my gosh, you can hear her on the way home. So-and-so's going to kill me. He must have killed her. And then you had people, out there saying, oh, the police aren't doing anything. Four kids were unalived and nobody's doing anything. And the whole time they had a suspect. Hey, Christine from Ireland. I love that. Hey, party of one. I wish Katie would speak more too. I do think it's odd the way it seems Chris always speaks for Katie. I don't know if that's being done to prevent her from saying something that incriminates herself, or if that's done just to protect Katie. I don't know. I feel like rumor has it. I feel like if Chris and Katie came out today and had a GoFundMe, and then they went on all these panels and said, push my GoFundMe, push my Cash App. I'll come on if you push those things. Then they started selling merch. Then they started hosting paid events. And then they came out and monetized a YouTube channel. I feel like they'd be torn apart. I think she's torn apart no matter what she does. I get it. Chris comes across like he's odd. Comes across aggressive. I don't know if that's because he's fed up with the speculation or if because the speculation's correct. I don't know. I don't know which it is because I don't know their baseline before Sebastian disappeared. I know there's a lot of things they're not telling the public that is causing the public to go at each other's throats. And I think it's ridiculous. Hey, Miss Shush. Captain Mother. I can understand why she doesn't if it's her choice, of course. Well, hey, people want Chris and Katie to come out and speak. How about you demand that Sumner County come out and speak? Who do you think owes you more? Who owes the public more? The private family or the police? I agree, Lee, but only one parent has continued on YouTube, right? Only one parent has monetized a channel. Only one parent has befriended a crap ton of YouTube channels and then gives them all the rhetoric of the day. They could both be, I think they're both creepers. I'm not going to lie. Could be a reason why she doesn't come out talking it publicly. She does. That is saying if she has it. Well, I saw somebody say earlier, maybe Seth is on some type of, anxiety medicine. Well, maybe Katie is too. It would be nice. I think they need to make a statement too. I mean, put yourself in all of their shoes, including Seth's. I hear people screaming, Katie, where's all the updated photos of Sebastian, Katie? Oh, Seth. Hello, Seth. Where are all the updated photos of Sebastian, Seth? It can go both ways. Allegedly, CPS has been called on CP multiple times because Sebastian's telling his teacher things. Well, see how if Chris Proudfoot was trying to get his daughter's visitation, any other open CPS cases could hinder that. So do you think making a child disappears would be better? Because that's been people's argument, right? Chris got rid of Sebastian so he could have his daughter. Don't you think you're taking more of a risk having an entire child disappear from your custody? We also don't know if all of those calls were against Chris. We don't. We were told they were, but we don't know it. We do know that both Chris and Seth spoke about calls that were made because Sebastian told the teacher things about them. And both of them basically said Sebastian lied, over-exaggerated. So, don't you think if these calls were as horrific as we're being led to believe, action would have been taken? Were they unfounded? Or, to be fair, maybe there was an investigation with the latest one. Timing of it sus. I'm not going to lie. It's around the same time that a child was there. Nina files for emergency custody. Evaluations take place. Chris is then out of the home for weeks. Sebastian suddenly disappears. It's weird. It's absolutely weird. Yeah, that's true, D. Smith. Also, filing lawsuits if you don't agree with the way they want you to feel. So, I don't know. I said it for months now. I'll say it again. I think both Chris and Seth are odd folks, in my opinion. I think every which way Sebastian turned, he was reprimanded or belittled or, punished or whatever it may be. I don't think that just goes for one. We've heard it against both. That reminds me, do you guys know how many cases there have been of like a parent coming out and looking like a doting parent and they just want their child found and all of that good stuff, and then it turns out that they're the reason the child disappeared? Because it happens. Just because one parent appears like they're doing all these things, I keep hearing people say, Chris and Katie haven't even searched. And then you get actual proof that they have searched. And then they say, well, no, that was just a photo op. Which, to be fair, is the same thing we said about Seth, right? He was supposed to have 40 searchers searching the river. He takes a photo on the boat. Tony Mathis sends it to the news station. Cue. Photo op. Then that gentleman comes out. That professional guy. Gosh, what was his name? And he admits that Chris and Katie reached out to him for help. Right? We wouldn't have known that gentleman didn't come out, because Chris and Katie didn't come out and say, hey, we reached out to people, to professionals, to retired professionals, to organizations for help. They don't come out here and tell everybody that they've done that. That's the difference. Ken Maines, thank you. That's the difference. You have one parent coming out here telling you all what they're doing. We're not seeing much action behind it. And then you have the other set of parents not telling you anything. Therefore, you think nothing's happening. You didn't see me brush my teeth this morning. Does that mean I didn't brush them? We got to stop with, just because we live through social media, it doesn't mean these other people do too. And comparing Chris and Katie to Seth, who's very public, isn't fair. Ken Maine came out and said, I had conversations. They reached out to me for my help. How many others did they reach out to that we're just not aware of? We keep hearing about these gatherings, right? These gatherings. Oh, they're going to gather on this date at this place to have a visual. Wristbands and food and tickets. Do they ever search while doing all of this? They ever get together and have a search team while doing this? We just heard Seth say, I appreciate all the support. All the people that are supporting me. How about all the people that are supporting Sebastian? When I heard Tony say how weird it was that woman came all the way from Texas, I'm thinking, as you're sitting next to the woman who came all the way from Florida? It's like it's pick and chose. It's about Seth. It's not about Sebastian. It's about Chris and Katie. It's not about Sebastian. And you're either on this team or this team. They left no room to be in the middle. I'm quite frankly, I'm infuriated with it. I'm over it. So we find out this lady, Texana, comes down and she files a lawsuit against Seth, right? We hear at first she tried to go after the establishment that they hosted the event at. That was supposed to, the money was being raised for Michaela's mutts and all of that. He's having a fundraiser, hopefully for all the missing children, but I don't know. Same price, same reason they filed a 501c3. So Texana is somebody who paid to be at one of their events. And people feel differently about this. So let's take a look. I want to see what you all think about it. She comes out, she files this lawsuit. In the lawsuit, she is claiming discrimination against her as a disabled woman. She's now saying that they are slandering her, all these things. And she's saying they are misappropriating funds and or raising them illegally.
Show me how to zoom or something. I don't know.
That is me.
Welcome out of the closet, Bob. That is Bob's joke, not mine. I'll take a look. So this is going to be Texana at that event.
That is Michaela's group over there.
That is Michaela's group over there, right? That's the first thing we hear her say on this video that she uploaded.
And we are at the Sebastian's ride here. And those are some of the puppies that they are so taking care of. Look at him rolling in the grass. So they have a nice little water thing here that they're cooling off the animals. That is so nice that they thought about Rossville, Georgia.
Then she pans over to this woman who came from Georgia. Sorry, lady, who came all the way alone from Georgia. You were not appreciated. Starts asking her questions. What got her involved in this? Why is she there? She answers with personal details. Then she starts asking this woman. Now listen to her line of questioning for this lady.
Say hi.
Hi. You're so adorable.
So why are you here?
Because I'm just interested in the case. I want to help fight.
I said, I'm going to have to do a stupid poll. We don't like these polls. Kraken, thank you so much for the 23 months, my friend. And I know it's been much, much longer. Thank you. hit that like button. Please do. Let's get the thumbs up a little bit higher. Hey, Kathy. Good morning, everybody coming in. Listen, we're completely gonna disagree here. I will open up the panel if anybody wants to come up, and we can talk about it. But I am more than likely to disagree with all of you. Yeah, she does seem very well equipped. I don't think this lady's playing.
Find him.
I mean, and what are your strategies to finding him?
I'm not sure. Just like a group, getting more people.
Hey,
you know?
For what?
Rebecca.
What
Penny,
activity?
Proud Mimi. Good morning,
Just search
everybody.
for him. I'm not sure where or anything. just
Air
yet.
Force. Kathy.
So, have
Kenya.
you watched all the different varieties, like with land, water searches?
Mhm.
Why do you think the the sheriff's department did the landfill? Why do you think they did that?
I don't know.
I heard some things recently that make me feel differently about all of that.
You don't know?
I mean, the thing that I was reading just said because it was a neighborhood landfill. It didn't say it had a reason. Didn't somebody say the trash can was heavy? Or they
Well,
were saying
someone
those
said the
lights
trash can was
the
heavy,
trash truck.
and they said the construction truck, the construction area above their house,
Mhm.
is where.
Now, Cheech, do you think that because they made you think that? Would you agree that they made that video appear that way? All right, give me just a second. Um, give me just 1 second. Type in people staring at restaurants, right? Look at this woman side-eyeing, staring. Look at this one. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. People look around restaurants, man. I know it seems abnormal because the video is made to appear abnormal, but people do. They look around at restaurants. I don't think that's a big. It looks like she was looking for a waitress because then all of a sudden, more drinks appear in front of them in the next clip. But I get it. I get it. Once we have our perspectives made up on somebody, we see it differently. Honestly, I'll be honest. If it was Seth sitting down to eat with Sebastian, I'm sure people over here would see things differently. It's kind of just the way it is. And it's unfortunate. Kraken, I didn't see your super sticker. Thanks, girlfriend. Some people are just people watchers. Right, Elsie? But to me, it looked like she was looking for the waitress because, again, the next clip shows more drinks in front of them. I don't know. Did you ever have to look for the waitress? Anyway.
That landfill is supported.
Right.
That's not for the residential
Okay.
trash. That is for the construction area.
Okay. Oh, that does make sense.
So that's the reason why they went to Kentucky landfill, because the construction above their house at the time,
Mhm.
that's where the.
I remember about the construction back there.
So
So you can see here, just by listening, that this is Texana who filed a lawsuit against Seth. You can see here that she's been following the case closely. She knows a lot of information. She knows a lot, Hey, Wah, my son is autistic and he's fast, plus drinks a lot. Screw these idiots. They have no clue. Let me ask you, Deborah, because my children are not autistic. Their cousin's nonverbal. He was placed into a live-in type of school. It was not an easy choice for his mother. So forth. But let me ask you a question. Does it bother you more knowing that it is other autistic mothers of children with autism? Let me phrase that better. That are judging? Like, does anybody else get tired of hearing, like, well, my son has autism and he does X, Y, and Z? Or my daughter has autism and she does that and she would never do this and he would never do that. And he would do this, but he wouldn't do that. Because as mothers or loved ones of people, children or adults that have autism, you out of anybody should know that it is a spectrum. And just like every child, they're all the same. None are the same. That's one thing for sure. You have to have a search warrant for the landfill, though. Do you really? Even if the landfill is willing to allow you to search, do you still need a search warrant?
You're here all weekend.
Yes, ma'am.
What do you do? What do you do when you're at home and you're thinking about this situation?
I'm constantly watching videos about him and lives.
Do you record anything by hand?
I'm just now starting that. So I just started my YouTube channel yesterday. This is my first time.
Imagine
doing
soon
it.
a father, Mr.
So
Child,
hopefully,
suffering.
I'm
We'll
gonna
get to
keep
that,
it
Midnight
going.
Angel.
And how does that work? How does a YouTube channel work?
I don't know. I just started it.
So,
I don't
being truthful.
pick up.
So when you bought your T-shirt, did they offer you flyers?
No, to take the time. I'm good with like learning.
Okay, here we go.
Offer you flyers?
No, he gave me the
Is that what they?
stand.
Let me see what that looks like.
I think it might be.
Just a second here. Midnight Angel, I'm going to star your question because I'm going to answer that in just a minute. And Mama Michelle, thank you very much for the super sticker. So she is now asking, did they offer you flyers? Let me see your bracelet.
We go in the dark.
Oh, is that what they give you besides the T-shirt?
And then it's right there.
What does it say? Let's see what it says.
Right here it says Team Sebastian, bring Sebastian home. And then the other side says Sebastian Army, hashtag Sebastian Army.
Okay, so may I ask you some personal things?
Sure.
Okay. And you
I did.
spoke to
Me weird and quick.
Oh, wait.
Did she say hi? You told me earlier that you
I kind of thought when she said, may I ask you some personal things, it was going to be personal, but I forgot. Hold on.
some personal things.
Listen to these personal
Okay.
things.
You told me earlier that you met BHB.
I mean, I literally just walked by her and said hi real quick.
Did she,
I think everybody feels that way when they walk by her. But why does she need to know these questions? That Chica, this is the woman who was suing Seth Rogers.
did she say hi?
Really quick. She kind of looked at me weird and just said hi as I walked by.
And you said that you spoke to
I don't know.
Mr.
Chica.
Mathis.
Yes, I did. Right before they left for the ride, he walked by me and I stopped him. So
Did you feel comfortable meeting these people?
I was nervous.
Were they hostile towards you?
Tony was.
Maybe so.
Was he?
Yes,
Good morning.
Tony was. I mean, I had been messaging him back and forth just to figure out about the event and whatnot. We
Mhm.
never actually spoke. Like, it's little questions and simple Ks or times or whatever there, here and there. So I spoke to him on Messenger, but that was it. So when I found out about this
Hey,
and I came,
Feisty.
I wasn't like, I just figured I had to sit in the background. I didn't really like want to go up and meet them.
So
I was
you-
nervous.
So you're going to be at the
I
Gap.
wanted to meet Seth and like, but I didn't. I don't know. I was just nervous.
So on Monday, what time are you arriving Monday? It's from 9 till noon.
I will be there.
It's at 117 Summer Street
Okay.
in Gallatin.
Okay.
And so,
We need to exchange numbers.
it's okay to go there and document. You don't have to be on anyone's side
And I'm not.
because this is for the child.
Yeah, it's not
But-
for anything but.
So since you're brand new at YouTubing, right?
Mhm.
What's your goal?
You don't have to be on anyone's side, right? It's for the child. What is the reason? So they asked her to leave. They told her she wasn't allowed to film. She is claiming they got aggressive with her, that they kind of hounded her a little bit. And she feels discriminated against. And then she is claiming that they are misappropriating funds and or I guess raising funds illegally. Because they're not a 501c3. They shouldn't, Sebastian's Army's not a legit organization. Michaela's Mutts was not a 501c3. So she's under the basis of that, right? Right, fraud and charity, right. Who is she? She is just a woman that, I guess, and got involved. So let me play. So we see there that she asked those type of questions and then says, you can go without choosing a side or whatever. So now I'm going to show you guys this one, and then I'm going to give you my opinion. And again, many of you will disagree, and that's fine. We can respectfully disagree here. So now she's inside the bar. Remember we had people that have been on this case for 9 months shocked that the flyer said endangered? Anybody? Put a 1 in the chat. Do you guys remember that? There were people who has studied this case and or spoke about it for at least 7 months that were actually baffled that the flyers stated endangered, that Nick's flyer stated endangered. They thought it was a new breaking clue. They almost lost control. I mean, the mouse was all over the screen. They just couldn't believe what they were reading, folks. They couldn't read it either, but they certainly couldn't believe it. So we all see here on the screen that they've always stated endangered, which again, if you're, these true crime sleuths and you don't even know the basics, it's a little concerning, but okay. So we see it, endangered. So there was Betty, right? I just found out this is the woman. This is another plaintiff. I've never met her, never seen her, didn't know who she was. That's one of them. She's side-eyeing and recording. There's Betty.
We are at the venue for Sebastian Rogers. They have a nice layout over here for Sebastian. And
Actually, I don't know if you saw the pictures.
they have some green flowers. They have a really cool shirt here.
So she's recording. Matter of fact, she was live. She was live on TikTok the entire time. Well, Midnight Angel, the same question to the woman she interviewed, right? Who started a YouTube channel to be at that event. So let's keep it fair across the board. Many people started channels off of Sebastian's disappearance, including his father, right? So maybe it was for clout, maybe it wasn't. Maybe her, we'll see. We'll see if it was nefarious.
So,
but she's live. Again, there's Betty right there. They're claiming she threatened Betty and she was there for Betty. Betty's right here. She doesn't zoom in on her. She doesn't start talking to her. She's not asking her questions.
and this establishment has the most important flag, the POW flag. You can see it up there. United States flag, Marine Corps.
Hey, Irish Eyes. Good morning.
The guy over there doing the beer in the green shirt, he is the owner of this establishment.
Hey, Jason.
So you can see some nice pictures here of Sebastian and Seth.
Well, he was younger.
They have some flyers.
Do you guys have any of the cards?
They didn't have no coffee, but they did have some, they have Dr. Pepper.
All right, now's when it gets interesting.
You got 2 bikes here.
I wonder if anybody's ever overanalyzed this footage. Right? Look at these cars. Well, Brittany, why did Tony drive from Oklahoma? Why did Betty drive from Florida? Why did the woman sitting across that she first interviewed come from, was it Ohio? People from all over came to this. So why is Texana the only one that's questionable?
Have your little clan over there.
Have your little clan over there. There's the clan. She doesn't film on them. She barely even, focuses on them. She just says, there they are.
You have cars here that have signs on them. Here comes the rider.
Now listen. You can't do any video. But before that, you hear somebody say, turn that off, right? Listen. Turn that off. And then this lady.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're not supposed to do a video at the vigil. Are you here for the vigil?
Well, I'm here. I'm in support of the dog thing inside.
Oh, okay. The
So-
dog thing.
The Michaela's dogs.
Oh, okay.
Okay. You guys don't have that on the flyers, though.
Oh, so you do know about the
I know about the vigil.
Okay.
How come it's not on the flyer?
Oh, I don't know. I guess we just figured that people would know better.
So she's questioning about why isn't it, I guess, is she questioning why isn't a vigil on the flyer? Where were the signs that said no filming? There was no signs because the lady inside was live streaming.
I don't know. But it's just that this is a private vigil for Sebastian Rogers, who went missing out of Hendersonville, Tennessee,
She just said it's a private. It's private.
in February 26th.
But they advertised it publicly, but it's private.
So we're just being respectful.
Okay.
Thank you.
But you don't mind if I videotape inside where the animals are?
For your video and out here.
You're fine. It's just that certain things have happened, so until we arrived, they didn't want nobody videoing back here just to be broadcasted.
And that's the part I don't understand, right? Because Tony goes on to say that they kept Seth surrounded by cars in the shade under a tree, like he was a celebrity, right? He was, until we arrive, until we make our grandstand. Well, shouldn't you all have arrived already? Isn't the event being held in its entirety for Sebastian? Right? Like something just feels odd about it. It just feels odd. And I'm not saying her intent was good, because I don't believe it was. I'm not going to lie. I don't believe she had any good intent.
But other than that, you're fine.
Yeah. I mean, until you arrive, what does it?
Once we start riding and all that, you can video all you want, everybody.
Just not over here.
They just didn't want nobody to video over here.
Oh, I was looking at the bikes coming in.
Oh no, you're good. You're good, Dan. You're good.
But
And she's not lying. She was looking at the bike coming in. She's not lying. But I get it, because they've had a lot of things taking place. Maybe they felt threatened. They know Betty's there. Betty has a lot of people who hate her. Maybe they genuinely have safety concerns. I don't know. But then maybe you don't do things this way, right? If it's supposed to be for Sebastian. Right, but Betty wasn't asked to leave because she's part of the quote-unquote team, Brittany. That's the problem. They made it crews, right? You're part of this crew, you're welcomed. If you're part of the green team, you can film, you can go live, you can have your camera out. But if you're a stranger there for Sebastian, you're not welcome the same way that if you're part of the green team. And I believe that's what Texana was kind of proven. That's why she stated to the woman, you can come search without being part of this team or that team. I think that was her main purpose, was to show like that this isn't the way these things operate. This isn't the way these things are supposed to go. But then on the other hand, it's a child's visual. Is it the time and place to make a point? Is it the time and place to go with the intent to prove something like that? No. It's one of those things. It's like two wrongs don't make a right.
I'm interested in whether they I was asking the gentleman in the green shirt if they work with the Warriors program.
So the guy that works behind the bar, did you ask him?
I was talking to him and his wife, and they said they sponsor Michaela for a lot of things.
Yeah, they
Yes,
do
they
sponsor her
do.
for a lot.
And so what?
So there she's asking, okay, well, they say they sponsor Michaela for a lot of things. Do they sponsor the Warrior program? Which again, why? Why don't you go sponsor them? I mean, I'm sorry. I know a lot of people are cheering her on, but I just respectfully disagree with what she's doing. I do.
I kind of work with the Warriors Project in the West.
Nice.
I'm not from around here. I drove in 2 days for this
awesome.
event.
Okay.
And
For what event?
For this one.
no, the event
Oh,
on
for
Sunday.
For
No,
the,
she said
I
that
know
she did.
No,
She wasn't
Sunday.
On
Sunday,
okay.
there's
So there they are questioning her because she did just act like she was unaware of the whole visual for Sebastian. Michaela, like she's acting like she's kind of confused. Is this for Michaela's mutts? Is this for Sebastian? So the other questioner, you drove in for this event, but you kind of just act like you weren't sure what this event was, right? So I get what they're saying to her, and I get why she's making them uneasy. Again, we don't have to like them to acknowledge that there are some things that shouldn't be taking place. And if Texana wanted to go in undercover and be a spy and, get them doing something dirty, no, I disagree. I feel like she was trying to start shit with them, to be honest. That's how I view it. But I get it. People see it differently, and that's fine.
a recovery effort for Sebastian.
Gotcha.
So a lot of Sunday.
On
Sunday,
okay.
there's a recovery effort for Sebastian.
Gotcha.
Sunday, there's a recovery effort for Sebastian. And these people don't even know that.
So a lot of people, we're not related to anybody.
Yeah.
We're with the autistic teachers group.
Uh-huh.
So now she's saying again, we're not Team Seth. We're not Team Seth. We are just here for Sebastian, which should have been welcomed. A few months back, they made it so that if you weren't there for Seth, you weren't welcomed. And I don't think that's fair. I don't think it's fair.
Oh, awesome.
So we're having a search party on
This is what Tony used against her.
related to anybody.
Yeah.
We're with the autistic teachers group.
Uh-huh. Oh, awesome.
So we're having a search party on Sunday.
Oh, that's
Oh, okay,
awesome.
nice.
So it's not very few people know about it except for the teachers.
Gotcha.
So that's
That's great.
That's what I'm here for. And then I found out you guys were having this when I got here.
Awesome. Oh,
So-
nice.
So autistic teachers came from everywhere and we're
That's great.
having us a little
That's
thing.
Wonderful. Wonderful news.
But anyway, she said once everyone rides, then we can take the pictures of the dogs and whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's no problem.
All right. Thank you. And ma'am, who was she? Who is she?
Who is who?
The lady came up and said I was
My
fine.
name is Michelle.
Michelle. Thank you.
The same way we said it was wrong for Betty to do her shit at this visual is the same way I feel is wrong for Texana too. And again, I'll open up panel. People can feel differently. So she comes in, she sits down, goes blank for a little bit. Then she's going to get up and she's going to go over here again. Now, again, she's recording. She's live. She's live on TikTok.
Included in that, ma'am? Extra.
Oh, yeah, it's pretty fine.
What size, baby?
Extra large.
Extra large.
Yes. Is the dinner included in that, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Where's the dinner at?
It's gonna be here.
It's
Oh.
gonna be here after the ride.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you.
So people saying she bought a ticket and a t-shirt to be there is not quite true. She did it as she was there, right? That's a difference. Well, Karen, you don't keep drama going and then sue people though, right? Like you don't do that. They kept the drama going just enough now that everybody's getting lawsuits. Everybody everywhere.
Me to give you my freaking portable charger. Battery pack at you.
Gosh, you hear Betty's laugh in the background, don't you? You hear it. So there it is. That's pretty much all she does. I mean, to be honest, she doesn't even respectfully fold up the shirt. Like, I'm just saying. I know I'm nitpicking a little bit, but I did start this question over here. Imagine suing the father of a missing child who's suffering enough each and every day. And I've debated on this, right? Because I feel how you feel. I do. I know. People are like, well, wait a minute. But I do. I feel how you feel. I couldn't imagine suing the father of a missing child. I couldn't. But I also would never imagine being sued by the father of a missing child either. And if his own team doesn't consider what he's going through every single day before throwing him into a lawsuit with up to possibly 50 YouTube creators, then why should Texana? I personally do not think Texana had good intent. I mean, even asking the questions about that lady. So, can I ask you personal questions? Yeah, sure. Did you meet Betty? Did you meet Tony? How did they make you feel? That right there tells me kind of what her purpose was. And you guys, I get it. People don't like Seth, and we disagree on this, and that's fine. To me, I don't think she had any. I think she was there to cause trouble. She may have a case if they don't have a legit 501c and are collecting money. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, again, if this was the Proudfoots event and somebody came in and kind of infiltrated it with knowing that their intentions weren't really pure or good, would we agree then that is okay? Imagine parents of missing collecting super chats on birthdays. Anyone have a problem with the Wells would have done that? Oh, that's true, isn't it? Well, then even the fact that that Tony said like it was weird she came from Texas. Okay, it's not weird you came from Oklahoma. It's not weird Betty came from Florida. She is very savvy, so I do think if Tony is correct with the narrative, she would have recorded all interactions. So is there more footage? We just don't know. Oh, there's absolutely more footage. There is. She even said she has more. She had like Tony said, she had 3 cameras going at all times. Yeah, she definitely had more footage. Now I know that Tony did hold on. I know Tony did say that she's not a teacher. And she said like, "Oh, watch out for slander." Like, what is this? Oh, look, I'll show you. She really took issues that day. And yeah, they're her issues. If she wants to take them, she can take them. Where is the money going? Email Montgomery County's district attorney.
Oh, it's a beautiful day. Oh, don't let it slip away. Tell me you walked out.
She's showing that they're not registered.
That door. Tell me what you're waiting for.
Stupid music, to be honest, but civil penalties up to $5,000 may be imposed for each and any violation. How can I check the status of a charity? What was the date of this? I don't know, actually. I can find out. Let me go back. This was recent, obviously, because salute to veterans.
Oh.
I don't know. Rescue ride. Sebastian absolutely loves animals. Join us as we get back to Michaela's Motel, a veteran-owned and operated dog rescue in Clarksville. Maybe that's why she got upset, because they said they were veteran-owned. I don't know. To be fair, she seems to possess the right qualifications to be on the green team. Those aren't bite marks on Chris or dog scratches. They're non-existent. There was no marks at all. It depends what, which narrative you believe. The actual footage he's on where you can see there's no marks, or the picture that appeared to show marks. Let me put this down and come on over and pin it. If you feel differently and you think that her intentions are good and you agree with this, feel free to click the link and tell me why. Why do you agree with it? Why are you, why do you think she's in the right? And even if Michaela's Mutz is doing something shady or something, as she stated, you call organizations on them. You don't sue. I mean, I don't agree with lawsuits going out and when there's a child missing. I don't agree with it being done to me. I don't agree with it being done to her. I mean, to him, to Seth. I am a mom of an autistic teen and a teacher. I stayed far away, just saying. I think people just need to stop trying to make rock stars out of families going through tragedy and shoving cameras in their faces to get the dirty details. It doesn't help anyone. I agree. Let's take a poll. Let's take a poll. And please hit the thumbs up as we put this poll up. Not a question and answer. Hold on. I'm curious how many of you agree. There's over 1,000 people in here. We can get the thumbs up a little bit higher, please. Why that has not been talked about yet. The Proudfoots are suing as well. Oh, who are they suing? Brittany. They have a lawsuit? I need to find where that's at. Need more details, need more info. I don't know enough about the lawsuit. Now, in the American Disability Act, the standard will be high. If she has video proving this, then she has it. So far, I haven't seen anything to say it was discrimination. Let me edit this to add you on up. Give me a second. Haven't seen anything yet to say it was discrimination. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess you guys are right? We don't really have much details to the lawsuit. I guess I was kind of thinking, knowing what we do know. Like, I don't know. How much do you need to know? What are you talking about there, Brittany? Hey, B10.
What's up? I'm with the thought process that these people have started an injunction to go after YouTubers for inappropriate GoFundMe's and all that stuff.
Right.
And kind of like live by the lawsuit, die by the lawsuit. You want to take things legally, people will, you open that door.
That's true.
And
That's
also
true.
the fact is that it is a little weird. That whole event was weird.
The whole thing was weird.
I mean, like, think about it. They're not a 501c3. They're selling merchandise that is cartooned version of the child, making it like a brand at this point to use to raise money for a dog shelter or whatnot. The money is being sent through, they only want cash. They don't want any sort of like dog products. Like if it was just for dogs, wouldn't they be like, because the lady walked up and said, hey, if I donate dog food, would you be cool with that? It's like, no, we want cash. You know what I mean? It was very sketchy. And I don't think it's a good thing that this child is used as some sort of prop to raise money for other organizations when it's not a proper 501c3, when there was no permission given by Katie. I think it's like a lot of sketchy fucking things have happened in that. And to me, that's like, I'm not agreement of lawsuits, but I would like to, personally, I'm wondering what the transparency will be and what their defense will be. If it is about the charity being some sort of, like part of the lawsuit is that them, raising money, if not a 501c3, then I'm kind of iffy on that, because to me it's like I kind of agree. Should she be suing for money, or should it be like some sort of government agency doing something? Yeah, I think so too, because what stops you from like saying, okay, we're going to grab this missing child's random A, and we're going to make a cartoon image of that child, and we're going to use that child to sympathize, get sympathy so we can raise for a charity I actually like.
Right. No, I agree with that. I just also think there's other ways to do it, but there is a fair point of like, listen, just because she wasn't there to be like Team Seth and kind of, drool all over Seth, should she have been kicked out? Was she mistreated because she wasn't recognized as a quote unquote green team member. I mean, they're saying it was a private event, but it wasn't because they posted flyers publicly. You
Yeah.
invited the public so long as they paid $25, they got a wristband, a shirt, all of that.
Well,
We see that she did do that, right? So
yeah, and we see that she actually came to the event. On the footage we saw, she was not being disrespectful. She was actually being polite, and other people were filming there. So it's like if no filming's allowed, then you have to tell everyone, not just your friends. And him like basic and how Tony's reacting tells me that he's worried because he starts talking about having witnesses and talks about deposing her for being there and countersuing. And I'm like, don't you have a lawyer on your team? Couldn't you call up Mr. Joseph Lasniak and say, hey, we are in the middle of a lawsuit. These are the 3 things. Can you advise us about this? Why the hell are they not talking to Mr. Joseph? Because he might not be licensed in that state, but he could still give advice, like generalized advice, and be like, yeah, this is bullshit. This is laughable, whatever. Don't worry about it. You know, you can easily deal with this. It's just a bullshit claim.
yeah, but it might have merit too, right? So they should have probably found that out before they took to
Defaming her.
And she's saying I'm very much credentialed. You basically said that I'm not, and you lied that I'm not a teacher, and I am. Which she has a point with.
And then Ludwig says, yeah, but doesn't that type of thing happen daily with plenty of stuff as well as missing kids as people can raise money for the charity they like? And I am not understanding Tim correctly. Well, I mean, think about it. They are treating Sebastian's Army as a 501c3. It's kind of like advertising something that isn't the case because they're saying that this is a charity when it's not a charity. It's like me, pulling up, I would be like, I'm trying to think of an example. Like, let's say I'm going to give a very simple example. Let's say you like Coca-Cola and I pour out the Coke and I actually give you, I put the Coca-Cola brand around a Pepsi and say, this is Coca-Cola. And you drink it and it says, oh, this is Pepsi, maybe like something like that. Bad example, but it's kind of like false advertising. It's kind of like a weird situation where you're saying it's a charity. And then it makes me worried about like, where is the money going? You have a situation where, you're raising money, telling people it's a charity when it's not a charity. It's actually a TikTok and YouTube channel. And then they're just like they're not really, it's not all on the up and up. And it's weird. I really think it's very weird how it was done and very sloppy.
Well, and I mean, there is a good point to be had with this whole, well, they have no problem getting into litigation. So did they open the door for this? I mean, yeah. And then you go over and you look, and she does take issue throughout with the way this is all going down. Like Andrea Blank previously stated that individuals were killed in a video prior to the law adventures. If private investigations provide evidence of murders and submitted to law enforcement, understand the malicious predator who shared these words with Andrea will face consequences. Official law enforcement has been informed of Andrea's statements. No, SF was not hired for this type of investigation. So she's kind of been combating them for a while over here, it seems.
Yeah, I don't even think, honestly, she's suing, but I don't even think this lady cares about the money.
She calls out hypocrisy. Like right here, Brittany J., your November 1st video raised important concerns about children's mentions on YouTube channels. While acknowledging Queen Bee, Savage, and Kathy P's actions, Andrea similarly attached an innocent child, Faith, to her channel, warranting equal attention. Your mental health emphasis is appreciated for support the national hotline. So she's basically saying, like, you people have been hypocrites for a very long time, and she's ready to combat this.
And also, I would say, like, this is my point where I'm sitting here and I'm kind of watching. I'm going to see how they react because they talked about this organization, this Night Intelligence / media, having all these investigators and team of lawyers, and you got Tony panicking like a motherfucker on Lab, stating that he's going to he's going to see if pro bono, a lawyer's going to do it for free for him. And he's got to countersue and he's got to do deposition. You know what I mean? And I'm sitting here, it's like, if you have a team of lawyers and you're being sued in small claims court for 17.5, I mean, you telling me you can't hire a local attorney in that area? Because they threatened. Remember, they did that whole threat, like, we could get lawyers in all the states to let
Yeah.
us sue people. And
You
even
say
Joseph,
one statement we don't like. You say just one word we don't like, and we're going to throw you in this lawsuit.
yeah, they talked about, even Joseph was like, oh, well, I can practice law if I get a lawyer in that state to partner with me. And I'm like, okay, well, this is your litmus test. This is me going to see how you react, because the father, the person you say you're claiming you represent and that you want to protect, is now being sued for an event related to Sebastian Rogers. So I would like to see how your reaction would be. And also, I would think a lot of other people that, might be who signed up for this injunction might want to check this out too, because if they're not going to represent the father of a missing child in a small claims court case, which most people could say, hey, probably, some people might agree that it's a little too much, then what the hell are they going to do for, Brittany J, Bullhorn Betty, Jewel, like whoever signed up to that thing and put those claims on there?
You know what? Let me show you guys something. So I just found this to all be interesting. Sorry, B-Tim. This just blew my mind. So we have Michelle, right? Michelle's the green team. Okay. Betty shares this 6 months ago. Katie and Sebastian visited Daria's home on Sunday afternoon, the day before Sebastian was reported missing. Daria and the nieces needed to be interviewed. I have a screenshot of Dara, I don't know, saying Katie and Sebastian visited her home on Sunday afternoon. In my opinion, I believe something happened between the nieces and Sebastian, like in a perverted way. Katie doesn't mention anything about Sebastian and her visiting Daria's home. All you people, I'm being sued. I'm being sued for similar. And there's Betty, right? There's Betty sharing it, stating it. Anyone hear of this woman?
Yeah.
Now they're going to dig into that woman. But what I really wanted to show is right here. This is to notify all individuals. If you continue to discriminate against individuals with disabilities, it will be used against. Please use your own knowledge and or common sense when directing any harassment, slander, or false statements for the day of the visual on the 24th day of August 2024. Police report, complaints, APS, CPS, FCC compliance reports, forms for public social media and or public events for denial of individuals' disabilities will be filed in Federal Civil Rights Department. So unlike me, they were given a heads up. If you are not involved with valid information and the appropriate behaviors of harassment, slander, or defamation of individuals with disabilities, please stay in your own lane. If you are not one of the following named individuals, Seth Rogers, Tony Mathis, Andrea, that are involved with this filing, then pass it by for a while. Thank you for your time, consideration, cooperation. Now, and then she gives you, this is a notice to inform you that the filing's confirmation number had been submitted on 10/21 at 4:26 p.m. You can view the filings here. So she did this a month back.
Yeah, and they did not, they have an attorney that can call up and say, hey, talk to him for 5 minutes and say, what did we fuck up? You know what I mean? Like that's a thing to me that sits with me where I'm watching this. Yeah, you can agree or disagree if the lawsuit is, frivolous or not. It's up to you. Personally, I need to see the whole video to see what they did to her, because we did not. We only saw clips. So far, she could go batshit crazy and not show the whole, in one part of the video and just cut that out. I don't know. We have to see. Mm-hmm. But, unfortunately, TikTok Tony has a track history of being a fucking liar and just lies all the time. And you could tell that, you could tell by how he overreacted. Like, as soon as that filing happened, what did he do? He jumped on the lab. Didn't jump on Seth Rogers' channel to talk about it.
Right. Yeah, because, that would have been the right place to do so, but they have to keep an image of Seth to the main. Not everybody follows all of the green team's, adventures, right? Like not everybody wants to go listen to people snoring and all that. So some people only pay attention to Seth. They don't want all the extra fluff and drama and hateful rhetoric. They just want updates from Seth.
Yeah.
So it is weird that they didn't do that they didn't do it on his channel.
Yeah, because they had almost 3,000 people watching. It could have been an easy way for them to say, hey, this father of this missing kid is being frivolously sued by this lady. We're going to combat it, blah, 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 blah. But like everything this guy does is a joke to me, like this TikTok Tony. It's a joke.
And look, she wrote, official statement, I aim to set the record straight regarding false claims made by Brittany J about the visual held on August 24th. It is essential to rely on factual evidence which supersedes social media narratives. Mr. and Mrs. E, in consideration of your son's privacy, many videos have not been shared. For an accurate representation of my character, I direct you to BHB Patrol 4704 Klein on Facebook. So, I mean, she was given, she was making statements, and she clearly doesn't like Betty. Statements right here. Statements. She's been documenting this for a while. It does seem a little personal, but I mean, look, please report this Facebook group. They're using my legal name and impersonating me. This is a clear TOS violation.
Yeah.
Because created by BHB. Created BHB Andrea. So she probably thought she was documenting something, but I see what Andrea is saying. Are you watching the puppet show carefully? So the same way they're filing a lawsuit because they believe that I'm tied to Seth, to Chris Proudfoot. It seems she's doing this in a similar format of thinking she's going to uncover more as well. I'm not saying I agree with it, but I guess, you know, it's up to her.
But I mean, like the guy and like TikTok Tony doesn't even, I'm just calling him that because he's an idiot. He does not quite understand. Like he's like, oh, we're gonna depose her to see how long she's looked for Sebastian Rogers, and we're gonna depose her on her history.
Which is
of
weird.
her. And I'm like, no, that's not how it works, sir. And your countersuit, you have to be like, they have to be based on your claims. And he's like, well, I don't have enough to pay for a lawyer, but I'm going to be able to pay for depositions. Are you out of your fucking mind? Like, do you not understand the costs of court?
Right. You're going to depose somebody to see if they actually searched. Well, then she can depose and see if they actually searched.
No, it's like
it has Newfie.
The thing I would be worried about if I was Tony is her asking, because if the claims are about the charity being not a 501c3 and asking where the money is, it could be discoverable the bank records and the cash apps and stuff like the bank records. And, you know, all those records were affiliated with the charity that they, you know, the Cash App and all that. So if that's the case, then
it could get it.
That's not good, you know, because then what happens if it's revealed that there is some sort of like things happening? People can then, you know, then there's other authorities that might come into play once it's revealed. You know what I mean? I'm talking about government authorities at that point. So, you know what I mean? That's why I would take it very seriously, because like if you have if you're raising money claiming that you are a charity when you are not a charity and you are doing the things that they're doing, I'd be very worried. There were 3,000 in sets. I don't know what 3,000 is. I would need something credible to come from the green team before I could have faith in anything they say about. Yeah, well, they're paying people in Zimbabwe dollars. I mean, the 225, 155. You know, it's what, $1,200 in Zimbabwe dollars. Okay, cool. Seth could be involved in it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about Rico, but I'm just saying, like, when you got all this money flying around, there needs to be some sort of accounting that needs to go on, and there seems to be I don't see the accounting going on, you know. And now he's got a channel, and it's like, is that because, like, if you do appropriate 501c3, you can put your channel under the 501c3, you can put merchandise under your 501c3, you could do all those things. But the problem is that he's put the cart before the horse.
Right, but isn't there also, like, to an extent, like, is it really is it up to us though to take that into our own hands? Like, don't you just call the proper authorities?
I mean, what would you do if someone was being scammed? Would you just let them continue to be scammed and just walk away?
I don't know. I mean, if she has the means and the ability, and she believes that what she's doing has merit, I guess you can't argue that. I personally, even though he threw me into litigation unwarrantedly, I'm not too sure I personally could ever put myself above. You know, I could make phone calls, sure, you could do things like that, but to actually file a lawsuit against a parent of a missing child, I'm not too sure I personally could ever do that, but she feels she could.
Regina, that Zimbabwe dollars is a joke, because it was the fact that I don't believe they have $175,155. So it's a joke that they're using Zimbabwe dollars because it's only like $1,100 in American dollars. It's a joke. That's a joke. Yeah. I don't think they're paying anyone Zimbabwe dollars. It's just a joke. Yeah, but I'm just saying, like,
that's true, Opal.
I mean, like, I get your point where it's like, it's kind of like it is what it is, but the man opened himself up to it. He opened himself, you know. just like the Hellraiser series. He opened the box.
Yeah, I mean, you can't deny that they did open up the box to these type of things. They made litigation, um, they made it okay. They're the ones doing it.
You know, and if I see him go on a GoFundMe tour where he's like, I need money for a lawyer, that will completely destroy any sort of credibility that, there is no credibility in my eyes. But for every other person, I would say that it would destroy the credibility of a lot of people, because they'll be sitting here, be like, wait a minute, you have a $500,000 retainer organization. You're talking about you have like 5 private investigators running around the state, and you can't break open $5,000. You got Dog the Bounty Hunter, who's a multi-millionaire. He can't pull $5,000. I mean, like, seriously,
I get what you're saying. Yeah. Well, I mean, then again, you had idiots running around saying I never obtained a lawyer, that I'm pro se, that I don't have an attorney. Well, go check the docket. You think any of those people will apologize? No, because once people dislike people, they see things how they want to see them. People believe what Seth and the Green Team are telling them, because for one, they have all these people that are pushing the narrative, right? They have their team. Tony said it early in the beginning. He said, if I can get 5 to 6 channels to give me about 30 minutes of their time a week, something like that. I'm not verbatim quoting, but he did make that statement. And they did just that. They have gotten themselves, 5 or so channels that will push whatever rhetoric they ask them to push. It's pretty wild.
And I'm kind of
because
shocked.
of that, people believe it, because you tune to this channel and they only follow the same group of channels, right? Because they have already labeled that we're so hateful, we're so disgusting, we're so vile. Don't even come over there. You'll be attacked if you go over there. It's so disgusting over there, that these people don't even look to see half of what we're saying. They just believe that we've said things we never said because they say we said them. I mean, they've done a really good job of creating these narratives. So unfortunately, there are people that hear it enough that they believe that what they're doing is valid. So maybe Texana proven otherwise will do good. I don't know. I just still think it's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, and we'll see what happens.
No, Wani, I completely disagree, because not everybody who is getting donations is claiming that is going towards helping finding a missing child. And I think that's what Texana said, is you can't collect funds in Texas and Tennessee, right? Let me pull that up.
My understanding is like there's like a law. I think Queen showed it a few times. I think you can pull that up and read it.
Yeah.
When I was listening to it, I was like, oh, that's not good for Seth. I was like, oh, that might not be good. And that's why I said, like, he needs a lawyer. He needs someone that actually will navigate this situation. But if he has to go into his own pocket and pay for a lawyer, when he signed his name over to, at night, to me is kind of fucked up.
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying, for sure.
Because honestly, I thought that was the agreement. I thought that if he signed himself up to this group of people, that they would be protecting him, that they would bring like legal defense.
Well, they said that. They said that. They said that retainer they had was for things like this, for future litigation, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Ryan. She just said the other night or someplace she's never gone into my real life. And I'm like, oh, first off, you filed litigation. Secondly, you're constantly speaking about where you think I live. Thirdly, you bring up my children. Fourthly, you showed my medical papers. You've never gone into my real life? I mean, I could keep going, but we'll stop there.
I'm surprised you never sued her for that, to be honest with you, showing your medical records.
Yeah, well, you know what, B-Tim? I didn't realize that on YouTube we're so litigious, right? So,
well,
never too late.
Yeah.
She only showed them a few months ago, so I still have time.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's, well, why not?
Why not? You opened the door. So here's what Texana is saying. She's saying this code was broken. Tennessee Code Title 37, Juveniles, Chapter 10, Miscellaneous Provisions. Part 2, Tennessee Missing Children Recovery Act. Distribution of materials concerning missing children. Solicitation of contributions. No organization shall solicit contributions for the purpose of distributing materials containing information relating to a missing children, unless it complies with all the following requirements. And she's saying what they did not comply with the requirements. So that's her basis. Does that change anybody's opinion there? What do you think, B-Tim? I mean, I know you think she has merit here.
I think, listen, I think there's a possibility of that. I'm not an attorney, but I mean, when I read that, and when I hear it, I think to myself, there's might be something. Now, it could be that, this is why you have to get a lawyer, because a lawyer might, because like when you're reading stuff when it comes to legal issues, it depends on the interpretation and where, like, and the thinking. I would say like an attorney, she might be not understanding how that's supposed to be used for what section. You know what I mean? So this
Right.
is why I say, like, usually you want to get an attorney to kind of navigate this particular situation and maybe, fix it a little bit.
Right. And well, and Julie just said here, you can distribute the funds the way his is set up to the board members as distributions. But what board of members? What
Yeah, he's
board
not a
does he even
50,
have?
he's not a 501c3.
Right. And
did,
neither was Michaela at the time. Michaela Mutz was
yeah,
not. Oh,
yeah, he's not a 501c3. That's the problem. He sat up there and he said, we are like he presented himself as a charity when he was not a charity.
well, they said it was going to Sebastian's Army, and Sebastian's Army was not a 501c3. So I do understand that. I disagree, Midnight Angel. I've seen B10 be very fair across the board.
Yeah, I mean, like the first two, I said, with the whole verbal assault, I would have to see a video of that. Just because I saw 20 minutes of a video does not mean I'm going to be like, oh, that shows she's been good. You know what I mean? I need to see all the video, and we're not going to see all the video. That's going to be part of the evidence. And I think probably the first two claims are not going to go through, to be honest with you. That's
Yeah. It's a high bar. It's a high bar to meet. Well, in Genevieve, what had happened is the day they served me is the day that they asked the courts for a break so they can add more defendants. So everybody ran around showing that they were adding more defendants. And at that time, it said I was pro se because I wasn't even served. You know what I mean? So like they tried showing something from the same day I was served to say that I didn't have an attorney, which wasn't fair because I wasn't served. So of course you're not going to see an attorney on the docket for me.
Yeah, and the thing is, I feel like they've gotten really quiet about that, actually, because they were talking mad shit they were talking so much mad shit, and then suddenly it got quiet.
Wonder if it got quiet because they realized, no, I'm not pro se. No, you're not going to get the default judgment against me. And yes, I am going through. I wonder if that's what made them get quiet, but I don't know.
Beatum Seth's homestead is a 501. I heard that he had a charity, but the fact is that when he was collecting the funds, it wasn't under that charity.
It was under it was under Sebastian's Army, not under Seth's homestead.
Yeah. Which, you know what I mean? Like that to me is another issue. Maybe that'll be a defense of theirs. I don't know. Not an attorney. I think this is going to get a little more complicated. I don't think you could do this pro se, to be honest with you, when you're defending this type of situation, because you really don't want to open the door for them to get access to your financial records, especially if I was like Seth and Tony and all that stuff, because I feel like there might be skeletons in the closet.
Right.
Just saying.
Well, like Wani says here, but do we really know what Seth Rogers is going through? No. I've had a loved one go missing. Trust me, some people just don't think straight. I'm sorry that you experienced that. I couldn't fathom. His crew may be shady, but in my opinion, his grief is being used. I don't disagree at all. And there is no court date yet.
Yeah, I can agree with that. But the fact is that you can't just remove all blame from the man.
Right. At some point, there has to be some accountability for it, right? I agree, I mean, and like I said, for people to say it's so horrible to throw a father of a missing child into litigation, but his own team threw him in litigation.
Yeah, his own team threw him in litigation when he did the injunction. That was already done by his own team. So, I mean, like, his own team is supposed to blame for it.
Right. So, well, and Julie's saying that's what everyone's missing. There are different types of nonprofits. I'm not disagreeing with that, but in this particular case, they used Sebastian's name to raise funds for Michaela's Mutz, who was not a verified nonprofit. And that's what this lady's going off of. Again, I disagree with it. I can't make that any more clear. I don't agree with this lawsuit. I don't think but it's her business, right? It's not mine. She can do what she wants. I don't agree with their lawsuit. I don't agree with lawsuits, especially when a child's missing. There's better money to be spent, time to be spent, resources to be spent, than to throw everybody into litigation. I think litigation, I don't like it. I don't think it's cool. And I
Yeah,
think,
well, when you
you
open
know,
yourself up to litigation, when you do that, I kind of like just like if you punch someone in the face and someone else punch you know, and you get punched in turn, doesn't you know what I mean? You can't blame the person for retaliating, and they threw themselves into a bunch of litigation and stuff like that, and just like I would have a lot more sympathy for them if they weren't throwing people in multiple litigation. And
yeah,
personally, I mean, like, do I think she will win? I don't know. There's no evidence around that would show any sort of information so far. I think people jumping thinking that she's going to win or he's going to lose. You're premature. I don't know. It could be easily just thrown out and that's it. But judging by Tony's reaction of talking about countersuing and frivolous lawsuits and
hmm
deposing, to me that seems like a panic move. That's not this calm collective move of a person that says, "Oh, this is frivolous bullshit. We'll get this thrown out. I got a team of lawyers here that can deal with this. Fuck this lady," and then move on.
Well, I really liked this one quote of his, if I may. Um, where'd it go? Tony Mathis, sometimes you have to use every means you have available to get her to stop. And if that means hitting her in the pocketbook, then that's what it'll be. I find that to be an interesting statement. I think when you decide that you can just hit people in their pocketbooks because they're doing something you dislike, then people can decide to hit you all in your pocketbooks or wallets to get you to stop doing something they dislike, right? That goes
Yeah.
both ways.
I
So,
mean, they're one of their claims is that they believe people shouldn't be raising GoFundMe's in Sebastian's name. Well, this lady is just basically doing the same thing. She believes that you shouldn't be raising money for other charities in Sebastian's name
hey,
without
touche.
without
Good point.
without it being a 501c3, and that you put the cart before the horse. So live by your own rules.
That's a
Stop being
good
a
point.
hypocrite.
Very much true. That's part of one of their claims is that barbecue had that GoFundMe. Their claim it was in Sebastian's name.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now she's turning around claiming the same thing. Well, wait a minute. You raise funds in Sebastian's name and hand them off to a non 501c3.
Yeah, I mean, and also, like, I disagreed with the shirts, how they were made. I think the shirts were just like, it looked like branding to me. It wasn't like, the black shirt that Seth has is good. But like when I see the others, the white shirt with the cartoon to me is like, that doesn't help, man, because it doesn't look like, you know what I mean? It doesn't really look like him. Like,
Right. It's not him. It's not.
yeah, you know what I mean?
Well, uh, all Granny did was live in the wrong state. I agree with that, JR. And if you look at right here, this code, no organization that solicits contributions for the purpose of distributing materials containing information relating to missing children shall expressly state or imply in any way that is affiliated with or is soliciting contributions on behalf of an organization established to assist in the location of missing children without the express written consent of that organization. Whoever violates, wait, this one, sorry. Missing children or missing child means a minor child who has run away from or who is otherwise missing from the home of or the care of custody of. Nothing in this section shall be construed as exempted any person. I actually, as more I read this, I'm not too sure if she has standing. I don't know. She knows more than me. I'm not an attorney.
Either way, I mean, the court's going to decide if she has standing. And if they throw it out, they throw it out. Me personally, I want to see how they react to it. If they don't get an attorney for Seth, that's going to be a big litmus test for what they're going to do.
And also, it's like they stated that none of us could raise funds for legal representation, right?
Mm-hmm.
If they do raise funds, that would be curious because Tony already stated publicly for thousands and thousands to hear that they have a team of attorneys and that they could get an attorney pro bono.
And look at like his statements were like lies in there. He was like at one point he's like, I'm gonna talk to the team of lawyers about this, and then he's saying, we'll see if we could talk to some people around to be pro bono in this situation. It's like, which is it? If you talk to a team of lawyers, you're telling me that none of those lawyers could have gave you a referral to that state for an attorney that might represent you?
This is interesting. BHB said we'll need funds after the first of the year because she thought she'd have help with it, but she won't.
Yeah. You know what I mean? And you're talking about an organization that just upped it to $150,155. And you're telling me that you can't pay for some of these legal fees?
That's a good point.
You know?
And yeah, it does make you wonder, did they kind of leave Betty hanging on her own, which I have a feeling they would. And yeah, I mean, I'm sorry to say it. I think that all these people really put their eggs in these people's baskets when they were taking the baskets and going a different direction. Like they weren't coming to later share with all of you at a picnic. And I agree, St. Outlaw. They took everything they heard about me from a jaded perspective, wrote it all down, had others co-sign it. Like, for example, Betty saying I'm the reason she was arrested in Tennessee. Well, we have the videos to prove that's BS. I had nothing to do with her being arrested in Tennessee. You don't think that can be debunked? But I
Well,
think they also thought, because they said I couldn't fundraise, that I wouldn't be able to come up with the funds and I would settle because they were offering settlements before I was even
well, this Texana thing would be very interesting to you because apparently they called the police on Texana, and
right.
that's the main reason why they came there. And then they checked if she had any warrants when they checked her. So the person responsible,
Right. They ran
for,
names.
yeah, but that person responsible for it was Betty herself. But Texana would probably be a witness to that it wasn't you, that they were calling the police on her.
Right. Had nothing to do with me because, and not only that, but I've Betty saying it was QB, then it was Clue, and it had nothing to do with me. I was one of the few people that said I don't, I mean, I dislike Betty as much as anybody else, but I don't celebrate people getting arrested and going. I don't agree with all of that. I mean, I don't, and I'm not saying she doesn't deserve the.
I'm going to I celebrate when certain people get arrested and go to jail, like
I get it though. I do.
BHB, Turtle Boy, those types of guys, people. I do celebrate them. Eventually, justice catching up to them, because what they do is like
It's
life
true.
ruination shit, like real life ruination shit, and it's really scummy. And so I will celebrate when those two people go to jail, and I will laugh because
I get it.
they have only themselves to blame for what they did.
They've tormented other people. Now, what do you think of this? So the reward fund, right? You got Dog and all of them right on Sebastian's birthday. Bragging has been raised. And it just so happens to be the day they believe Sebastian disappeared, 225. And then the address of the Bower Sox. The same one that their satellite images directed everybody right to. They had proof from the satellite images that it went right to the Bower Sox home. And now with the reward fund for a missing child, beats him. They're putting gross subliminal messages like that. What do you think of that?
I think it's a troll. I think it's all a troll, a LARP. I think these people are not serious. I mean, like, look at Dog. He was in an interview about that Hannah stuff, and all his new information came from SF's Twitter.
Yeah, that's true. And did he also speak out about the gentleman that the healthcare guy that was shot at?
I don't know. I don't know. I didn't see that part. But I think but he's just a talking head. They put him on because they know he has brand recognition, and they just let him say anything. And they try to make him not say anything that could be racist because they cut him off. They're like, okay, we're not going to talk about the Japanese and Hawaiian, because he tried to bring up the Japanese and the Hawaiian, and he got cut off immediately. It's like, okay, Grandpa, we're not going to talk about that. Let's just not. We don't want to cut this segment off. We just want you to
So no. Yeah. Your has-been name tag brings a little bit of extra views, but we got to be careful here. We can't get canceled.
Yeah, and you look a little bit too red, sir. You're like as red as a fucking like. Did you see how red he is in the hand?
Yeah, which tells me he hasn't necessarily been in Tennessee, right?
Holy, that guy is red, man. Like he is like. I feel like he's like. It looks like third-degree burns on his body. Like I'm serious. Like really, really bad.
That was a little red, yeah.
Red, little.
Does anybody know what video Betty said that in by chance? I'll pull it up so you guys can hear it yourself in the tone it was said in. Of course, it's all a joke. They acted like they were going to play CIA and drug people a truth serum against their will. Their words, not mine. Yeah, it's like at what point do people have to recognize you've been kind of sold a pipe dream? I mean, even it baffled me this part, beats him. When he then, to cover up for the fact that that company Albedo kind of put him on Front Street, he then says, well, no, we plan on utilizing
he lied.
Their services in phase 4, but we're currently only in phase 2. But they're telling you all that they're so close they can taste it. But then they're talking about phase 4. Well, we know Albedo said they won't be, they may not even have anything up in the sky for 3 to 4 months. They're talking about having Trump administration.
They're being launched by I think, what is it? Elon Musk rocket. So add that 6 months to make it maybe a year or two from now. Let me tell you, because just because they say they plan on launching in 4 months doesn't mean they're going to be ready in 4 months. So
Right.
if you ever followed a Tesla
They've had many pushbacks to begin with. But the fact that, they're telling people, oh, no, we're so close. And, we're raising the reward fund because we're so close. And then they're turning around and saying, well, we're only in phase 2 out of 4. Or we're going to use that at phase 4, but we're only in phase 2. It's like smoke and mirrors is exactly what it seems to be. And it's, again, there's an actual missing child here.
Yeah. Listen, Cash, I talked about how pale I was.
Right.
In the Dracula, there's a literal clip of me talking about me being like Dracula. So listen, I can say someone is a little too tan. They need to let off on the tanning. I'm just saying, because that was too red. So if I can say I'm a pale person, literally, and people can joke about it, then just saying.
Ah, check this out. Dog now has increased the charge for a 60-second cameo from $250 to now $500 after Thanksgiving. Ah.
Okay. I mean,
interesting.
So
after he's gotten more publicity out there, right? Hannah, Sebastian, new book, new clothes, all of that.
Maybe you can get him to say a cameo for 500. Be like, hey.
Now, what I said, 99, I didn't say there for sure will be. I said I wouldn't be surprised if there were. That's what I said. I said I wouldn't be surprised. He's actually more of a shade of purple, but whatever. Well, he's desperately trying to climb the ladder to get up to Trump. So maybe he's just trying to match. So when they appear together, I do know they do have legit satellites in this area. For sure that, no, Brittany. No. You can't even say that. They said they had images from Albedo that were clear images that directed them to the Bower Sox. And we know that company does not even have any satellites up in orbit. So you can't even excuse it.
Let me
That's
tell
the
you,
problem.
If you believe anything that Nick says, I got a bridge to sell you. Like, I'm serious. I got a bridge to sell you. I own the Brooklyn Bridge. Yeah, or a wall in China. I own that too.
Which one you want?
I'll sell them to you. We'll get back to you after the stream. Whatever price you want, we'll sell it to you for. Because the guy is in the parking lot. He can't leave the state. He's saying things that make no sense. He's defamed those two individuals in that parking lot, in the restaurant.
Yeah, if anybody can identify that quote unquote green hoodie guy, do you understand what type of risk you're putting him at?
I mean, you got like fucking Justin like slowly trying to say, can we see a little bit better? Can we dox this man and harass him? I need to get his
they're
face.
digging.
Yeah, they're digging because they want to interview with them, and then they're gonna throw his life into turmoil, all because he wanted some freaking mozzarella sticks with a pizza with a hamburger.
Right, and not only that, but like they slowed that interaction down so much that they made it appear longer than it was. To me, those cars are parked so tightly that they both went to walk that little aisle lane at the same time, and a gentleman put his hands up, like apologizing as he squeezed through. That's all it appeared to me.
Wait! You don't think that was the handoff signal? Like, yo, make sure you get those pictures of Sebastian so we can have them ready for when we for later on.
Please.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. Well, that's the same guy that unblurred an image of a deceased teenager, right? So are we shocked?
Yeah. I mean, it's just weird. It's weirdo shit, man. It is weird.
It is weird. And the fact that Seth himself said, I hope people spend time with their own children today. And that's the one thing he asks, is that people just stop on Sebastian's birthday. Just stop. Go appreciate the fact that you have your children, spend time with them, cut the nonsense for one day. But his own team didn't respect that. What does that tell you?
Let me see.
It just bothers me.
WinTube says he was just waving to the satellite. That could be it. Could be it. He could have been waving to the satellite.
Yeah. Or he could have put his hands up like, excuse me, sorry. No. It's a tight squeeze. Let me try to move over a little bit so you can get in your car and I can go by. Sorry. Raise his hands to not hit the mirrors or something. It could have been nothing. If it was something, the FBI had it for 6, 8, 9 months now.
You know what's wild to me is that you have like, it's not like there's no cases to talk about. There's literally a guy who shot a man in the middle of Manhattan.
Yeah.
Had a mask on the entire time while eating in the hostel. He would just lower his mask just to put food in his mouth, and left a bag full of Monopoly money as an FU to the cops while escaping New York. And he's running to Georgia. And none of these fools are like really talking about that. That's what I find hilarious. Like,
no, they're trying to get license plate numbers to investigate innocent people going in and out of the Texas Roadhouse that night.
Well, hopefully he didn't get paid in the Monopoly money. But no, I don't think he's a paid assassin. I think that guy's something's going on with that guy. I don't think he's paid.
Do any of you see how reckless it is to release those videos?
No, it is reckless because these guys have nothing to do with it. And you got a lot of whack jobs on this platform that like to pull, FOIA requests and go to license plates and find where someone lives and then try to go to their house or something like that. You have a lot of whack jobs on this platform that will do things like that. And you're putting these people at risk. And honestly, you're not a police officer.
Right. They don't release stuff like that for that reason. They don't want to create mass hysteria. And now how many extra phone calls do you think they received saying, hey, I know who the green hoodie guy is? That are now tying up the phone lines to report this green hoodie guy who I promise the FBI has identified months back.
Yeah.
Right. Or Wani put them in lawsuits.
Yeah, and we'll see. I mean, like, do I think like he's gonna pay? Do I think Seth Rogers is gonna pay this, like, lose and pay for 17.5? I don't know. I doubt it. If you told me bet like $10,000 on that, I would say no. I'd probably say there's always a chance, but I think like I want to see their reaction. That's what I'm mostly interested in.
Or maybe in the words of Nick, they'll settle outside of court because a lot of people want to settle, right? Hey, Northern Light. Maybe it won't even make a courtroom. Maybe I'll take a settlement.
Yeah.
I just imagine I know who are going off this app who are way worse, right? You never know who is all in your audience.
Yeah. You have a guy who's just going there for a hamburger, and now there's like 10 to 20,000 or more people trying to find out where this guy is and try to mess with him for some reason because he walked past the lady, walked past Katie. It's like, come on. There's people
if they had anything to do with it, beats him. Now they know that people know. Now they know. What if the FBI, what if this really was, let's just entertain it. They are people of interest, right? They believe that either Katie set up Sebastian being kidnapped that night, or they followed Katie from the Texas Roadhouse, as I've heard people say, and they kidnapped Sebastian that night. What if the FBI knew all of that? And they were waiting to, get these guys. What if they were already on their tails? They were tracking them. What if they were really close to going and, swatting the home? And now these guys, these kidnappers, have been watching all these YouTube channels, and boom, they either unalive Sebastian or they run again, or, it could be so many things.
But the truth of the matter is, and this is my opinion, I'll just say, in my opinion, let me just X out that first part. In my opinion, I feel like a lot of that stuff is just to be thrown out there so people can continue to talk about it. I don't think the video from the Roadhouse is relevant at all. I don't think anything is actually productive of slowing down and looking scene by scene. And if the video was so important, why did you put a watermark in the middle of the video blocking the video?
Right, but have you ever heard of any other quote unquote intelligence agency or investigative agencies ever releasing videos with watermarks? Ever? And no, SF did not release the stuff first. He didn't. They released the photo first. Then they led up that they were going to release the footage. So then he released more of the photos that they didn't release to tell the actual story.
Yeah, let me see.
So
the great team realized that Katie's car has 360-degree cameras with audio on her car, and the police have already analyzed the first week of he was missing. That would probably be a no. They probably did not. This is a group of people that they thought that they can depose a lady based upon how much she searched for Sebastian in a civil case.
Well, not only that, but Seth Rogers knows that because he's listened to the audio inside the vehicle of Katie and Sebastian leaving that night. He does know that.
Yeah.
Well, Black Hawk, because I have scratches on my hand right now from my cat. And gosh forbid anything happened today, the amount of scratches and scars and all I have, people would say the same. So he probably thought they were talking about some little stupid scratches. Said, yeah, well, we have puppies. If there's scratches, there could be from the puppies. But we can see that those scratches were edited in. We can see that because you can watch the actual interview and not see a singular scratch.
Well, BHB has a history of that with Quentin Simon case. The mark on the neck that she claimed was like a bruise turned out when she interviewed the babysitter was just pasta sauce or something like that. And that there was multiple witnesses that claimed there was no physical abuse that they were aware of. So that's what happens a lot of times. People edit videos for their own narratives and they run with it.
Dude, we've seen that in the Chris Wass case as well when people were saying, oh, look, there's a shadow. Nicole Kester was there that night. It was ridiculous. And Feisty Nana, right, they said that those gentlemen, the green hoodie guy and his cohorts, pulled behind Katie and were waiting for her. But really, they were waiting for a parking spot. I mean, you can make something out of nothing, especially if you want to see something. People do it all the time. They do it against creators they don't like. They take snippets of what they say and they paint a narrative they want you to see. And if you dislike the person, you'll see that narrative. But if you take your feelings out of things and you look at things logically, you can kind of see a little bit better. There's a reason why they took over an hour footage and put it down into 4 minutes. And really, only 3 separate footage was shown because one, they just played for a little bit longer in extremely slow mode to make a normal look around the room for what I would assume would be a waitress appear nefarious.
Now listen, I mean, we don't know what was in those cheesy sticks.
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
Could have been a
There's
note.
some good ass shit.
Maybe there was a
do have
note
good
in the
food
cheesy sticks. I mean, they could have put a note in the cheesy sticks. She broke it off. She read it.
Dude, they said that. They said that, B-Tim. They literally
Did they
said
really
that.
say that?
Yeah.
That was me making up shit.
They were saying shit like that all night. And then at one point, you can see Katie wipe her fingers with a napkin. And they claim, and at those steakhouses, they give you those, I hate the fabric of like the black ones you lay on your lap. So if you ask for napkins, they're like the thinnest, smallest napkins you can get. They suck. At one point, she's eating and she uses that napkin to wipe her fingers. And because it's such a crappy little napkin, it folds up real small. They claim that's a note to like left behind. So now they're implicating the waitress and all too. Like she left a note to the waitress. The comments I seen were insane.
I was making that shit up. I was just flying as a joke. They actually said that. Oh my god, that's crazy.
A lot of people had brilliant thoughts last night. I mean, I couldn't imagine playing a game of Guess Who with them. Holy shit.
Listen, I am not going to watch a Justin or Britney Spears. I'm sorry, that's just too much torture. Like there's a level of torture that one could go through, and that is just too much. I got to be.
Good morning. I just got something to say here. Those pictures of the alleged scratches on the arms, I believe Betty got those from Spanky, and we all know how Spanky likes to mess with videos and photos.
Yeah, I don't know where they came from, but they certainly are not there in the actual video. You can watch the video. It's not there.
Yeah. And I questioned that back then when Spanky did his live on it and I reviewed part of it. Yeah. That was when he started getting pissed at Betty and he called her Bullhorn Strangler because she repeatedly used his content and he wasn't happy that she was using it. And lying to people was what he said.
Wow. These people are unbelievable. Right, they all disliked each other, and then it came together for the whole, to be on the green team together. It's so gross. It just reminds me of like an enterprise. Like they get special information to go live with, and they all go live, in the same day or around the same time to push the same narrative, and it's so orchestrated. It is an orchestrated attempt to paint a narrative that really isn't there in reality. If you think outside of your feelings, you can see that. But first, they had to create the feelings. They had to get the feelings so deeply involved. It is classic. It's a classic move. And that's what they did. They created an us versus them, which is Seth versus the Proudfoots. And anybody who doesn't, pamper Seth's ass is a Proudfoot supporter. And the Proudfoots are so slimy. And everybody's being paid by the Proudfoots, even the police and la-di-da-di-da. And they did great at getting everybody emotionally wrapped up so nobody no longer thinks logically. I mean, God, I comment in the chat room, even if I say something like, Chris Proudfoot rubbed me wrong when he said this. These people are like, fuck you, Granny. You're so fucking mean to Seth. And I'm like, am I though? Am I that mean that I'm replaying his own words back and pointing out inconsistencies? I think it's a lot more mean to dig into somebody's ex-marriages and accuse them of abuse and child abuse and all these things and implicate people into crimes. But hell, our definitions of mean must really vary.
Listen, that's
Ooh,
just too
Naomi,
mean.
thank you.
That's just too mean to like actually play his own words.
How could I?
Review it. I mean, it's not like
No.
these other people did that. They just, they don't do that at all.
No.
How dare you, Granny? How dare you actually listen to what somebody said
Well,
and
and a lot of
actually play it?
Right, because a lot of times these people just make stuff up, right? Like I heard a woman say that when Katie first mentioned the noise in Sebastian's room, she didn't acknowledge it at all. She didn't call out to him, nothing. The second time she spoke about it, now it was a thud, and she said, go to bed. No, she always mentioned hearing a noise and saying to Sebastian, I don't care what you're doing, but it's time to get to bed. And he responded. These people just switched it. Or like them saying that the police said there's no signs that Sebastian ever left that house. They never stated that. Nobody can produce it. It never happened. So, because they listen to these people that push this type of rhetoric all day, they now believe it as factual. I've caught myself believing things that Seth said that he never said. I go back and look and I can't find. It's not fair to do to any which side of them.
No. And she was asked to describe the sound as best she could in an interview.
Right. Somebody finally asked her to elaborate. Well, what kind of sound did you hear? So she described it. That's not changing it. That's a description.
And they keep saying about all these huge inconsistencies with the Proudfoots. I didn't find a bunch of huge inconsistencies with the Proudfoots. Was there things that was not answered completely because it is an active open case? Absolutely. He made that clear.
Well, and I'll be honest, some of the things he said he couldn't answer, I call bullshit on. He could have answered.
Yeah.
He just didn't want to answer, which is fine. It's his business. But I'm not going to lie that there's not red flags with them. There are, but not nearly as many as there are with. And still, no matter how many red flags I see, I still come to the conclusion I can understand why a child ran away.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Every harshful word ever said against they are going to use every harshful word ever said against you. I'm going to use every harshful word ever said against me against them, because they created a hate mob to come after me when they filed my name with these allegations that don't exist, that there's no proof to back up. I'm going to say it again. Now in Nashville, Katie's car is parked at the exit of the garage. That car is more than likely waiting behind her in line to get out of the garage.
But do you realize like how crazy it is that the power of the manipulation of this Nick guy is going? Like literally, he is making people watch a parking lot video where in a restaurant video where someone's eating food and asking to move out of the way, basically, and acting and trying to analyze it for hours, acting like it actually matters. Do you realize how crazy that, like the crazy level of manipulation that is?
Yeah. Well, and let's face it, they're surrounded by people that easily manipulate. They've chose the right people to push the right narrative, but like all wild cards like that, they soon become a liability. Hence why Betty is now kind of floating solo, and the rest are going to see the same happening to them.
Yeah, they need to open their eyes because they've abandoned helping Betty with all her legal issues. So that should be
some of them can't even keep their eyes halfway open, though. They got to start with that.
What day is it? Oh,
right.
Van Winkle, Brittany over there just wakes up 20 years from now. Whoa, wait, what?
What's going on?
Van Winkle over there.
So, I've never seen somebody.
Now, come on, let's be fair. She wasn't dozing off. It was a family member, and she's going to take the blame.
She dozed off multiple times after that. Now she's
and admit it. Yeah.
She's saying that it's like a straw now. She has like there's just it was that was the noise. I mean, like this lady is falling asleep. I would have been like, man, you need to go to a doctor or something because this is not normal.
Well, it's not
How about
normal
just
either.
take a night off? I mean, it's YouTube. You don't have to stream 8 to 10 hours every day, sometimes twice a day. Take a day off, get some rest.
The fact that they couldn't even take off on Sebastian's birthday, though, like from the hate rhetoric, it baffled me. But when somebody's like literally, it would be like me having this on the screen. Well, this is kind of a little bit. When somebody's literally like this reading something and they're missing blatant words, like they're just missing words. The words don't exist; they're not there. How can you take them as credible? I don't get it. Like an example would be within seconds, Katie Sebastian approach. Oh, I didn't mean to exit. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Within 22 minutes. I mean, she just makes up shit that's on the screen that's not on the screen. It blows my mind. And people are like, yeah, we're going to solve this with you. Can't even solve the faulty wire.
They can't even solve the mystery of the sleeping. They can't even solve the mystery of the sleeping Britney.
Right.
I can. It's called unplug and get some sleep.
Right. I mean, seriously, it's really a shame that that's even happening. No, I don't believe that they were part of hate yesterday. I don't think that what I heard was hate yesterday. What I heard was discussion of a lawsuit. I didn't hear people saying like in different ways that Seth could have kidnapped Sebastian and, overanalyzing his photos of him with Sebastian and doing all that weird stuff. But I think it's important to acknowledge here within 22 seconds, Katie and Sebastian approached their vehicle, entered the car, put on their seatbelts. The man in the green hood enters Texas Roadhouse, and Katie and Sebastian exit their parking spot. This is what At Night has told you is so significant. And then the footage comes out. They draw it out for over a minute. Half of it is loading, which they did on purpose. And they slowed it down so much that a 22-second interaction appears to be longer and nefarious. It's dangerous.
And Betty has stated, because I reviewed it, Betty has stated that gentleman in the green hoodie actually followed Katie out of the parking lot and turned right with her and stayed following behind her. Yeah. And he didn't leave. He went inside.
Unbelievable.
And if people were to find him the way that these people look, they will dismantle that poor man's life and he has no clue.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean, they're endangering this man. Not only that, but if it was an actual significant clue in Sebastian's disappearance, then they're endangering Sebastian, most importantly.
Yeah.
It's actually infuriating.
I mean, luckily that guy was wearing a coat, like a vid mask. I'm calling, or he would have been doxed out immediately by these people. Like they're probably trying to get his license plate. Like, can we get his license plate?
Oh yeah, the yellow mask guy for sure.
Yeah, like oh my god.
For sure. And then thank goodness the other guy doesn't ever really look over this direction. And to me, the yellow guy is a man waiting for his food. And this is the employee only entrance. This employee gets done dropping off food at a car because they have that pull up thing. And then this guy's clearly approaching like, hey, is my food ready? And here he is approaching. This guy answers, let me go in and check. He goes in and check. They made it so much longer.
The only mistake this man has made is that he didn't go to a Chili's. Instead, he went to a Roadhouse. He could have gotten the fried mozzarella sticks.
Could have been in the parking lot.
Yeah,
dude, those mozzarella sticks are pretty good.
He could have been back there by them dumpsters in that car. You just never know.
You just
Somebody
never
may
know.
have instead of knee pads on their wish list or something,
Brittany, I never got an email from you. I know you said to check, and I've been checking. There's no email. So Nick Barris did an update. A birthday is still missing. Sebastian Rogers' 16th birthday was this weekend, and he's still missed nearly 10 months after he disappeared from his Henderson, he spelled that wrong, Tennessee home. The Amber Alert remains in effect, and a reward now topping, disappointing, $200,000. Several of you have asked me for an update. It's important to keep his face and name out so the public does not forget this case. Many have asked about reports of new alleged leads reported by some private individuals who have joined the search. I remain cautious with anything posted to social media and will only report the facts here according to professionals handling the ongoing investigation. According to the professionals handling the ongoing investigation. Did anybody else notice that Nick did say that they're not working with local LE or FBI? Make sure you misspelled it because I misspelled it. Did you guys see that, B. Tim, Kathy?
Seen that. I've
Yeah.
seen that.
Nick's update, he makes it very known that he's not working with law enforcement.
Shocker, because he can't work with law enforcement because that's against his parole, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what they put in a lawsuit. I am in contact with Sumner County Sheriff's investigators and EMA personnel, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, and District Attorney Ray Whitley. The case remains active. Some tips continue to be called into the hotline. This is not a cold case. All that being said, there are no new developments, no confirmed sightings or hard leads, and those close to this case tell me if any private individuals had any leads of substance, they would know about it. Let that sink in.
You know what you're missing, Granny? You got to say, hold on, y'all. We're getting into this.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. We're going to get into this. Hold on, y'all. Can one of my mods, can you send me that?
Now follow up with a snore. You gotta read through half of it and just start going to bed for like a minute and a half, and then just forget about what you were talking about for the first part. Like,
hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. But no, seriously, this is important. And those close to this case tell me if any private individuals had any leads of substance, they would know about it. There are none. There are none. I mean, that's so important that people listen to this. Whatever. Again, it is like Sebastian vanished into thin air, but there has to be an explanation. The question is what? I got my opinion. Very sad, but no one has given up, and it's good to see so many remain interested in this case. The goal remains to find Sebastian or learn what happened to him. We all hope and pray that happens. I promise to let you know if and when there's a significant development. Call tips to 1-800-TBI-FIND, share. And then here are all these photos that Katie Proudfoot had of her son. And look, there's even a little doggy right there. This looks like a happy boy going off to school.
Yeah. And these people that were making videos over that, they're sitting down having dinner and crying and saying, and they're actually crying. Oh my God, it breaks my heart. Look at him. You can tell. You can tell what he's having a meal.
What I could tell from that footage is that Katie likely did more with Sebastian that weekend as some of these creators have in the 8-9 months that they've been talking about Sebastian. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, did the nerve to talk about her spending too much time on her phone while out to eat as they spend all their time on their phone judging the mother who took her son out to eat is irony within itself.
Yeah, that is kind of interesting to say.
It is.
And she was very much, he was very much involved in what she was doing on her phone because she even showed him stuff on her phone. And they were talking.
Right. I'm still unclear why SF has a person in a green jacket circled, yet the video footage released shows a person in a green hoodie with white lettering. What do you mean?
Well,
this is the gentleman. This is the one that they hyper focused on. Right?
Well, it's called, just like the satellite thing. Because one moment they were focusing on the hoodie guy, the yellow hoodie guy, and now they're gonna have to focus on the other guy now. So they're kind of focusing on these two people, like they're switching off. Either way, either one of these guys should not be doxxed and messed with by wackadoos off the internet because they decided to eat at Roadhouse.
Right.
Yeah.
But I don't know what they're talking about. Like there's two different people. It's the same person they're making this claim against. It's the same exact person. And I hate to even have to click their video again. For somebody as big as Dog, he doesn't get much interaction on his stuff. That's very telling. It's very telling that he raised his cameo cost as well after being on all these news.
That guy is such a fucking disappointment, that dog person. Like, he is ruining my childhood a little bit. He is ruining it. That's like, Jesus Christ. If I had like a time machine and I could talk to myself, be like, just don't watch that show. Just don't watch it.
Well, it makes you wonder how much else is fabricated with that show and everything, right?
You know, I used to sing "Dog, the Bounty Hunter," to myself, and now this. It's like, Jesus Christ.
I was bored. I was up in the middle of the night and I was looking for something to watch on demand. And guess who came up? All Dogs Old Shows.
Oh, golly. Oh, golly.
I didn't
But yeah,
watch
this is the same person, but I'm with Blackhawk here. It's called Two People Crossing Paths Between Cars, and the person in a hoodie was nice enough to let Katie get in her car. I see nothing suspicious.
Yeah, nothing. There's no handoff. There's nothing.
Who said money's always been an issue, Robin? Or you mean for you, I'm sorry. But for them, I don't know how you're saying money's been an issue. Everybody thinks they're paying off the whole nation. Katie did more Sebastian that weekend than I've done with my kids in a year. Mine are grown, but money's always been an issue. Then they eat out 2 times that day. I see what you're saying. No. They had popcorn at whatchamacallit? He had a popcorn.
Sam's.
Yeah.
Sam's. Yeah.
And then they had an actual dinner. I don't know. I mean, listen, I took my son to go see that movie Red One, that Christmas movie, great movie. And then we went out to eat afterwards. I don't see it as a big day.
Yeah, I mean, my husband works all week. We do a lot on the weekends. We go grocery shopping, run errands,
right?
Do events, do things with the kids. It's standard weekend for us.
Right.
Red One. You went to Red One. Oh my.
It was good, beats him.
Oh my God.
It was really good.
The kids want to see it.
It was really, really good. And if you go before, I think it's like 2 p.m. or 1 p.m. is discounted. Yeah, it was a really good movie.
I'm going to take the kids to see it.
I really enjoyed it. But I don't know what you guys are saying that this is different. This isn't different than what SF showed. It's the same interaction.
You know what my mom took me when I went with my mom? It was Spawn, the movie Spawn.
Spawn?
Yeah, Spawn.
Showing your age.
You sure are. But I remember that movie.
Okay. Just saying. Like the Red One. Oh my God.
This to me looks like somebody's putting their hands up to be like, excuse me. That's what it appears to me. But first of all, beats him. Okay. Red One was actually really good.
I believe SF. I believe that this was thoroughly looked into, and it's a nothing burger. And they knew that putting it out. Go look at Nick's Twitter page.
Why would you?
He is a trending stalker. That's it.
Right. And why would you put this out on his birthday? Why on his birthday? They couldn't wait. They couldn't do it the day before, the day after. They had to do it on the birthday.
To keep the hate going towards Chris and Katie. To keep the hate and suspicion going towards Katie.
It's just really sad because, you can see things if you want to see things. Right now, all I'm seeing is somebody's watermark over this significant video, but, okay. It baffles me.
At night.
Right. Like, it's such an important video, but we're going to mark it all up with our watermark. Do you really think it's that important?
And I'm going to put the suggestion out way before I put the video out, so you already have it in your minds that you're going to see something.
Right. Is the power of suggestion. What are you seeing differently, Sparks? It's the same damn dude. It's right here. I don't understand what you're seeing differently, to be honest.
When they showed zoomed in on it, I think what they're referring to is whenever they showed the zoomed in pictures of the hoodie, you could actually detail the lettering and stuff on the hoodie. We don't even know if that's the same person.
No, it is. Okay. It's definitely the same person. You can see it right here.
Saying, they could have gotten those pictures and to use to show what the hoodie would have been. I don't put anything past that.
Realistically, let's be real. Okay, let's say we just stare at the green hoodie guy. Who cares? The guy was going to a restaurant. There was no strange activity. These people are like, I can't believe that like these people are reviewing this seriously. Like I truly fear for the future of this world.
Well,
like this is like idiocracy. We are in idiocracy. Like,
and it's almost like it's almost like B10 that these people never leave their homes, so they've never had that situation take place where you're trying to get to your car and somebody's walking up the same aisle of where you're parked and you kind of got to squeeze past each other. They've never had it.
Yeah, like they've never walked in the city. Like
Right. Top right, the corner is a person
Well-
with white lettering.
welcome
Do you
to New
think
York.
Sparks? What do you think here? Like, just say what you're saying, please, because I have to I have to try to see things how you're seeing it. It's the same person. You think
Yeah.
Katie had to? Do you think she reenacted going to her car and having a run in? I don't understand what you're saying. To be fair,
Yes. Let's go to the Roadhouse to have a handoff signal with the kidnapper. That's going to have cameras in there and not like a back alley or anything like that, or side of the road or something, or heavens forbid something else.
right? And I mean, these cameras are so clear. She didn't park in the parking lot over there. She didn't park in the back. She's right there, right there. Like, not even another car on the other side of her. If they were going to do some weird, nefarious thing, they would have parked in the second lot, not the closest to the
To
establishment.
the door. Yeah, you're going to park right in front of the entrance and the pickup window and all that. You're going to draw all that attention to you and all the lighting. Yeah.
Right.
And
And
what
not
is
even
the
empty
and what
lot space next to you, too.
Yeah, and what is the motive? Like, did anyone actually talk about the motive? Because Betty was talking about, the child's murdered. Now we're hearing kidnapped. But it's like, what is the motive for this woman to do that? If she didn't want Sebastian, she could have just said, "Here you go, Seth, and here's some child support. Enjoy."
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If she didn't want Seth to go she didn't want Sebastian to go with Seth, she could have easily said, "Okay, we're not going to let him go over there. Fuck it."
Right. We'll just go ahead and put them into one of these schools.
So what is the motive?
What do these people think the motive would be?
Yeah, I mean, realistically, if we're going to go with the kidnapper, someone else's kidnapping scenario, you'd probably have a better chance with Mr. Seth Rogers because the motive is kind of apparent with a lot of things. If you really want to go into the world of conspiracies and wackadoo theories, I mean, the guy opens up a GoFundMe 3 days later in his sister's name. Cops come up to him and ask him the what if game. What if you paid someone to to kidnap your son? He's made a YouTube channel. He's basically reactivated a 501c3 that he had when Sebastian was born, I believe. He's raised tons of money on multiple platforms and merch, and he had a disagreement about where to place his son at the time when they were kind of in like some sort of like the facilities. They were having a disagreement about that, and he didn't like the medication. So if we're going to be in the land of wackadoo theories that we believe the parents are actually paying to kidnap someone, you got to look at what makes more sense.
Right. And not only that, but even some of the phrasement, like, I know where he is, but I don't have the resources. Or his latest speech to Sebastian where he says, like, "I'm coming to you, son. I'm coming to get you." Like, it's almost like, I know where you're at type of thing, but I can see how being upset, it can appear you're saying things like that when you're not. I just wish they would offer the same grace to the Proudfoots. And not only that, but for people to say, well, they did it because Chris was going to lose custody of his daughter. Don't you think having a child disappear might cause more reason or hesitation to hand over a child than anything else?
Exactly. In a nasty custody battle like it was, something like this happening would be the worst thing that could happen.
Right.
Yeah. Like realistically, let's say Chris wanted to get rid of Sebastian. Could have just simply been like, "Okay, we'll just give you Sebastian. Here you go, Seth. I'm gonna pay you
Well,
some
and I
money."
do believe Chris was trying to do that. I do believe that's why Chris said he was trying to convince Katie to let Sebastian go live with Seth. I believe there are parts of truth into these conspiracies. I just don't believe they take it in the right direction.
I just, you know what I mean? At the end of the
It's
day,
evident that there has been issues for quite a while, behavioral issues, both at home and in school. That team has chosen to ignore all that and sweep it under the rug because it doesn't fit the narrative they're pushing on Chris and Katie. And it doesn't fit the image they're trying to portray for Seth, in my opinion.
I agree.
I mean, and I'm just saying, like, that's what I mean. Like, people, if we're going to go with that ridiculous, well, we're going with the theory that someone's being paid and there's an organization, then I mean that basically throws Mr. Seth Rogers' alibi out the window if you want to think about it, because it doesn't matter if he was at work at the time.
Right. It
Doesn't
wouldn't matter.
It wouldn't matter.
Even
So that's
even their friend Chris Madonna, who said as much.
even Dog said as much when he
That's
originally
true.
came there. So
You're
it's
talking about this person, Sparks. That's not the person they highlight, though. That's not the person they show in their video. They show this guy. So why are you now saying this guy? We don't even know if that's green. It could be dark gray. I don't know. I mean, why don't we look at everybody who fucking took a shit that day, too?
Please don't.
It's ridiculous. It's like we're going to keep implicating people into a child's disappearance? Come on.
Well, they implicate people because it's the constant content churn. You know what I mean? We need to get that. We got to get that churning of this content. It's getting a little bit dry. Our useful idiots are kind of running out of things to talk about. So we need to give them something. So our useful idiots will stay useful and idiots.
That's very true, but I can't help but remember what they say over here. And those close to the case tell me if any private individuals had any leads of substance, they would know about it. There are none. You can't help but, we're not going to negate that. Saying it is the other hoodie guy. Oh, please. Oh, please. Oh, my gosh.
Too many hoodies. Like,
fucking February. the local colors as well. Let's not forget that.
Don't wear a hoodie anywhere because you're going to you're going to get put all over social media and be accused.
And look at this. Look at this perfect example. First of all, green is the locals, their colors, right? So it'd be like on a Sunday, it'd be like today saying all these, people in green hoodies. Well, we're the Philadelphia Eagles. We wear green hoodies. But Natural Mystic just said, because Justin is saying it's the other hoodie guy. And then you come down here because BJ and her chat were saying guy in red square wasn't green hoodie guy. So there you go again with them pushing the same rhetoric so that people, unfortunately, like you, Sparks, come in and push it further. If that's the real guy, then go ask Nick at Night why they highlighted the guy in the red square.
They're not
why are
really
they misguiding you all?
Well, it could be that they're stupid.
Oh, they're. Was it the mouse going rampantly and constant knocking each other off? Yeah.
I mean, it could be that they're just really stupid. Like Justin doesn't know what he's reading, and so does Brittany, and they just kind of confusing things, and their audience are just like stupid as well, or the blind leading the blind type of situation, and they come in here and they're like, oh look, I got the scoop, guys. It's just like
we got to make a conspiracy out of a conspiracy, or there's nothing left to gossip on, right? Green guy, we've now seen what he did, so now we got to say, oh no, well, it's a different green guy. And Brittany, you're wrong because Nick and them put out the guy's image first.
Yes.
I don't know why people
they did.
They did, right? I don't know why people keep saying otherwise. I mean, they even had 4 different hoodies they believed it could be with different type of write-in.
Well, you know what they did now.
And I think that's what's confusing some people, and maybe that's what Sparks was referring to, because they were showing different hoodies, and they were, they zoomed in so you could see the lettering and everything else, but it wasn't on. You know what I mean? So that could confuse some people.
Yeah.
And that's what they want to do.
You know who else had a hoodie on?
Oh gosh, who?
The guy in New York, that shot that.
Oh yeah.
Maybe he's involved.
Maybe he's connected.
He's running to Georgia right now, so he might be connected. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he may have a friend who has a friend who has a friend who has a friend that just may know. And they're going to say that he's part of the enterprise.
That's the possibility.
Mm-hmm.
It's green like the Oregon Ducks color. Yeah, well, it depends what camera footage you look at too, right? What's stupid is a person that doesn't question things. No, what's stupid is to question things that the police questioned 9 months ago. Go around instead of backing up and letting Katie get in her car. Right. But how many people do? How many people have never, you never had that interaction where they're like, oh, excuse me. You kind of, slide past each other?
Yeah. Many times.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how people think, like, what is the question? What is the question you're asking? That's the thing I'm saying. Like, depends on the question. Yes, questioning things are good, but it depends on what you're asking. You know what I mean? If I ask, why is wood hard? Is
Right.
that,
And then argue with you on why the wood is hard, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
I
let's go
mean-
further.
and then have like a 10-hour live on discussion of the wood. Like, is that a useful time of my 10 hours of discussing of the wood? I mean, I'm just saying, like, there's certain things are good to use your time for. And I feel like a lot of these channels just basically pull this shit up to just fill in time because they lack of content. And they
It
want to
is
keep
a
us-
definite lack of content, in my opinion. I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, I mean,
when
let's be
you
real.
have to take a footage of a young boy, a child walking to his car with his mother, and you have to slow down the speed so much so you can make a 22-second interaction appear to be over a minute long. Yeah, that is dragging it out for content.
That's totally, content.
I mean, seriously.
Yeah, and then you got some guys jumping up there. I think, like, I was watching Every Day with Jay, and they got this guy coming up there saying, "I can't wait till the CPS reports come out."
Giddy as a motherfucker. That's
I
the
was
same
like,
guy. Yeah, same guy that threatened violence against me.
I'm like, bro, that is so fucking creepy for you to say. What are you doing?
Right.
Like,
If those reports even exist, they have no business being released to anyone.
Well, especially if they're not going to release them with the correct context. If they're just going to tell you what they want you to hear and what they want you to know, yeah, that's a problem. That's been the biggest problem this whole time, is that neither side are being completely honest.
No.
And instead, they choose certain people to tell certain things to. And then this side knows certain things, and this side knows certain things that this side's not telling, and that side's not telling. And instead of having one complete picture, we have pieces and parts that are given, and each side keeping out whatever part makes them look bad. That's what's been going on. Now you have a bunch of creators who are actually all have valid points arguing with each other because that side wasn't honest about that information with them. That is my opinion on this entire thing. They've used creators to throw mud at each other and muddy this case up more.
And they knew which ones would do it.
And they knew exactly which ones would do it.
They also knew that they wouldn't be able to that Betty has no boundaries. There's no low too low.
Well, either is the person who puts their own hardship above the fact that we can't ignore there's been 5 CPS reports. But before even writing out that sentence, they had to write out how hard they've had it, how difficult it's all been on them. I mean, I couldn't even fathom writing my own victimhood above revealing the fact that there's been 5 CPS reports that a child suffered through. I just, but I guess that's the difference. It is weird, isn't it?
It's like, what are you going to do if you get those reports? Like, let's say I magically materialize those reports to Brittany J.
Right, when Michaela comes out with them.
Yeah. And she's going to read them. Like, what are you going to do? Like, you're just going to read. You're just going to fucking go into a child's privacy.
They've had no problem doing that.
And basically, it does nothing. It's not like the cops are going to be like, it's out on YouTube now. We can start the arrest process. It's like, it does nothing. It's an entertainment purposes. It is just basically the same type of behavior where you see a car accident in the side of the road and you rubberneck. You look to the side. Wow, is anyone dead in those cars? Oh, okay, they're not dead. Okay, let me keep on going on my day. Like, it's the same shit. It's morbid curiosity. It's like, it's not useful. It's not going to help you with information with this case. It's nothing.
Well, like you said, it's not going to lead the police to suddenly make an arrest. I mean, how many times has Betty personally tried to pressure the police into making an arrest? I'd rather the police take as much time as they need to ensure that when they do make an arrest, they have everything ready to make sure that person is prosecuted than feel like I want them to go on my time frame.
Well, in a way, she did succeed in pressuring them to do an arrest.
Just her.
Yeah, her.
Right.
Herself. Her own arrest, so she succeeded. It's just like the genie, like, be careful what you wish for. I don't want an arrest now. Okay, ma'am, come with us. It's like you.
Well, and one thing these people need to remember is Tony did say something very interesting the other day. He said, given Seth's situation, it wouldn't be hard to find a attorney to take his case on pro bono. Given the fact that Seth is a grieving father, la-di-da-di-da, do these people not realize the same thing can be said for the Proudfoots, especially because it's premature? You can't prematurely file right now because you can't prove that what these people are saying is slander or any of the things like a chat claiming somebody sitting in Katie's car when nobody's sitting there and implicating her in a crime. You can't seek out legal action right now because there's no proof to prove that they're lying, right? But as soon as if there is proof to prove they're lying, these people are all looking at being held liable for what they and their panel guest and their chat says. And it will be a lot more than just fallacies written down or hurt feelings. They're not opinion based. And these people that truly believe saying, in my opinion, or allegedly, or for entertainment, only, that only takes you so far. Like I can say I believe somebody is corrupt. And that is an opinion statement. Let me break it down for you all because I feel like I have more legal knowledge than I ever wanted to. So if I said, I believe Cynthia is corrupt, that is called an opinion statement. You cannot sue me for that. If I turn around and say, I believe Cynthia is corrupt because I saw her steal 2 Christmas trees from the Grinch, which led to the kids having no Christmas that year. Well, now I followed up with an untruthful statement that makes other people go around and say, did you hear that Cynthia stole 2 Christmas trees from the Grinch? So instead of me just saying, I believe she's corrupt and leaving it there, I now implicated her. That now is defamatory statement. So when you say, in my opinion, Chris Proudfoot is an abuser because he knocked teeth out of her mouth, you now added on to a defamatory statement. It's no longer opinion-based statement. It is defamatory. And it'd be really well if you idiots learn the difference. Or we can all sit back and wait until all of your lawsuits come and we can all clap and cheer and call you guys all these hateful names in the hate channels. Yeah. It's the freaking difference there. Or in the words of Betty, opine is her opine. Half these posters think Sebastian was capable of feeding himself. I know. This is so funny. It's like that video, they had to admit Sebastian was not overstimulated. Sebastian was not so, incapable. They just hear what they want to hear, They hear what they want to hear.
They'll continue with this narrative no matter what comes out. What are they going to do now? Now that Seth is now again
with the police
back to supporting law enforcement and saying they are doing something, now what?
Right. Now, do they have to go live and take back the statements that Ellie's being paid off? Or I guarantee you what they'll say. They'll say that they strong-armed Seth into saying that. Poor Seth, the police scared him into saying that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what do you think?
Or they'll say, well, see, our pressure campaigns work. Law enforcement stepped it up. We did it. It'll be one or the other.
I wonder if this is true. Did you know that SF claimed that Ellie would be having a press conference?
No.
Let me see if you actually posted that or that's just a rumor that someone just started.
Here. Of course, TBI has it. Ellie will be having a press conference. We will find out about at night. I wonder if that's true. That would be interesting, wouldn't it?
Yeah, if that's really going to happen, that's probably going to be one of the most watched press conferences in YouTube history.
No.
He said no.
No, I'm sorry. I can't even pretend that would be reality. No, I think there's for instance, that whole, there's bigger events that happen, believe me.
I don't know. Not with some of these people. This whole thing is like their life.
It's always like that. It's the same with Summer Wells. There's people that still talk, it's the same. It's certain cases that just people just attach themselves to and they just keep on going.
Well, it cracked me up too. People being like, oh my God, is Katie wearing an Apple Watch? What do you think? She hid that one from the police? You think the police missed the Apple Watch in the footage?
Yeah.
Well, they said that she's gained weight. She now wears glasses. She changed her hair. And Katie looks the same. I mean,
yeah. I just think it's just it's very much to the fact that they're just churning in content.
Mm-hmm. And to sit and watch some of them like Spanky, oh my gosh, you could put him on the highest speed and it doesn't matter. and he just never gets to the point. And then when he finally does at the end, it's a big nothing.
Did you see like SF posted like a video of like what would be like while searching Sebastian Rogers the last 4 days, we discovered 7 of these unnatural vertical cave shafts. These would be virtually impossible to see at night walking in the woods and easy to accidentally walk into during the day. We continue to clear them as we find them. The search of Sebastian, it shows them. It's like little caves, actually. It's crazy.
That's rough terrain. It gets rough out there, that terrain.
It does. And it's like, you know, I mean, at the end of the day, like these people, I don't know if they actually believe any of the shit they say, or it's just like a LARP or something. Some of them, it's just weird. It's just so weird.
Sorry, I'm looking at something. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
But at some point, common sense has got to step in, you know?
Common
You
sense is
would
not
hope.
that common.
Yeah, that's true.
It is not that common. Let's just say that much. We've listened to these people and their live streams. They're talking about handoff, fucking notes with written words in it. You know, like this is just weird. They slowed down a 22-second video to a minute.
Here's a question for you. If we're going to overanalyze everything, right? Does anybody else find this to be a bit bizarre? I mean, remember, we're in the mind state of overanalyzing everybody.
Who the hell is that?
Well, this is Uncle Taco.
What the hell happened to Uncle Taco?
That's Uncle Taco? What?
He aged like 1,000 years.
Let's hear what he's doing on this fine video posted into the Fine Sebastian Rogers group.
Good morning, everybody. As I sit here on the sunrise here today, watching a magnificent halo on Sebastian's birthday.
In the middle of nowhere? That's odd.
Oh my God.
Out here in the beautiful countries of Oklahoma.
What kind of car is that?
I want to wish Sebastian a happy birthday. I want to wish his father all the strength I could possibly give him.
Never went to visit him or search for Sebastian, no, did you?
I was going to be in Hendersonville this morning.
You were going to be. What happened? Shocker, you didn't go.
I'm still here in Tulsa.
Why?
Happy birthday, Sebastian Rogers.
Why didn't you go? Why didn't he go? Anybody? I mean, we could say that's weird, can't we?
Yeah. Why is he in the middle of nowhere? Why?
Right. Why did he say that he would go to would be in Hendersonville, but he's not? What's stopping him from ever going?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wish.
Weird.
Part of me wishes that they would do a press conference to clear the misinformation of that night and basically say, hey, you know, these guys are fucking idiots. Can you please stop listening to them? That'd be great.
That would be great, wouldn't it? So thank you, B-Tim, for pointing this out. I know that Stephen Crabtree made a post saying that they found some things of interest that you know, I'll pull it up, but SF did post this. While searching for Sebastian Rogers last 4 days, we have discovered several of these natural vertical cave shafts. These would be virtually impossible to see at night, walking in the woods, and easy to accidentally walk into during the day. We continue to clear them as we find them. The search for Sebastian, along with the investigation, continues today. And people will still claim they're not searching. That is scary.
Yeah. They are the only ones that I'm aware of that is actually down there doing physical searches.
I agree. Yeah. I mean, that is deep down there. You have to send like a camera down there or a drone. You could easily fall in there.
Oh, absolutely.
You walk in, you can hit this thing so easily, not even see it.
And they're saying there's several of these throughout.
Yeah.
I mean, that's scary. If you come walking this way, you just drop right into that thing.
Yeah, especially at night. You know how dark it gets out there. You won't see that at all.
No.
You're donezo once you go in there.
Donezo. I know somebody else that uses that word. Oh. I mean, look at that. I've never seen any of them search.
Well, they searched for like super chats.
I think I got a super chat. I'd be scared to even stand too close to that. Right. It reminds me of the grandmother in Pennsylvania that was looking for her cat, and because she walked on a certain area, the ground fell out beneath her. That's scary.
Now, how far are they away from the house? Are they a good distance?
That's a good question. I'll ask him. I hear a kitten.
No, I'm sorry, those the neighbors.
Oh, don't
noise.
apologize. It sounded
Dogs
cute, but
that
it wasn't a cat. Sorry.
No, it's the kids playing with the dogs. They're letting the dogs next door out.
What would you call these things? Like a natural hole? What is this? The natural
I don't
nooks,
know.
natural hole, natural nooks.
That looks like a fucking entrance to a cave, to be honest.
Yeah, it does.
It would actually be pretty cool to like kind of go in there. I mean, it'd be dangerous, but it'd be kind of cool too.
You go first. I'll stay outside.
Yeah, you never know what critters are in there. No, thank you.
Sinkhole, they're saying sinkhole.
Sinkhole.
That could work. I mean, it looks like a cave to me. It looks like it goes pretty deep, actually. It looks like it might be might lead into something.
Yeah. Dude, people tear this guy apart. Steven. He's like one of the few people that are actually out there looking, and people tear him apart. But this is what he wrote. The progress made over the last 48 hours over in Sebastian Rogers' case is truly amazing. That's what you get when you're boots on the ground, and SF is relentless in his efforts. When he comes to the public, once everything is dialed in, I have a feeling you will be seeing this from a different way. Truly glad to learn under someone such as him. I've absolutely learned there is a right way to search, and much more. Thank you, Steve, for your dedication and teaching me how to help those that are missing. And then, of course, he gets torn apart. Well, you associate with Chloe, and she talks about sex and, again, foul mouth, foul bitch like Illuminati and blah blah blah. It's thank you for looking, Steven, but we're just gonna tie you in by association.
Well, he does say troll bot, so that's probably a dead giveaway of that one. You know what I mean. You just got to take your
thank you, capital K,
and you just got to really just kind of deal with it, because you're going into a space where there's a lot of people that are just wackadoos, and you're going to get comments like that. And my advice is always ignore them.
Yeah,
and keep it moving.
It's so hard to do, but he could also create his own pity stream out of that, like others do. Just go seek out bad comments and then claim it's affecting your mental health so badly.
It doesn't work too well for men, actually. It works better for women, to be honest with you.
Are you okay, Azima? I appreciate you being a member, but are you okay? You're like, I keep seeing that you're kind of cursing me out in the chat, and although I'd like to take B Tim's advice to keep it moving, what's the matter?
Okay,
so those sinkholes.
I would say a sinkhole would be proper, but it looks kind of like a fucking cave to me. But
let me make sure I can say publicly. I should have asked that first.
But yeah, I mean, like that's it. You're always gonna get.
They were caves. They were small caves, and that they were checking them out as they found them.
Right. I mean, at least they're searching, right?
Yeah.
So apparently, these are actually right across from his school.
Yeah.
Oh.
So imagine if you're walking at night and then suddenly it's dark. Obviously, you're in the woods.
Even during the day. Even during the day, beats him, you wouldn't necessarily see that.
A lot of people don't know how dark it gets in the woods because they live in cities and stuff like that. It is pitch black. Like,
well, remember Bobby said that. Bobby said the night, I guess it would have been the night Sebastian disappeared, but the next night when everybody was kind of looking, the police and everything, they asked them to stand by. She stated it was so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face.
Yeah, and this is, some people are saying it's because it could be a cave. So imagine if, like, one of those things exists, boom, he goes down there, and you never, that's why no one's found him as of yet. You know what I mean?
Unfortunately, that's a sad possibility. And by the way they're writing this, they're stating there's like several of these throughout.
Yeah.
And if searchers are out searching, or they, I remember from the dispatch call, they searched a cave. Remember one of the ladies, the residents said that on the news, Baldy, they said something about there's so many like little caves and water things or something. Anybody else remember?
Mm-hmm.
Especially with full foliage. Yeah. I mean, I hope
but
that's
I do remember hearing about stuff like that and about how rough the terrain is, and that you won't even see some of these little areas like this even during the day because of all the foliage and the coverage, you could walk up on that and not even see something like that.
Right. I don't think there would necessarily be buzzards. Um, but I don't know. I mean, if an animal were to, gosh forbid, come across, I don't know. I don't know.
Best not to speculate on that type of stuff. You know what I mean? Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a dark territory there. But yeah, that that's a place. But interestingly enough, you never saw any of the Betty or any of them actually show videos like this.
Right. They'll never, because they don't want there to be any other possibility except for Katie and Chris did something to harm him.
Well, they go with the one where you can point at someone and say, hate these people and give us super chat so we can continue to go after these people.
Right.
That's pretty much it. I mean, they're like, hate these people, give us money, we'll continue to shit on these people and harass them. And it's honestly like, that's why I say like the trauma community is not so different from the drama community, because it's kind of like
different.
It's the same fucking thing. It's like, okay, like hate bonding, sending super chats, that bash for cash. The only difference is you're bashing the someone that hasn't even been arrested yet. It's like, let's bash Chris and Katie. Here's $50. Shit on them.
Well, and that's exactly what they do. And the difference is because these people are involved in like a public case or whatever, they then don't have the same, there's no rules. There's no like, let's not dox, let's not dig into them, let's leave their kids alone, let's leave family alone. Those rules are out the window, which makes people who are drama at heart perfect for that position. Hence, because that's what you got. You open the door to allow these filthy people to do it in a way that they can call it investigative work. They can't investigate the fucking faulty wire of their mic, but they can investigate that.
Yeah.
And Asma says this whole convo pisses me off.
Too busy falling asleep into it.
Right. I just don't see the point of some of it. Well, to be honest, the unfortunate part is we have to say some of these points because others have conspirized something so simple.
Yeah, apparently their conspiracy is now that apparently Katie gave a signal to the Green Hoodie Band and then got a note at the dinner, and she was taking pictures of Sebastian, I guess to sell it, put it on the something. And I guess someone came and kidnapped while she was just like, okay, come to my house and kidnap my son. And, and that was that. And that's their convoluted theory.
So here's an actual map by actual searchers, people that are actually searching. So what they're doing is as they find places of interest, they're marking them, which is what the professionals did in the beginning and which is what professionals do. So you're not running in circles, whatever. Have a great day, Regina. I'll see you later. So right here is their point of interest. As you can see. Let me get this off of here. I have too many tabs open. I'm getting confused. Right here is where they're stating these, these cave type of things are popping up. And remember, on a map, everything appears farther. So Beach High School is right here. I mean, they're really not that far. Look at all the woods. That alone is so scary. Look at this. This doesn't even give you an idea. Listen, if I didn't witness firsthand the search for Danilo Cavalcante, you would never understand. So where we're at, to have this guy who's like 5'2" running around for a week, everybody was kind of like, how can't they capture him? They have, all the Navy services, the military, every police, they have helicopters with the heat radar and everything. How aren't they finding this guy? Well, you wouldn't believe that you could literally step a foot into the brush and not see the person that was just standing with you. That's how deep it is and scary. And so it was crazy.
A lot of people who have never camped in the woods don't understand how dark it gets out there, how dangerous it can be out there. They really have no clue.
Yeah, how many places there are to hide. I mean, Danilo Cavalcante was hiding. Police stepped over him. Military people were stepping over him.
Yeah, I mean, it is a different world when you go back out there. I mean, especially if you watch 411, whatever. And there's a lot of people that get lost in those woods very easily. And, You know, it's not a strange situation that people just walked over Sebastian, or walked over a place that would have led to his location and just missed it because of,
like they did with Danilo Cavalcante. They
yeah.
were stepping right over him because he was hiding. I'm not saying Sebastian's in the woods hiding or, anything like that, but it's just reminding people there is that possibility of being right next to, or even, God rest
I
his
was
soul, Caleb
Yeah.
Harris.
I was on a search team
I'm going to turn
for
your
little
mic up. You're
Kaylee
quiet.
Anthony, and we searched as close as we could in the area because it was flooded at one time. It always floods there. We were so close to where they ended up finding her remains.
That's sad.
Until you actually physically, or like you said, there and see it go on, it's different. It's different than that.
I agree. It is a lot different. In a passport photo, you're not allowed to smile. You do have to be in person. Hey, Combat. I hope you have an easy work route today. That was your point out, probably where the kids hang out during lunch. I remember we used to like sneak during lunch to go, smoke or go buy fast food. If he was all right, so here we go, guys. Ready? Beats him, Kathy. But if he was barefoot, would he have gone into the woods or stayed on the road? Looks like they're pretty far from the road, but if he was scared, who knows? Anybody want to go first on their thoughts on that? No? Okay, I will. So
yeah, you go first.
My thoughts on that is you would think if he was barefoot. We got to remember, police would not confirm he's barefoot. And there's a reason for that, okay? But if we're to go off the barefoot, you would think that he would stay on the road. You also have to remember that Sebastian, they stated he would not be able to find his way back home. They're rather new to the area, it's a big area, whatever. If it's dark out and you're just kind of wandering, he may have chased a cat into the woods, and before he knew it, he was lost in the woods. I mean, look at these woods. There's so many scenarios that we can't even say that he intentionally went into the woods. Look at this random property. How nice is that? I'd be terrified surrounded by woods like that.
And that's a possibility that they've never even considered. That what if he did, like you said, go after a kitty cat? We all know how much he loved cats.
Right.
I'm not believing the barefootedness. I'm just not. I don't know.
Well, I'm not believing it either, because first it was, they know he's barefoot because they counted all the shoes. But then we hear that he had brand new boots. But then we see in that video he's wearing New Balances. We're just taking people's words that he was barefoot. If the police won't confirm it, that tells me they're not really too sure he was barefoot.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he had slides.
Anyway.
House slippers.
Yeah.
Got to skedaddle, beats him. Thank you for coming on.
Yeah, got to skedaddle. You guys have a good one. Bye.
You as well.
See you later.
Hard to believe how many of you believe he was barefoot? Put a 1 if you believe he was. Put a 2 if you don't.
I don't believe it. I just don't think he was barefoot. I don't know. I've watched so much of this stuff, and
I can't believe that. Unless they confirmed it, I wouldn't believe it. I got lost in the woods. So as you guys know, I go down the shore and everything, and we live in pretty heavy wooded area near me. Like I said, Danilo Cavalcante was really eye-opening, because it does make it like, let me see this. Did you see SBS theory? This is their theories. The whole video they made out her look bad, like she was looking for someone. She was looking for a waitress. It was 2 minutes before they left. They made the video jump to make her look bad, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is Nick's. You guys want to see At Night's theory on this? How they're investigating. Now, I want you all to remember the history of Nick, which I won't say because I'm in litigation, but a quick Google will show you yourselves, okay? Some people do believe it. Yeah, I'm not too sure what like I said, if police said it, I'd believe it, but all right, let's see this. This is how, again, they waterprint everything because, it's important when you think you have relevant information in a missing child's case to make sure you get your credit for it. Unknown subject, green hoodie, stands next to Katie's car door as the two exit Texas Roadhouse. So now he's just standing there. which is weird because he begins back here. We see him walking up, and now he's just standing there. Okay.
Because they stopped that video damn near.
Right, they stopped it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Katie Proudfoot, mother, greets Green Hoodie. So now she's greeting him. That's not her key fob. That's her greeting him, okay? Last known video footage depicting Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers on February 25th, 2024 is not the last name footage. They have footage of him taking out the trash, and they have the neighbor's camera showing him opening his bedroom curtains. They're blind type of things. Unknown subject, Green Hoodie, Katie Proudfoot, mother. Looks like they're about to walk into... Again, this is a key fob. You can see it, but whatever. Unknown subject.
If you actually look at these photos, enlarge, blow them up and look at them, it's nothing like they're making it out to be. It's clear. And so what if she did say hi to somebody she's passing in the parking lot?
Right.
So
it's a smaller neighborhood, right? I mean, we've heard it's a small neighborhood, so thank you, Combat. Unknown subject, Green Hoodie. They're zooming in on them. Katie Proudfoot, mother. Okay. Katie Proudfoot, mother, steps out of frame to get into her car door, but unknown subject, Green Hoodie, puts something in a bag. They're saying this is a bag.
Oh, my Lord.
Maybe it was a coupon, like somebody said. Katie Proudfoot, mother, unlocks vehicle. No, she was doing that up here with her key fob. We see it. We see it. She's holding a key here. Think about the way you hold your keys. It's the same exact way. Your thumb over, but whatever. All right. Sorry. Katie Proudfoot, mother, unlocks vehicle. Unknown subject, Green Hoodie, puts item away and waves goodbye to Sebastian Wayne Drake for the final time on camera. To me, he wasn't waving goodbye. To me, it was doing a hand up, like, excuse me, excuse me. Green Hoodie goes towards the entrance. As Sebastian and Katie allegedly journey home, they depart at 6:22 p.m. local time. Then why aren't you being honest that Seth Rogers heard the audio of that drive home? Right, you see her tailgate. Thank you, agent.
You can see what's going on. It's not the description he's giving.
I mean, this is kind of evil.
Yeah. This is totally to make it look like she was up to no good. This was
right.
Bad to do, especially when they did it,
Especially on his birthday. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
So again, let me show you really quick. This whole interaction they're playing out for you all. I'm going to use Michelle's because I don't even want to give them more clicks onto their video because I believe they're trying to be monetized. So now it freezes. She's showing you it
My name is
freezes.
Michelle. I hope you're doing well.
Why'd I do that? I meant to go.
Here. This is the interaction between Green Hoodie guy, who's just a guy who let Katie through.
Oh, go ahead, Kath.
What interaction exactly?
There isn't. You see nothing.
They were passing each other. The gentleman was going into the restaurant to eat.
Right. They walked up the same, you pass through cars, you kind of just walk up. But they slowed it down so much, again, that look how slow this is walking. This person's walking. They did that on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
And then, we speed it up a little bit. Here he comes. So he comes from that direction, right?
Yeah.
And right there, he's putting his hand up. To me, he's doing a sorry, excuse me. But they slowed it down to make it look like it was worse than it was.
Yeah.
Think about it. If we're passing each other right now in a small space, how are you going to put your hands? Everybody do it. Seriously, put your hands how you would if you're squeezing past somebody.
My hands are going to go up.
Right. You're going to put your hands up just like he is right there.
Mm-hmm.
You're telling me he waved to Sebastian with both hands? Because that's what they want you to believe, because both this guy's hands are up. Both his hands are up. Look, both. That's a wave?
Well,
he's even turning his body sideways.
Yeah.
It was a squeeze.
Yeah. You can see it.
You can see him squeezing his body sideways.
Mm-hmm. It didn't, yeah. play it. This is so important. Number one, why are you putting it out to the public? And number two, why not play the video the way you got it? Why mess with the video at all?
I mean, even type it in. How do you squeeze past one? Look at this lady. Look at her hands. Both hands are up in the same way. You're squeezing past somebody. Do we have to make videos for idiots 101? Everybody
And
puts their
clearly you
hands
can
up.
see him turn. You can see his body turn to get through.
Right. I can't believe there's actual videos on this.
I have found out there's videos on everything on YouTube. I even looked up
sad.
how to bath my cat because he was just having such a horrific time with his bath.
Right.
You can look up anything on YouTube.
You can. It's actually kind of scary. But yeah, I mean, everybody think about it right now. Am I wrong? You put your hands up. So there's no way anybody can say you touched them inappropriately. You turn sideways. That's exactly what we see this gentleman doing. This gentleman, they're implicating, look, his body is turned slightly sideways.
To get through.
And now he goes back forward to get through. They're tight spaces. Excuse me. Sorry. Now he goes back forward right there. Give it to us at regular speed, you frosters. That is so mean. I'm going to speed it up. I'm going to 2 times it and see where it gets us. Even 2 timing is too slow because they sped it down so much. They put it on legit like 90% speed. Look at it.
And I believe SF has seen the actual real footage, and it's not what Nick has put out here.
Right. So you got to remember, SF, you know, he has no reason to lie for the Proudfoots. They're not parasocially attached either. There's no reason. Nobody should believe any of these parents. You owe them nothing. He's an actual private investigator. He, whether people believe it or not, is credentialed. You don't have to agree with all of his work to acknowledge that he's credentialed. So when we put this up to a more regular speed, which still is not the full natural speed, look, you can see it a lot better. Sideways stepping, like crab walking almost, you know, and then boom, moves back forward, face him right here. That was a squeeze through. There's nothing nefarious about it. Excuse me, ma'am. Apologies.
There's no hand up. When I was reviewing this, I couldn't see any hand up. I couldn't see anything like they were saying.
Nothing.
Yes.
I recommend everybody go check out Michelle's video yourself too, because I am playing it. But we're going to regular speed. He backs up. They back him up because he's coming from that direction. He's walking between cars to get into a restaurant. Nothing nefarious. Slowed down so much that unbelievable, but whatever.
Yep.
They zoom all the way in. This is just sad that they would do this to anybody. Let's see if we see the lights go on the car. This is more of the regular speed of it. Because again, they slowed it down. So now Sebastian noticed the person was going that direction before Katie, for whatever reason. Like, come on, Sebastian. And then Katie goes to walk that way. Sebastian sees the guy coming up that way. He's alert. She's alert. She hits the key fob right there. Right here. You're going to see Katie hit the key fob. I can't get the title off, but you see it. That guy goes to back up. He's backing up now so that she can get in the damn door. So he's now over there while she's opening the car door. He's allowing her to get in her car. Let me guess, they're going to skip past that, right? This is so slowed down. Remember, none of this is natural speed. There's the light turning on. She steps to the side. He squeezes in. They stop their video. That was a squeeze by. Excuse me, ma'am. Sorry, sir. Sorry, ma'am. Now she opens her car door. She probably said, no, you go ahead. Go ahead. He's probably was like, yeah, you go. And she's like, no, go ahead. That's it.
That's all it was. Was a customer trying to get into the restaurant to eat his meal and one leaving.
And she allowed the gentleman to go by before she unlocked the door. Which you do for safety reasoning.
Yeah, I wouldn't have opened the door.
Not with that guy standing right there. I wouldn't either. So she waited a minute too. And then look, they purposely freeze the video because they have to turn a 22-second interact. Not even that interaction is about 7 seconds. They had to turn it into an entire video.
Wow.
There goes Katie right there. She's going to go on the other side of her car door so it can open. Now, this time, her and the gentleman kind of squeeze past each other. So Katie has to now wait. What appears like she's out of the frame is her waiting for the guy to continue walking past her car door. That's it. That's all, man. I can't believe people. Not relevant. No
And how many
comments.
lives has went up? They've all claimed that it's proof.
So nefarious. Right.
Yeah.
There's Katie simply waiting for him to go by. He says, thank you, excuse me. Moves out of her way. So now he's up here. Now you're going to see Katie unlock her door and she gets in it. It's a normal, everyday fucking interaction, man.
Yeah.
Unreal.
Yeah.
It's
and
just
then
sad.
for Betty to state that car followed her out and turned right with her and continued following her.
But they don't show that, right?
No video of that.
Yeah, people claiming
that
that somebody's in Katie's car right now. How convenient is that? But yet, again, Seth Rogers has heard the audio of Katie and Sebastian's drive home that night. So he knows that's not true.
Exactly. And that's why I have a hard time wrapping my head around this stuff that he's supporting when he does know the truth.
That's what I've been saying. Why doesn't he just be honest about a lot of things? And it would have a lot of people stop the the fighting between all of us.
Instead of being hell-bent to prove somebody's guilt, how about be hell-bent on trying to prove someone didn't have nothing to do with it? Because if they did, while trying to prove they didn't, you will find the guilt.
Right.
You will find the evidence. Instead,
right. You can turn anything into something nefarious.
Right.
Again, I urge all of you. What was the one movie? Reptile. Watch the movie Reptile. Throughout that movie, it has you believe and you know who the bad guy is. And then there's complete a twist at the end. That's what they're doing to all of you. They are making things appear. They are highlighting certain things to make it appear one way. And then you're not noticing other things in the meantime. No, his team released it. Hey, Purple. What would he have? Heard the audio of them driving home, Granny. Wait, how would he have heard the audio of them driving home? Because the police took it. And when Seth wanted proof of life, and he met in there with the DA and everybody, they not only played him the footage of them at the Texas Roadhouse, but he heard the audio from her vehicle.
Yep.
Yeah, he looked like he was taller than Katie, didn't he? In that footage.
Yeah, then they run with this narrative that he was being starved and he's malnourished and he was being medically abused and neglected, and none of that is true. None of it. He was a 15-year-old growing young man.
Not only that, but he takes medication that suppresses his appetite. So for people, again, all these people that claim their children have medical needs or autism or this or that, they should know a lot of children or people with autism are picky eaters. Sometimes their medications, suppress their appetite.
But according to them, the narrative that one is running with trying to tell Seth that he can press charges on Chris and Katie and then sue them. According to her, he was being medically neglected, medically abused because he wasn't getting medical attention, and that's not true.
That's not true. And that's where people, instead of people that claim to support Seth, that's why they should be speaking up and saying things like, well, wait a minute. And when you're making that accusation, you're making that accusation against Seth as well. I mean, why do these people, on one hand, they want him recognized as a grieving father. On the other, when it comes to all the parenting concerns, they don't want him having any connection to that. If he wasn't receiving proper treatment, then he's partially responsible for that.
Since he was, the hands-on, constantly involved parent, according to the team.
Yeah. It's a horrible thing, man. I'll tell you. You're right, Baldy. But I just hope that they, when answers are received, and I don't know if the Proudfoots did anything or not. I don't know if Seth did anything or not. But I hope they hold a press conference. I think this has gotten so dangerous. I mean, we're now implicating innocent diners and
Mhm.
crimes. I saw people saying, look at the guy in the hat by the bar. Look at the couple dining behind them. I mean, they're implicating average people to something that's so emotionally driven at this point that people can
And
get
I
hurt.
really don't think the Roadhouse, is going to be happy with people going around putting out videos of their customers from their property.
Right. No, you're right. And I think if I was a customer, I wouldn't appreciate it either. Now that people are falsely implicating me into crimes, I'd be very upset by that.
Yeah.
And I'm not just talking about Green Hoodie guy. Oh, is there? Let me ask.
I just wish everybody would realize that all of the parents had to have one of the worst days yesterday. His 16th birthday, that's a big deal, a 16th birthday. They all were missing him.
Yeah, I know. And I couldn't believe that even his team members didn't have respect.
Yeah.
To not go live. Yeah, a lot of workers after COVID wear gloves. That was an employee, hence why he went to the employee door. I mean, that's just he can't make this shit up, man. This guy is clearly an employee. Let me show y'all. They're talking about this gentleman. He's wearing the gloves. This guy in
And
the
a
black.
lot of restaurants are now required to wear gloves.
Right, and let's not
depending
forget,
on what your position is. Yeah.
COVID is still very much around. It didn't just
yeah,
vanish. There's been more
They're going
cases.
through an outbreak at my husband's job right now.
Right. That's what I mean. So like this gentleman wearing a mask, that's not that absurd. I mean, you don't see it as much now as you did back then. But the employee wearing gloves, although he shouldn't be wearing them outside and then touching the handle, I hope he goes in and throws them out, clearly says employee only. And this guy clearly is waiting for his family's food.
Yep.
Why are people so mean?
And it's not helping. I
That's
don't
my whole
see
thing.
where
It's just not.
they are just making it worse, and the continued chaos. And honestly, they're all exploiting the heck out of this child.
And Seth.
Mm-hmm.
So look, here comes
To a
this guy.
degree.
He probably went inside to get his food. They told him he has to go over to this pickup window. So he says, okay. So he comes out. Katie and Sebastian come out after him. I'm not even going to focus on this stupid interaction anymore. So he's like, oh, he had the wrong door phone in the hand. So now he rings the doorbell. He doesn't even want to touch it with his hand because he's wearing a COVID mask or a health mask, whatever. As he rings that doorbell, he's waiting at the window. We're just focusing on this guy right now. He got his phone. He's ready to show them proof. Here comes an employee back from probably dropping off food or a break or whatever. Goes to open up the door. This guy now realizes the employee. Something is that people are looking over that way. I don't know. And now they're interacting. Hey, bud, I'm here to pick up my food. And then, of course, they pause the video. They don't want you to see it all. Hey, Phoenix.
Yeah,
It's so obvious.
because it doesn't fit what they're spewing.
Let me see. No, it doesn't fit what they're spewing. You're right, Kathy. It just doesn't. What about this lovely picture? Does that fit their narrative of Katie being a horrible, unloving mother? Or, I mean, I see love in this photo. I just like I see love in the photo of Seth with Sebastian. I see love. I mean, why do these people so badly want this boy to be so abused? It's never made sense to me. I mean, look, you're going to tell me this doesn't look like a happy, loved child? Look at their smiles.
Yeah.
Why do people want Sebastian to be deprived of love? I don't get it.
And honestly, what just from what I've seen since with all this, I just wonder, was it the stress, and was there a lot of stress and aggravation, with everything that was going on? It's wild.
And people saying that Katie got rid of Sebastian because he favors Seth. I see that he favors his mother. I don't see it differently.
I see them both.
Yeah, I can't see Seth in them, to be honest. Like, I don't.
That
I mean, I
wouldn't
guess
even
the
make
nose,
sense,
yeah.
though. She's not the one out here seeking revenge against anyone. She's actually not come out and done anything, really. I mean, those emails that were talked about, they've been talked about before. But I just, should they have been talked about? No. But it didn't paint any of the parents in a bad picture to me. It showed 3 parents working together to try to look for the best options for their child.
I agree. Look how horrible these comments are. Are you with the mom? Might be easier to ask her what she did with him. That Texas Roadhouse video of her in a restaurant is not normal at all. Yeah, you got 3 snippets in a 4-minute period, but okay. This person, too tired for your shit right now, but keep going. Hey, at least he's fucking searching, right? These people are mean, man.
They are.
They really are mean. Like, not even a simple thank you for being out. They say the same thing. Well, why can't you guys be happy that Dog and Nick and them are actually searching? Because they're not. But now you have a guy who's actually searching. You have to belittle him. I mean, this is a guy who's flying in from California, dedicating his time.
Mm-hmm. And as far as I know, they're the only ones searching. I mean, I haven't heard of any other search teams going out.
I haven't either. I have not either.
I mean, you can say what you want about Steven, but at least his heart seems to be in the right. I truly think he just wants to help.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't care if you personally like Steven or not. He's boots on the ground, and that's what these people always say, right? Oh, why don't these hate channels go boots on the ground? Well,
yeah.
Many of the people who were, going live the most with these clickbaity titles they've never, what have they done? What have they done? When you're disparaging the actual boots on the ground people, what have you done? And a lot of people that did go boots in the ground or did go to these events to honor Sebastian, they weren't fully welcomed with open arms. That's what Texana is saying. I wasn't welcomed. I was there for Sebastian. I wasn't there for this side or that side, and I wasn't welcomed.
And that's all it should be about, is being there for Sebastian. It shouldn't be about this adult side or that. They're adults. Let them do them. This is about who's missing. They've stuck him so far in the back. It's people are watching or coming to their channels to watch the chaos, the drama.
Yep. I don't know, Tammy. I asked. I don't know who saw that. Where did you guys see that? He said there's a press conference at 2. It'd be interesting, but I don't see where that's being stated.
Yeah, I haven't seen. I'm on my phone, so I can't go check Twitter. This generic phone that I broke already. But yeah, sometimes I really want law enforcement to do a press conference, but is it going to be, are they going to do like they did in the Soto case? Oh, well, that was just a big nothing burger just to shut everybody up. I think with all that's going on with this Nick at Night media and all the accusations them and Dog are doing and showing private people and they know that people will do things. They know how the internet works, and unfortunately there's, as B Tim would say, a lot of wackadoodles. But B Tim, I've been using that word wackadoodles since I was like 20 years old, so I got you beat because I think I'm older than you. But
yeah, wackadoodles is a very common use word. It wasn't a troll that said that. No, a troll didn't say the press conference comment. There's comments underneath this that say things like, don't let Big Clue fall in there. Y'all would never get her out.
See, there's no reason for stuff like that. You cannot like somebody all you want, but you don't got to go say stuff like that.
Yeah, day tripper. That's their comment. Don't let Big Clue fall in there. Day tripper, right? That's the type of comments you make. Meanwhile, you don't even use your avatar, but not even your face, but okay. I mean, again, it's just hateful. It's just stupid. Be sure and watch the press conference to watch the agencies thank each other. Well, you mean at night, or are they now called? I'm sorry, that's not their name. What is their name now? They changed it again. Private Intelligence Agency or something. It's not at night anymore. It'd be
Yeah, but
nice if they
remember, it's
thanked
not
each
a
other.
media company, even though it is a media company or wannabe media company or whatever. What it is it's a person that stalks all the trending topics on social media, and I'm sure he goes to every platform and ones we probably never even heard of. And
Well,
he shares a lot of crime cases, a lot of crime posts on his Twitter and missing children. He does, but it's never his content. It's hype.
well, not only that, but they're not going to thank each other for working together because At Night themselves just stated that they're not working with local law enforcement or the actual investigators on this case. So I don't think if we tune in just to hear that, I don't think we'll hear it.
I just can't see law enforcement working with somebody on parole who's not
Well,
even
unless,
allowed
you
to
know,
work around them, allegedly, or whatever they
unless
want to
like
hear.
law enforcement works with those type of people when they're looking to make a deal or arrest somebody above them or something, but not when it comes to disappearance of a missing child, in my opinion.
Yeah, someone who's never even been to the county doesn't, has actually no relevance to the case at all.
Right. Oh, thank you, Chuchu. Let me take a look. I mean, I'm not going to go so far to say that. Oh, I already saw this one. Somebody else reposted it though. I'm not going to go as far as to say I don't think Clue says some hateful things. I mean, she does.
Yeah.
But yeah, we saw this one already. No, it's not just your audio, it's Kathy's audio. Your mic's always crackly.
I'm sorry.
I don't know if it's headphones or
out here.
It's not about Clue, it's about the drama from Sean's side, Betty, dog. SF also said that black car was first in a line of cars waiting on pickup orders. That would make sense. Well, kind of. I don't know, though, because the one, well, I don't know. Usually there's spots you park. You don't just sit in a parking lot. I mean, is that Texas Roadhouse that busy that they have a line of cars waiting instead of like the parking spots just filled?
I don't know. I know usually here, there's specific spots that's marked for pickup.
Yay, we have a guest. Hello. Hello.
Who?
Or did you just want to be backstage? Michelle.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay, good. No, I just had, it doesn't matter if I'm backstage or not. I just had a couple of things to say because I get too wrapped up in these and all the stress and everything. I just lurk in the shadows kind of anymore. But listening to people take that moment away from Kathy, or I'm sorry, hi Kathy, that's what I meant to say, from Katie, all these Ks, with that being her last meal with her son, to me is deplorable and despicable. What people don't understand is if she were being nefarious, she would have asked to be placed so that the door would not be to her back, so she could, just like police officers do when they walk into a restaurant, they are seated far away from the door, facing the door, so they can keep an eye on everything that's going on. And let's just say that she did, or she thought, I'm not going to do that because that'll bring attention to my plan to get rid of Sebastian. At the very least, she would have sat where Sebastian was sitting so she could keep an eye on the doors and who was coming in and out. And for these people to turn these precious last moments into this just disgusting, horrible moment, it just makes me sick, and I just couldn't be quiet anymore. So
that's a really good point. I didn't even consider that. Like, unfortunately,
I mean, because that's the door up there to the right, correct? Because that's where they head out. Because they kind of head out that way.
I mean, think about it. They've accused these people of using things to block video recordings and all that stuff in their neighborhood. You don't think she would not be aware that there's cameras in her local restaurant?
Oh, you mean the Wi-Fi blockers they're claiming? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they've accused them of
like don't you think
doing all that? She would not sit right there.
No, she wouldn't. And even this just even popped into my brain hearing you mention some things, Kathy. She has a military background. She wouldn't, if she were This is as innocent as she could possibly be. Her back is to the door. I mean,
Right.
she could not be any more. Her body language, where she's sitting, the way she's sitting, this is as innocent as anything I have ever seen. And these people out here, especially women, that say these mean things about her
on Sebastian's birthday.
Yes, and just yeah. So you've got, it's his birthday and it's his last meal that we're aware of that she has ever had with him, and you women should be ashamed of yourselves. You are disgusting. You have left these mean, that read into things here because you're letting these people, talk in your ear and you side with the other quote unquote side is just disgusting.
I agree.
Deplorable,
I agree, and not only that,
unexcusable. Sorry.
No, you're fine. Look at her
can hear
right here. Look how she's sitting right here. This is like a relaxed way. Like she's not sitting up all nervous. She's not tapping the table. She's not
enjoying a meal with her son.
Right.
Yeah,
and again, they gave you 4 minutes out of like over an hour interaction. So like the way they slowed this down to make it like, oh, look at her looking around all, paranoid.
Well, and that's what made me think.
Well, I look around when we're in restaurants sitting down eating. You don't? Who doesn't look around?
Well,
and I don't look around to this extent. She looked around a lot, but it's for a waitress. It's obvious.
100%, absolutely. Because if she, like I said, that's what made me look at this as an innocent interaction, because she would sit herself, if she were waiting for somebody to pick him up or hand signals or whatever, from the door, she wouldn't be sitting there.
Right. Not only that, but
not
even
be sitting there.
Even the way she lifts up her hand here, right? When she starts to look around.
Right.
That's how you do when you're like, think about it. You know what I mean? Like you're kind of thinking like, wait, where's the waitress? Like,
like I don't want to be too big of a nuisance. I'll just, I do the same thing. She wouldn't be sitting there if she was there for something nefarious. 100%.
And then after this interaction, right? So right now you see the appetizers. You only see one drink on the table. After they get done slowing this down for dramatic effects, look what it looks. What's in the next slot? All of a sudden they have food.
There. Yeah.
That's clearly an interaction wait for a waitress.
Yeah, it's absolutely disgusting. And I don't know how much Seth is involved in this, but Seth, this is your ex-partner. This is your son. You know how much she loved this boy. And I don't know how much is coming from him, but this has gotten to a point where it's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, you could probably hear my voice is just shaking because I cannot believe that people, this was like the last straw for me to see this beautiful encounter on his birthday, the last time she had a meal with him, and you have people degrading her and judging her here. Are you kidding me?
You can just imagine, right? As mothers, I think this is part of what we have to understand. As mothers, any of us could, God forbid, wake up in her perspective, right? In her situation. Die. Right. You'd want to crawl in a hole. And maybe
100.
Katie hasn't handled this the way people expect her to. And a lot of people talk about, well, I would do this and I would do that. But you don't know what you would do until you're in that situation.
100%. You absolutely do not know. It's
Katie,
just infuriating.
Right. Seth had, I'm not trying to compare the two. I hate that people keep doing that. But Seth has Sebastian maybe a total of 4 days a month. Mm-hmm. Who do you think was bathing, caring, getting him his haircuts, dressing him, feeding him, taking him to school, doing his homework the rest of the freaking time?
Yeah, doing everything. Yeah, 100%.
She was not on her phone the whole time. Karen Sue, she was not. You saw 4 minutes.
Here we have another woman just taking a
She's
little
not on
clip.
her phone right here. Is she on her phone right there, Karen? Is she on her phone here?
Absolutely
here?
disgusting.
But if you watch it, he was actually a part of what she was looking at on her phone because she shows it to him and they talk about it.
Right.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I wasn't sure, but I was thinking the same thing. So Karen, you're disgusting.
This one part right here, she's on her phone. Well, guess what, Karen? Some of the creators that are screaming about her being on her phone, they're on their phones all day while their young children run behind them. Okay.
100%. They have their child there and they could be present, but they choose not to be present.
Even on a day after covering a case for damn near 7 months, they didn't take the day off to appreciate their own children. Okay. I go out to eat. I'm on my phone too. You guys are all going to lie that you don't look at your phones when you're places. Some of you are on your phone while you're driving.
Yeah. Right.
Unbelievable.
It is. It's absolutely unbelievable. And who's to say, is this a place where the menu is online, where they can look at the menu on their phone? It looks like right there they both have their phones out. Are they both looking at it? I don't know.
Well, no, because you see her throw the menu, like toss the menu here.
Okay.
But,
Yeah, I didn't
look at
know.
this, right? Look at this moment of her on her phone. Take a look. She's on her phone, right? Scrolling. He looks up to talk to her. She's now talking to him. She put her phone down. She put her phone aside to talk to him.
She is absolutely engaged, even though she does have her phone up 100%. People have gotten so far on this thing, and now the phone's down.
Yeah, looking for a waitress.
Right. It's just because there's only one drink there, 100%. Oh no, did she scratch her nose? That must have been a symbol. I mean, come on.
Well, at one point, she wipes her hands with a napkin. Wait till you see this.
No, jeez.
She wipes her hands with right there. The napkin's right here in this hand.
Mm-hmm.
They're claiming that she has a second phone right there. She has a napkin.
Oh my gosh.
Yep.
Yeah. Again, if this were nefarious,
right here, she's wiping her fingers, right?
Yeah. Oh my.
And they're trying to turn that into, she had a second device on her lap and blah blah blah. It was a napkin.
So stupid. It's just absolutely ridiculous. Anybody that knows any police officer that is into something nefarious, ask them where they would sit in a restaurant. They would not sit here with their backs to the friggin' door if they're waiting for somebody to come in and communicate with them. It wouldn't happen. And if she, like I said, if she couldn't get a seat in the back corner where she could see the whole thing, she sure as hell would have switched places with Sebastian. So she could be out.
Again, Michelle, this narrative that she's on her phone the entire time, right? Because the first clip they gave you all, she was on her phone. But here again, in this clip, there's maybe 2 seconds out of, again, this is 4 minutes out of an over an hour interaction. They highlighted what they wanted you all to see. How do you know in the next
100%?
Right. How do you know in the parts they didn't clip out, she's not, lovingly passing them a napkin, cut up his steak.
Right.
Sharing
food off each other's plate. I mean, but these people allow these other people to spoon feed, right? Exactly.
Eye-to-eye contact.
Yes, 100%. But these people who just degrade her at this meal, at this moment, on his birthday, and you let these haters spoon feed you, shame on you. Shame on all of you. It's disgusting and it's sickening. Hate her other times if you want, but don't do this for this last meal. And
not only that, good point, Michelle. But again, if this was not a loving mother and son relationship, tell me why they both walk the same way.
I know. They
look at that.
Right.
They both put their hands in their pockets and they walk off together.
I completely agree. There's another good body language right there. Absolutely 100%. He's not like dragging his feet like, oh, Mom, why didn't you do this? Or nothing.
And even here as she's leaving, she's not doing like walking slow and looking for somebody and being nefarious.
It's just absolutely 100% bizarre. And I am going to ask those people that have originally looked at this in a bad way to please take a moment and look at it in another light and put yourself in Sebastian's shoes and in her shoes. What if he were watching all this hate right now and he's just bawling because everybody is hating on his mom and turning this what could be the last meal they might ever have to. Can you imagine? You people, take a minute. Just take a minute.
Right. No, I completely agree. And again, it's hard to see everything because we have somebody that had a watermark the image.
Right.
The video.
Which is just absolutely, I mean, that tells you enough right there, doesn't it?
Does this look like a deprived child? Does this look like a child that's not being fed, not being kept? I'm sorry, but his hair's done. His face is clean. He's wearing nice clothing.
Absolutely.
Lovingly leaning on his mother's shoulder. They're both smirking alike. This is love.
100%. And their interaction at that restaurant was nothing but normal at baseline, but even better. They were interacting, the same body language. It was better than just a baseline meal together somewhere. It's just,
and I agree, Michelle. And I urge all of you mothers that sat on this boy's 16th birthday judging Katie Proudfoot to go ahead and take my email right here. Send me the last photo you have of your child with you like this, and give me some images of you and your family sitting down to eat, because that's not invasive and weird. I want to see how you all interact at the table with your children.
Exactly. I agree. I challenge all you mothers and you don't know who I am, and you might hate me, and you might hate the things I'm pointing out, but just take a minute and look deep inside. Just look deep inside. We're almost at Christmas. Come on, have a heart and look at it from a different point of view, not what's being spoon-fed to you, please.
Right. Look outside of your hate. I mean, even I'm acknowledging in this video, and Seth's suing me for fuck's sake. I can even
so
acknowledge in
sorry.
this picture. It's a beautiful picture. It's a
It
happy
is.
boy.
I agree with you.
When they're saying that Sebastian was deprived and he was neglected and nobody loved him, you're insulting his father that you support because he holds responsibility as well.
I mean, nobody is a perfect parent, but my God, you guys at some point just back off. Just back off and just have a heart. And let's maybe start a new movement and hopefully get these people to come on the same team and let these haters fall to the wayside. I mean,
God,
it's
wouldn't
way
it
too
be
much.
beautiful
It would.
If we can get Seth, Katie, and Chris to
Yes.
put all their what are they going to do? Sebastian came home tomorrow. What is that
Right.
kid walking back into when
It's
this
just-
audience is out here feeding this hate that Seth has towards Katie? What is he coming back to?
I know, because kids know. Kids
They can
know.
sense it.
Of
And
course.
I'm just wondering, how was all this going on? Was that part of the reason? The
Could have
constant.
been. Absolutely, could have
Yeah,
been.
I mean, yeah, we'll never ever know. We weren't flies on the wall, so. But I think you're right, Granny. Let's try just informally from here to Christmas, for crying out loud. Let's dial back on the hateful comments.
Well,
And-
Michelle, I love it. I love that I'm one of the most hateful people out here. I'm so vile. I need to be sued.
Oh,
But
no,
I'm one of the only people that didn't go live on Sebastian's birthday.
No,
You're
I
not
love
so
that.
loud. I didn't either. But
Right,
yeah,
Cass.
I think you're not, Granny, and you don't deserve what they're doing to you. You did nothing to deserve any of this crap over somebody's personal feelings. It has nothing to do with the missing child in the first place.
I agree.
I've just jumped up here really quickly just to
Hey, Petty.
Hiya,
I'm
you
gonna
alright?
I'm gonna mute you, Michelle, while Petty talks really quick, just because there's like a wind movement or something.
Oh, okay.
It's not bad though, so don't leave. It's not worth leaving. Hey, Petty.
I think it's just the only thing that this video is showing is that no matter what Katie does, she's going to be picked apart for anything, and I don't think it's fair. She's a mum having dinner with a kid, and everything's being looked into. It just shows to me that even if she came out and made a statement, they're just going to pick on everything.
Oh,
They're gonna
absolutely.
analyze everything.
Sorry, Michelle. It wasn't your audio. It was Petty. She's
No,
just
it's
low
mine.
down.
No worries at
I'm
all.
gonna raise you a little bit
It's
higher,
mine.
but
I'm only going to jump down anyway, but I just wanted to say that there's nothing that Katie's going to be able to do in this situation. Nothing.
that will change it. Right. You're right. There's nothing she can say and do that will change it. If she cried, it's fake tears. If she didn't cry,
Yeah.
she's not sad. If she wiped her nose, it's because she's signaling to Chris. If she sneezes, it's because, she's not going to win. And I get it. I get why people suspect her. I do. But I also believe in innocence until proven guilty. And I don't think speculating on what could have happened to Sebastian and places where his own father can hear it while claiming to respect the man is going to stop anything.
No, it's not. And I'm going to jump down because it's really bad weather here as well, so I've had to sneak out.
Thank you, Petty. Stay
Bye,
safe.
Kathy. Love you. Bye. Thanks, Granny. Bye.
Thank you. And then you got the green team over there saying that, they're going to work on, because Josh said something about bringing up people's kids. Yeah, tell that to your own green team member. Tell your own green team member, leave my children out of it. But I love the fact that they say they're going to make changes to the internet. Yeah? You're going to take away your own people's content?
Jeez. Yeah, change has to come. Let it start here. Even if it lasts a day, even if it lasts
Be a
48
perfect
hours.
example. I agree, Michelle.
Jeez,
I agree.
it's just outrageous how out of control everybody has gotten, that they look at this video. It's the last meal that we know that this for sure young man has had. Why?
And they're over analyzing the way he's eating. Oh, he's shoving that food down like he's never eaten. He's starved. And I mean, it's just horrible. It's just horrible.
It is. It's so ugly and sad.
And you can take any video, and if you present it with the right tone and you give enough, prelude to it. I can convince any of you to see whatever I want you to see.
One
It's just like magicians do
100%.
magic.
100%. Yes, absolutely.
Just like in the movies, during the Titanic, when they want you to feel something, they play the sad music, or when they want
Yes.
you to be scared, they play a loud sound. You guys are allowing professionals that have worked in the industry, a lot of failed actors and
100%.
actresses, to
That's another
convince your narrative.
I know, and that's another thing I like about you is you do understand the psychology of some of these things, right? I know neither one of us are psychiatrists, but we are fairly well educated. And some of the things that you say just blow my mind. And you're absolutely right. Like if you take a group of kids up into the mountains and it's dark and there's shadows, and you say their Bigfoot has been seen here, every one of those kids will see Bigfoot. It's how your mind works.
Right,
It's how
right.
your mind works. It's just nuts. And how you
Well, I said
mentioned
that before, Michelle. It's just like when you look at clouds and you're like, oh, you see the puppy? There's not really a puppy cloud. You can stare
Right.
at a wall and you can make an image appear. It's
Right.
perceptive of mind. If I, like you said, if I tell you something bad took place here, all of a sudden you're like, oh, I'm getting
That's right.
chills.
That's
Even if
right.
I'm lying.
That's right. So use critical thinking. That's the other thing I like about you. Use critical thinking. And I don't hear that. People try it. It's hard. It's not easy. Critical thinking is not easy. But try. Just try. Even if it's
Oh,
like I said,
well, they did a
try.
good job at getting everybody emotionally riled up
100%.
before they started dropping these quote unquote clues, right?
It's just awful.
I mean, Michelle, they have them so wrapped up where they want them that these people, I'm going to say people,
No,
can
it's hard
put
to know
out
what-
right, but they can put out a riddle and have these morons tripping over each other to solve a riddle that really
I
has no
know.
fucking meaning.
I know.
It cracks me up.
I know. It's like, come on, people. Just let's get your own mind back.
I mean, I
in
heard
this.
somebody sit for 30 minutes trying to figure out what the spade could mean. Fuck a spade. It means
What
nothing.
could mean? I miss a lot because it's just too much, and it's just so much. It's just so much. But I
Yeah, it
couldn't
is.
be quiet today anymore. I had to come on and see if
Thank
you know the things that you see, I see. Oh God.
Yeah. And you know what? I hope that the full video does get released. I hope that SF has it, or perhaps the Proudfoot or somebody has it, that they can release the entirety of the meal and give these morons another week of analyzing something that's not there. But I'd love to see the actual full interaction.
100%. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah,
But-
on his
but-
birthday. After his own father asked that they don't, Joe Madre. How many of them really respect that man? That should be your first clue, Seth. These people respect you so little that they didn't even honor your one wish that day, which was for others to enjoy their children.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, Seth, if you're anybody who's on one of these teams that is pushing these narratives, can we just dial it back? Can we just stop for a minute? This is her baby. It's not some imaginary kid from some imaginary story that somebody made up and is doing some experiment on. My God, he's a real boy. That's a real mom. She gave birth to this child, for God's sakes. Do we need to be reminded of that every time?
Well, and how many mothers do you know? And don't give me that bullshit about, oh, but he was a problem child and OD and all that, because it doesn't stop you from loving your children. These people that act like they take daily photos of their kids. They're just the best parents out there. I will never forget when I heard somebody say Katie didn't even give him a bath and put him in his pajamas and read him a book. And I'm like, he's 15.
I heard that too. I know. It's like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Meanwhile, they're on YouTube at what should be a child's bedtime routine.
Right.
So are they doing that for their own?
Probably sitting in their filth and their squalor while they're trying to give out this, just disgusting.
Child's probably eat out the top of a cereal box while they're online too long analyzing Katie's parenting. And the best is when you realize that some of these people judging Katie the hardest don't even maintain full custody of their own.
I know, right?
There was a creator that still to this day harps on that fact. Well, he didn't have a shower.
How do they know?
So that proves that she's a bad mom because he didn't have a shower and she doesn't know if he did or didn't.
Right.
He's 15. You don't hold his hand in the shower no more.
Right. 15
you don't
years
tuck
old.
him in and read a bedtime story.
It's just ridiculous.
I was so ODD that my kids would actually, I had two girls about 10 years apart. Both of them had long, thick, dark black hair. And even still with all that hair, I would have them shower and or bathe in the morning, and I would blow dry their hair every
Yeah.
single morning. So we're like morning time, get up and get going. Why do people think that because they do something a certain way that everybody else
does it.
does? That's
Right.
nuts. That tells
Right.
you their limited line of thinking, and that critical thinking, either they're not capable or they just don't give a damn.
Look at this one. They were raising hell because she didn't take him to the restroom at the restaurant.
Are you
don't know if
kidding
he went
me?
to the restroom. It's 4 minutes out of over an
Ugh.
hour interaction. What was she
Can
supposed to walk a 15-year-old to the bathroom?
That's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Oh God. These are horrible.
Unbelievable.
These are absolutely horrible.
All of it is crazy. And no, it couldn't have been 3 hours before school because we heard Seth say what time the bus comes. And I remember being shocked because I'm like, well, that proves that he didn't start school at 9 a.m. if his bus was coming, at 7 or something.
No kidding. Yeah.
You're right, Nana's love. Because it's not real life for us. And that's the God's honest truth.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, agreed. No, that's it.
Yeah, how many of you hold your 15-year-old's hand to the bathroom? And if she did, they would overanalyze that and they find that to be
100%.
nefarious.
Yeah, they would turn it into something dirty. Oh, does she go in at home with it? They would. They absolutely would.
Right. And here's another good point. She took him bowling. She took him to the game show. She did things in public with her son. That is a parent. If she was neglecting those things, wouldn't it have been shared? I said the same thing when it came to Candace Wells. You can dislike her way of parenting all you want, but that woman showed plenty of events that she took her kids to, outdoor time she spent with them, etc. More than a lot of creators can say.
Yes.
So what does Seth say that he used to do with Sebastian? Play video games and watch movies.
Yeah, it's just something else. It's just something else.
Right, good point too. She didn't take him to the restroom. Okay, well, Seth would leave him alone for up to 12 hours at a time.
It's just crazy.
It is crazy. And unfortunately, that's what they caused. It's a whataboutism. Okay, well, if you point this out about Katie, well, what about Seth? When in all actuality, if what you're calling to be red flags, again, they didn't do an interview till 8 days after he disappeared. Either did Seth. They don't have any updated photos of Sebastian.
That's right.
Which again, most of the updated photos did come from Katie, but okay. Well, either does Seth. Just because this mother didn't give you her camera roll of photos doesn't mean she doesn't have photos. I mean, let's stop with that too. You're not entitled to every private moment they've ever held.
Yeah, that's the other disgusting thing. These people that think they're entitled, like we demand to know this and we demand. It's like who
you demand to see how many.
Who are
photos
you? Who are you?
And honestly, when hearing the people saying those things, it made me realize, I'm like, wait, how often these people really take photos of their kids? Because I'll be honest, the last time I took a photo is because we went to the movies. But that was like a week and a half or 2 weeks ago. Like my kids are older now. I'm not just snapping random photos of them eating mac and cheese. They're not as cute now as they were when they were 4.
Right. They don't change as much. So you don't take them as often. It's just that simple.
And they're no longer as, cutesy where they're doing silly things. And you're like, let me get the camera out and being little goofballs. And, they're older.
The first time they got ketchup on their nose from eating a burger. It's just those.
Right. Right. And again, I urge them all to show footage of them eating with their family where people couldn't tear that apart too. Or show me the last time you took pictures. Are you taking daily pictures of your kids? I don't believe it. And unless they're younger. And they're still like
I'm not gonna lie. I don't.
No, I don't think anybody really does.
And I got little. Mine are still little. So.
Hey guys.
But I'm gonna jump down, Granny. I gotta go get a Christmas tree.
Okay. Thank you for coming up, Kath.
Hi, Kathy. So good to see you. Bye, hun.
Bye, everybody. I'll finish.
Bye.
All right.
Bye. How you doing, Jax?
Hey guys, so I've just been here sitting listening, and I'll be the first to say, I do believe that there was foul play. Well, actually, I don't really want to say foul play. I just want to say I don't think he ran away.
Right.
So,
I can understand that.
But I will tell you, because I'm in school for forensic psychology, so I try to look at a little bit of everything, and I try to be, a voice of reason. Even though I believe that there is some foul play, and I believe it leads to the last person that's seen him, which is Katie.
Right.
When I did look at that Texas Roadhouse video, I didn't see anything weird. I just see a mom sitting with her kid. How many moms And everybody said, well, she was taking pictures. She was on her phone. Well, how many? Anytime I'm in front of my nephew, I don't have kids. Anytime I'm in front of my nephew, I snap pictures of him, because he kind of looks like me. So,
Right.
I mean, how many moms go out to eat with their kid and take pictures of their kids? Every mom I know does that.
Right,
So,
especially when you're out to eat, because it's not an everyday event that you're at a restaurant eating.
Right.
right. And just like when you just said, because like I said, I've been listening, that the most recent pictures came from Katie. I do have to say that's a mom thing too. Dads don't really take pictures of their kids like that.
And I said the same thing. I can't imagine Seth just randomly taking pictures. It is. I said that the other day. That's more of a
Yeah.
motherly thing to do, is to take the photos. I agree.
There's a lot of things that are maternal versus paternal, and so I really believe. I honestly, in my heart, I don't believe Seth had anything to do with this. There are things that he's done like throughout these months that I don't agree with, but I don't believe he has anything to do with the disappearance. Honestly, I can tell you, I don't know what happened to him. I wasn't there, but I do find things suspicious. Now, I hear you.
I'd like to hear what you find suspicious. If you don't mind, I'd love to. 'Cause I've been waiting for somebody to do this with me, honestly, because
Okay, I just I'm not trying to get hated on here.
Now, keep the comments respectful. Jax has always been respectful to us.
Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah,
say,
I just
any channel story that you could go on. This is one where, let's have an intelligent conversation. Why not?
Well, yeah, you know I'm a mod for Dolly and for PJ and for Dumpling.
I don't know you at all.
oh,
I've been
Granny. Okay, yeah, Granny pops in on Dolly's page. I'm in there. I'm a mod for Dumpling, Dolly, and PJ. And this does not reflect on them at all. This is my opinion only.
Sure.
So, so I looked for inconsistencies, and one page that I will tell you that I listened to, and it really put together some of these inconsistencies, and not with Katie though, but with Chris. Now I hear you talking a lot of positive things about Katie, but I don't hear you talking much about Chris.
Right.
Now,
that's for a reason.
Yeah. So, now I'm just going to say this. Everybody's innocent until proven guilty. I'm not saying he did anything. I'm saying there are inconsistencies. So if you remember back to the Nancy Grace interview, Chris does come out and say he did whip Sebastian with a belt. He's always said on the outside of the clothes.
Right.
Right. So, but when Nancy Grace asked about it, Katie piped in and said, "Oh, that was several years ago." She said, "Well, I was talking to Mr. Proudfoot. So then when she asked Mr. Proudfoot when it was, he said it was 3 years ago.
Right.
Right. So then he went on another channel.
Okay.
And
I know where you're going.
Okay, so there was another channel where so if you know anything about like the psychology thing, there's always some kind of word leakage. You always have to kind of make sure your story lines up in a way if you're not telling the truth.
Right.
And so
But
then
real quick, Jax, we can acknowledge that several and then 3 are very similar. Verbiage could be used for both.
I'm sorry, say it one more time.
Like when Katie said it was several years ago and then Chris said it was 3 years ago, several could be
used for 3.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Just making sure we got that together.
Yes.
I know where you're going next, so I'll wait for it.
Just I had an ex-wife that would say a couple of days ago, but she meant like last week. It's really your perception on things.
Right.
But so then there was another channel that he was speaking on. Somehow he got it to he was an embarrassed 15-year-old boy. He was an embarrassed 15-year-old boy when he got punished, and he told his teacher, and his teacher took him aside. Oh, no, not his teacher. I'm sorry. Teacher was a mandated reporter called CPS. CPS showed up at the door, and it was a lady they worked with before. But he told them that Sebastian was not being truthful, so on and so forth. He said, so the lady pulled him aside and said, "You cannot fabricate things, Sebastian. You cannot lie. That'll get you into trouble." So the thing that got me is when he said he was an embarrassed 15-year-old boy. This podcast, so you can look at it one day if you want to go over it. It's called the Lore Lodge.
Yeah.
Lore
Yep,
Lodge.
I've seen it.
Yeah, he did a 3-part series on Sebastian. Then they did a podcast.
Completely biased perspective, but
I've
yes.
seen the whole thing. Yeah.
But what he did state that I didn't know was that that Sebastian turned that. Well, now I know from yesterday, but he turned 15 December 7th in 2023. So let's say it's true. Let's just say that if it is, we don't know. But if he really did whip him and that he reported the CPS when he was 15, that means between December 7th, 2023 and February 26th, 2024, within that time was the whipping incident. But not only that, apparently, so I'm kind of putting this together. So that would be a CPS incident.
Right.
Now, Seth stated he had to go through hoops and lawyers to finally get the CPS records.
Mhm.
And I remember he looked at the camera and he said, "These psychopaths," right? So my thing, so what we know is that around that time, Mr. Proudfoot was going to court and having some custody issues with his ex,
Right.
and visitation of his daughter.
Who's very spiteful.
Yes.
Because
So
we heard the leaked footage of her after Sebastian disappeared on the phone with her girlfriend, where she said Chris
Yes.
called her in a panic, and she said, "Thanks a lot, Chris. You ruined our fucking vacation."
yeah, so
Which is
honestly,
a little insight to her. So
I didn't really listen to the whole thing of her being abused.
yeah.
Because it just personal reasons. But at the same time, like I also know that ex-wives can be very spiteful. I know that from experience. But what we do know is that this happened. He did say he whipped him with a belt. So
The chat saying
and
that he
there-
was speaking on two separate situations, that CPS was not involved for the pop on the butt.
right. So, but there was some type of CPS thing that Seth found out. We don't know what that is.
Right.
But he read it and he called them psychopaths. So
Mhm.
the only thing that this is my opinion, that if there is a motive, it would be because if he had open CPS cases on Sebastian, he wouldn't be able to get his daughter. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, and I've heard
And
people
so-
say that, Jax, but thinking logically, do you think you are more likely to win a custody case by having a child vanish in your care?
Yeah, and you know that's
100.
but
Let's use critical
right.
thinking
And
here.
well, let's get a little bit more critical thinking, okay?
Okay, I welcome that.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm not for or against anything here, except for just let's be people who just try to get to the bottom of things and respect each other. You know, that's it.
Right. So when it comes to legal custody, there was shared legal custody between Katie and Seth.
Right.
Right. It's the
Not
same
Chris.
custody that Chris and Nina had as well, though. Same exact
Right.
parenting.
Right, but not Chris. So he was not technically under the legal care of Chris.
Not
So
by
it-
law, but he lived in Chris's home and Chris fed him and housed him. And so not on
Right,
legal
and
documents,
also-
he wouldn't have custody rights. You're right. He's the mother's husband.
He's just right. And at the time that he went missing, Chris wasn't there,
Mm-hmm.
supposedly.
Right.
So if the judge in his case with his daughter saw, well, the son went missing, you were at work, he's not legally your son, you know, legally this is your daughter. Have you done anything with your daughter? No. I think yes, we could say subjectively that he shouldn't get the daughter. Well, the judge would say you're not getting the daughter because your stepson went missing. But if the judge is looking at the law, looking at legalese, legally, Sebastian did not belong to Chris. So he's looking at the case between the mom and Chris with their daughter, Faith. And I don't think he put Sebastian in the mix.
No, because we know that's not true, because we saw documents from that hearing where it was stated
Okay.
that that was a contentious part of the hearing. Matter of fact, it's one of the reasons why the hearing continued, so Nina could utilize
Okay.
that against. And then she even asked YouTubers to come be witnesses for her, which is very telling. If you need a YouTuber to be a witness during a custody case, you don't have anybody closer in your network that can do that.
Right.
But no,
Right.
throughout in the legal documents, one part got leaked where it stated that Chris and Katie are not suspected of a crime due to
Right.
Sebastian's disappearance. So we know it was a point of the case.
Well, that could be a reason too, is that they aren't suspects as of right now. It just looks like a runaway. So
Right.
I
Well, you
think
also
there
have
was
to
some.
think of this, Jax, right? Because
Yeah.
if I was the child's mother, if I'm Nina, I'm going to argue how safe is my child in a home that a child just disappeared from. So I
100%.
refuse to believe that wasn't taken into consideration because it's a huge point.
So I remembered this case, and this made me think of it. Just like Nina would probably tell the judge, "I don't feel safe with my daughter being with him." Right. So back in 2010, I was living in Utah, and there was a news case of a dad in Florida who didn't want his son with the mother because he says the mother's basically crazy. Like don't send my son with her, please. He'll be in danger. The judge didn't listen and sent the boy.
Right.
And she had a boyfriend. Well, they ended up killing that child. They found his remains, but there's a lot of times judges don't like look at certain things. I don't know how the system works. You know what I mean? But I'm not saying Chris is dangerous. I'm saying they're okay. So
Yeah, respectfully, I'm sorry. I was just going to say I'm waiting to kind of be able to have this conversation with you, but I'm not sure where it's going.
Right.
Out of all
So
due respect, I'm not trying to be rude.
no, I'm just trying to I guess bring out inconsistencies and things that I see, and just kind of like hear from you as
I
well,
get what you're
because
saying. So you're saying
many
on Nancy Grace, Chris says that it was 3 years ago, but then Katie says, he was 15, or Chris on a different podcast says he was 15. But from my understanding, that was two separate incidents. So, I mean, the fact of the matter is there were
okay.
CPS calls, right?
Right.
Now,
So basically, I guess could a motive be that so maybe his disappearance would benefit him getting his daughter.
well, so all right. So if we go off that theory, then why wouldn't they just give Sebastian over to Seth like he was set to go be with Seth? Why would they have to make him disappear? They had other plans. They were
Because
looking into
I
facilities
mean, there
for
are
him to live.
dozens and dozens of possibilities here that we're talking about, and I don't think it's ever going to be completely known ever, even if we find him.
Well, they could, like I said, he could have just went with Seth. So why? So
Yes,
my
exactly,
question back to you would be, why wouldn't they just give him to Seth?
100%. I
My-
wouldn't have thought myself.
my answer for that would be because Sebastian would still be quote unquote alive or living, and so while he's still alive and living, the CPS cases are still open.
But the CPS.
And I'm not saying he's unalive.
Right. No, I get what you're saying. I mean, we're just going to have a respectful adult conversation. We're going to say what
Yes.
we think.
100%.
But if there were 5 CPS reports in a short time of frame, correct? That's what they're claiming. You mean to tell me with 5 CPS reports and they were found CPS never intercepted on the child?
So so you ever see the case of Gabriel Fernandez, the little boy that was in the cupboard? You see that on Netflix?
I have.
CPS went there multiple times, and he was being abused, and they never intercepted, and he ended
Well,
up
it
dying.
happens all the time. I mean, it happens all the
Yeah.
time.
But
It
Sebastian
happens
was
all
still
the time.
going. Sebastian was still going back and forth to his father's, right?
100%.
He
Yeah.
never,
Yeah.
Seth
Yeah.
never saw anything, or there was no, I mean, we're talking about this would have to be abused so bad that they're going to unalive the child to hide the abuse. And wouldn't that give investigators even more of a reason to suspect these parents more? I mean, they've come out and stated that the parents have cooperated. They don't have no foul play, but that right there would be a sign of foul play. If these CPS reports are so horrific as we're led to believe, then that would be cause for foul play.
Now, I have a question. Why wouldn't CPS contact Seth about the such and such abuse?
That's a great
You think
question.
you would
Well,
think that if you're divorced from your husband and there's so-called abuse at your husband's house, why wouldn't CPS call you to let you know there's abuse on your child at your husband's house?
Well, unless they were unfounded and unnecessary to inform him of.
well, and we're
Or unless
also
he was informed and he's just fibbing to all of you when he tells you he was
That's
unaware of all
right.
these
That's right.
hardships.
That's exactly what I was just going to say. We have no idea whether they did or they didn't. That's just it. We don't know. It could be something that he has tucked away. It could be something that he's lying about. We don't know.
So
Yeah,
he came out
we
and
Unless
acted like he
CPS
had
comes. Yeah.
Seth
Sorry.
came
yeah.
out here and act like he was unaware of any troubles going on at all. And then we find out that they were all in communication about sending Sebastian to a behavioral modification home. So he lied by stating that he was unaware of any trouble, any
Right.
hardship. He lied.
Right. Now there's also Seth's mother was supposedly told something by Sebastian, and she said that she would keep it a secret.
Right.
You think she
Which
wouldn't tell her son?
Right, and you have to ask yourself that too. So, what kind of grandmother finds out that their grandchild comes to them and they're like, "Oh yeah, well their trust means more to me than their safety." That's an
Right.
asinine thing to even believe.
And after she came out with that, she kind of just disappeared, Seth's mom. Like, we haven't heard anything from her in months.
Well, ironically, when she was emailing JLR saying you should dig into Katie's family, it wasn't until people turned around and started digging into her family that she came out and said we
Yeah.
should leave all the families alone. That's weird.
And I know briefly the story behind Katie's family. I don't think they have anything to do with it either, honestly. You know,
No, I don't even think she was involved with her own family.
no,
But
I wouldn't be. I wouldn't be if I was.
right.
I mean, I would assume the way that her mother was, I would assume that she went through a lot as a child, and I feel
Mhm.
sorry for her. You know what I
Yeah, it
mean?
certainly sounds like there's a lot of trauma on that side for sure.
Yeah.
But we don't know. That's just it. We just simply don't know.
Let's just say my suspicion is on Mr. Proudfoot. I believe
I get that.
maybe I can't say Katie's totally out of the blue just because she was the only one at the house. You know what I mean? But at the
Right.
same time, a child just doesn't. People say, "What about sex trafficking?" And I say they don't break into people's houses in the middle of the night and take children. And there wasn't any forced entry. There's
Well,
no.
Sometimes they do.
well, and I agree with what you're saying, but you're also bringing up other true crime cases. And you mean to tell me you can't think of one where the child did just disappear?
They did.
There's several.
Elizabeth Smart.
Right.
Elizabeth Smart.
Right
There's
here in my
dozens
own
throughout.
backyard. Yep.
Right. There's dozens throughout time where it does
But the
appear like a
difference.
child disappear without trace. And we're talking about a 15-year-old. We're not talking about a child. He's not an infant. He's 15.
Right. The difference with the Elizabeth Smart case is they did find a slit in the screen door where he was able to get in. There's no sign of forced entry with Sebastian.
That
You know
you're
what I
aware
mean?
of. That we're
That
aware of.
that we're aware of.
That's it. Again, critical thinking. We just don't know. We don't know.
Well,
We have to
I
be
think
fair to
Chris.
the
I did.
fact.
I was gonna say. I think Chris did say in Nancy Grace that there was no sign of forced entry.
As have the police, right? And then when
I
Chris
don't
was
remember.
asked if they
Yeah.
had footage inside the home, he also stated that he's not going to answer that question.
Yeah.
We know by the furbish that is being used that there was some type of sighting of Sebastian around his school that morning.
So I never heard that line out of all the. I'm not saying somebody didn't say that, but I don't remember who said it because it was and we have
It
months
was
and
on the
months of.
flyers. Yeah.
Okay, it was on the flyers.
And then if you
I
listen
wonder.
to the dispatch as well, there's some things in there that are really interesting. But this is another fair question. So if you think Chris did something, you don't think the police have his truck data, his phone data, 360 data, all the data?
You bet they do. You bet they do.
Right.
And
I think they do.
maybe he is
Yeah.
guilty. Maybe they're building a case against him.
And they could be. And that's the other thing is all of this is under investigation.
Right.
And
Yeah.
we don't know. We just simply don't know if the parents have been told to answer a certain way. And who cares what the public says? We're looking for your child, right? If the police told me to cooperate in a certain way that made me look like a complete loser, lunatic to get my child back, I'd do it in a second. I wouldn't think twice about it. So we just don't know. And while this investigation is going on, we just there are too many unknowns, and we can speculate all day long, and we just don't know.
And
So there is a
Chris has said that they don't answer questions that the cops told them not to, and
that's
that
right.
the
That's
cops
right.
tell them what they can and cannot say. So it sounds like they are working with the cops.
Well, to be fair, it sounds like they're working with the cops, right? Sounds like it.
Yeah.
But for all
Right,
we
there
know,
again,
he could also just be saying that because he doesn't want to
100.
answer the questions.
That's true.
Absolutely. There are just far too many unknowns for us to be, for people to be attacking these parents this way. I mean, it's fine having an opinion, but good God, just going back to this meal with Sebastian, I'm just sickened.
Well, and Jax, what
there's
you mentioned other inconsistencies. What other? Because you said
actually,
inconsistencies. Oh, cheesy.
well,
Where'd you go?
just real quick, I want to point out a coincidence. I've heard that Katie filed for divorce February 26, 2016 from Seth.
Yeah.
And then Sebastian went missing February 26,
Right.
2024. So, I mean, two of the same dates. Do you think that's just a coincidence that he went missing on the same day? I mean, and I'm not trying to trap you into anything. I just really want to know your opinion.
I said it earlier. I don't believe in coincidences when it comes to true crime. I just don't. No, I don't think that's a coincidence at all.
I've just got a really quick question for Jax.
Go ahead.
Well, make it respectful because I'm not going to have Jax
It is
attack the
respectful.
guys. Just being
It's
honest.
respectful.
All right.
If Katie and Chris came out and they told some details, would you believe them?
Yeah. So I do believe, I'm not saying I believe everything they say is a lie. I do believe there are things like it, but the thing is they don't come out with details, so it's hard for me to I listen to Nancy Grace and there's a lot of things I do believe. Honestly, I can't tell you if Chris was at work that day.
But the police
No,
have said he was.
So a lot of people, because one thing Katie did say, she parked in the garage. A lot of people, other channels state, why would she do that? My grandfather parks in the garage. Like people park in their garage. It's what I don't find anything sketchy about.
It is.
Yeah, I don't find anything sketchy about parking in the garage. You know what I mean? That it's just like I said.
Really quick, Jax, to take you back to the part of being at work. I don't believe the police have ever stated Chris was at work, but Seth's PIs have stated that he was at work.
Right.
People have gone to Chris's work and spoke with his employees, leading us to know that he was at work. So, again, it's not, he was at work.
I'm just wondering what the focal point is, Jack. Of you're saying that you believe that it was Chris, whereas I think
I'm losing that a little bit too. Respectfully.
I mean, respectfully, he already told us because Chris wanted his daughter. He wanted to get rid of Sebastian for his daughter.
But he still had his daughter.
Well, no, he was going to court and fighting for more visitation, fighting for things, and open CPS cases on Sebastian, I believe, could hinder that. But like I said, I really came on here because I've been listening, and I listened to all these channels, and one thing that I really liked about this channel is I know that if I bring up a point, you can kind of combat that with some other facts, because I go on the other pages and basically everybody agrees with me. I kind of wanted to go on and bring up my ideas and different opinions and just kind of hear what you had to say. So I guess it's not really going anywhere. I'm just kind of bringing it up. Okay, well, what do you think about this? What do you think about that?
That's growth, and that's how our brains learn. That's
he has a fair point because he's trying to have a conversation, but then he's also kind of being asked, like, well, why are you having this conversation? Well, because I welcome him to have this conversation. I've been looking to have this conversation, to be honest. I would love to hear from somebody who believes that the Proudfoots are guilty, because I want to hear what makes you automatically go to that. And I'm not completely sold that they're innocent.
I'm not sold either way. I can't be. I would selling myself short, and it wouldn't be doing Sebastian a damn bit of good.
Right.
You
So
know,
I like hearing what he
and
has to say because, as he said, he goes to these channels where he hears
Yeah.
these things, and now he's
I
looking
have a
to see, like,
question for
okay,
Jax.
sure.
sure.
Okay, number one, what do you think about Seth saying that Sebastian had hydrocephalus and he hit Sebastian in his head twice in front of his teachers?
Sebastian, hold on. Seth hit him twice in the head.
Yeah, he said, "Oh, he fell into my hand," but he hit him twice
Oh,
in the head in front of the teachers.
so
But those are two different
hydrocep.
occurrences, right? I mean,
Yeah, the thing is with hydrocephalus, it's difficult. My goddaughter is hydrocephalus. She's special needs. She's got cerebral palsy. They actually disconnected the left side of her brain from her brain stem, so it's causing that to become water.
I'm
Um,
sorry.
yeah, she's she's a handful. She's progressing. She's 20 years old, and she's probably got the mind of an 8-year-old now, and so
Aw.
she's starting to become a teenager and sass me. But I welcome it because you need to progress.
Sure.
When she was
Yes.
18, and they went to go do that surgery, they evaluated her at a 3.5-year-old brain. So
Wow.
now she's progressing. So what I mean is she has hydrocephalus, but it's I know he said if he hits his head he can die. The thing is
Right.
the skull's pretty tough, but like my goddaughter, when she gets mad, she'll bang her head on the wall or something, and she hasn't died. But yeah, at the same time, it's
All right, so
really
let's take out the medical part of it. How about the fact that there's CPS reports stating that Seth Rogers has also abused Sebastian? Let's keep the focal here.
Yeah, I was going to say, isn't it
okay,
the same on both sides with the men anyway? I mean,
right,
and again, we only know what we're told.
That's
right.
one reason why I came up is there's CPS records on both sides with Seth and with the Proudfoot. I honestly think, in my opinion, how do we know? Like Blank Screen, I just read his post on his channel. He said that the CPS records, the dates coincide with when Seth came back into the picture when he moved back from California, and that makes sense. And I want to know what I could totally see because Seth is always saying that that the Proudfoots make him weirded out or whatever, or stress him out or whatever. He doesn't like. He's pissed off at Katie all the time, it seems like, and stuff. How do we know that Seth is not the driving force behind these CPS calls?
Yeah, we don't,
Saying,
Exactly.
and it's a very real possibility.
He could
and
be. I know that Chris stated the teacher called, but Seth could have called. It could have been the grandma too, because Sebastian
yes,
Sebastian told her things. But you know,
and
I
he
don't
could be
know.
taking things. He could be taking things like I have a niece that I helped raise when her mother didn't take care of her anymore, but she didn't like rules because her mother never gave her rules, which I had rules, and so if I didn't let her go to the dance or I didn't go to whatever, she accused me that she was going to call the police on me and say that I was abusing her. I never raised my hand to her, not
Right.
once.
Well, and
And
that's one thing that
but
we've heard throughout is that Seth, it comes out Sebastian had oppositional defiance disorder, and we all
right,
know, that Chris was a tough head of household. He wanted things a
He
certain way,
was. Yeah.
he was
you know.
military. That's a lot of military homes are that way.
So maybe, Sebastian felt things to be almost like, oh, well, if you're not going to let me do this, I'm going to get you kicked out of this house type of thing. Like, we don't
Right.
know. We don't know because,
Well,
again, we've been given this image of Sebastian being this innocent little child, but now we're coming out and we're hearing about, the allegations that Seth has made, and then we're hearing about behavioral modification home for him, and oppositional defiance disorder. So now we got to think at this all from a different perspective.
I
My
mean,
only
okay.
my only question to
So,
Jack. Sorry, I'm going to jump down, but my only
okay,
question to Jack was
can
about
can I
the.
respond? Can I just respond real quick to something
Yeah,
that was
sorry.
just said? I wonder if he didn't really have ODD, and just hear me out. Because me being the godfather of a special needs kid, and then I live in the house with her mother, who's kind of older, and we kind of co-parent, and a part of me wonders. And the thing is, her mom will let her get away with things,
Right.
kind of take it easy on her. I'm more of the disciplinarian. I wonder if Sebastian's dad, Seth,
Mhm.
took it easier on him at his house, and
Of
then
course.
when he would go home to Katie, that Chris would be that disciplinarian, and maybe Sebastian was like, "Well, my dad lets me do this. My dad lets me do that."
Right.
What
Right.
if maybe he didn't have ODD? Maybe he was just spoiled at dad's and not at mom's.
Maybe he was just a confused child that was pulled every direction. Yeah, sure.
Right.
I
Yeah,
think
We
children
we've
are
heard.
often diagnosed when they don't need to be, and we
Right,
do
labels
know
are
that
thrown
Seth didn't.
around. Yeah.
Right, we do know that Seth didn't carry the same rules. So yeah, that
Right.
could cause a child to be like, "Well, wait a minute, my dad lets me." Yeah, for sure.
Exactly.
yeah.
Yep.
And not only that, we know divorce is hard on any kid, but especially special needs children. They don't
Mhm.
understand. And with
Exactly.
consistency, him going back and forth between homes, you know what I mean? So
Right.
I would guess I'm just trying to look at that through Sebastian's eyes and not the parents' eyes. The parents and the doctors will see him being defiant, but he's just confused and breaking of his consistency, and dad's letting him do one thing, and mom's house they won't let him do the other thing. So yeah, maybe he didn't have ODD. Maybe he was just misdiagnosed and was confused and was thrown every which way.
That's a possibility. I mean, he only spent, the every other weekend with Seth. Where with Chris and
Yeah.
Katie, you don't get, when you're there every other weekend, you kind of get to be the more relaxed, fun parent. But when you have to be the one
Yep.
that gets them to school and doctor's appointments and all the other things, you don't get to be that fun parent
Right.
all
I
the
am
time.
interested in hearing Jack's point on the Proudfoots, but I'm just going to ask this, then I'll jump down. I'll leave you with this one. But if the only facts that we're learning are from Seth, so everything that we know is mainly from Seth.
Right.
Katie and Chris aren't saying anything. So if Chris and Katie came out and said, "No, Seth did this, Seth did that, Seth was Santa Claus," are we expected to just believe everything Seth's saying because he's the only one saying it, or do we have to look at everything as a whole? Because I don't think any of the parents have done anything, if I'm being completely honest. I think Sebastian ran away. So it's interesting to learn that you think it is the Proudfoot. Well, not you think it is, but you're leaning towards that there is something on the Proudfoot side. So that's all I'm just wondering, because we're only getting our facts from Seth.
Right. So
What's your thoughts on that?
so the difficult part of this is we're only getting one perspective, which is Seth. The other two, they're not talking. It would help for us to gain more perspective, on what's going on both sides. The thing is, Seth comes out and says all this about the Proudfoots, but the Proudfoots don't come out and say things about Seth. So we don't really know. So I can't really say unless I heard what's going on that side. You know what I mean? We're
Right.
kind
So
of just getting one perspective. I'm not saying I believe the Prophets did it because Seth said this. I'm saying I believe, like I said, I don't even really point the finger at Katie too much. The only thing is that she was there. Everything else
Yeah.
I feel is coming from Chris. Chris is even just looking into his background of what he was like before Katie, you know what I mean? And kind of all the way up till now, well, okay, well, he laid his hands on Nina. He says he laid his hands on Sebastian. And, I feel like with this pattern, he is the one that's most likely to do something of foul play. And the reason I say I don't think he ran away is just because I have an autistic and special needs child, and I worked with autistic children, and I know
right.
with
But
consistency, he's not going to leave in the middle of the night with no shoes on in the cold. It sounds
but
like if he did
fair,
that, he was running for his life. You know what I
to
mean?
be fair, Jax, if you work with special needs, autistic children, then they're all different.
Right. I was
Yeah.
gonna say, yeah, that's too many generals there for sure. Just
Right.
because,
So to
Yeah.
say just because you work with children of autism,
yeah,
you know that a child with autism wouldn't do this, then you of all people should know that that's
exactly.
reckless to say because there's
It
no
is.
two are the same. right?
Yes.
I don't think, yeah, you were intentionally
And
trying to be reckless,
and
but
we
it can be, yeah. So
we also don't
Yeah.
know that
They're all
Sebastian
different.
was barefoot. There's no confirmation he was barefoot. We're just getting that from somebody who's saying, well, when he was little, he stepped on fire ants.
right, yeah, we just don't know.
Right. So I want to say both sides stated that he never ran off. He never eloped in their words. And working with special needs, if you never elope, there's times we had the classroom doors open and there's kids that would just stay at their desk. But the kids that try to elope and run out of the school, we had to close the doors because and move them to a different room because we were trying to let the other kids out. And because so it's like I feel like if he never eloped, like he never ran off, I feel like there would have to be a reason for him to run off.
Well, how
And
about
just
the
They
reason
knowing,
don't run
being?
off until they do, though.
I
Well,
don't know.
That's just it, yeah.
well, respectfully, let's put out the reasons. He knows that he is in some sort of trouble where they're looking to send him to a home, right?
Yes.
We know that he's in some sort of trouble where they're saying he has to do online school and live with his father if he doesn't go to this home. So
Right.
to act like nothing was taking place when we do know without a doubt something was taking place, they just haven't been honest with us about it. That gives reason for why he would run away. What happened that they were looking to send him to a behavioral modification school? What was really going
Right.
on?
Right,
And
there
was
can
that
be a
answer?
first, yeah, there can be a first time that you run away. The other thing too that we need to remember is Sebastian's age and his hormones. And someone
Right.
asked about his ODD and
Yeah.
whether or not somebody else would have said that that was something else. Absolutely, it is really hard to diagnose a teenager that is in the throes of hormones, and things become a situational diagnosis. But things can
Right.
pop up at any time, and we have to remember one's not like the other. We have to give that respect out there that, I mean, to me, I would think that if he was a child that did run away all the time, or these people that are saying, they should have done this to stop him from running away, we just simply don't know. We just don't know. I mean, people have situational depressions. People have there's
But again, we don't even have to speculate. We do know there was trouble. There were hardships.
Mhm.
yeah,
So we
that
don't have to
definitely
do
sounds
the
like
whole
it. Yeah.
speculation. We know they finally came out and they have revealed that something was going on, that they were looking into behavioral modification schools. So it wasn't this, regular, everyday, innocent things taking place. Something was taking place that caused parents. That's the last resort for most parents. Let's acknowledge it for what it is.
Right.
Now let me just state too, or let me acknowledge this, that you guys see I came on here to get different points of views, and you guys just said something that gave me a light bulb. Now, like I said, I'm in school for forensic psychology. I know special needs kids. Um, what if because he's 15, he's going through raging hormones. What if the raging hormones made him change his ways?
And
Like, what if,
yeah.
meaning like he never eloped, he never ran off before, but now his raging hormones, he's angry, he gets mad, he hears something he doesn't like, and he's just gonna
100%.
run.
Yeah, it could be
And
something
you're-
that he sees the boys his age having
Well-
girlfriends. That
Well,
can do
something
it.
Yeah.
something happened that he was very recently before disappearing diagnosed with autism.
I was going to say
Right,
that we have to remember he was just freshly diagnosed, so I'm
Right.
sure he's got new meds, and if
Yeah.
Seth wasn't giving him his meds and just giving him coffee or whatever he was saying that he was doing with him, this poor kid might have been reeling, because at Seth's he wasn't getting his pills properly, but at his mom's house he was getting his pills the way he's supposed to. Yeah, and this is all new to him, so he could have
Yes.
been reeling. We
That
don't
you're
know.
absolutely you're right about that. I have to, and I've said this on the last time I even came up on a panel. I think it was I myself have had issues with child abuse and trauma and those kind of things. And there was a time when, and you hear this all with people who have mental health diagnoses, that they'll start feeling better so they don't take their medications, and that's so true. But what happens is there was a medication that I was just I don't know if it's doing me any good or not, so I would take it sometimes not. And when I went to my doctor's visit, he just sat me down, looked me right in the face, and he said, you either need to stop them completely or take them every day, because what you're doing to your brain is about one of the worst things you can do. We can't figure out what is depression. We can't figure out what is anxiety. We can't figure out what it is, because your mind is up and down, up and down. So stop them. So you're absolutely right. Just the medications alone could
Well,
be
not
driving all of this.
not only the medications, but you have a new diagnosis in October. We're talking by February, he disappears. So October, November, December, January,
Yeah,
that would have been
that's
a whirlwind of doctor's appointments and
Yeah.
medication adjustments and
100%.
therapy
Absolutely.
and endless, now Sebastian's finding out, oh, I'm diagnosed with autism. What does that mean? And now I'm
Right.
diagnosed with OD. What does this all mean? And it would have been that for all the parents would have had to figure out what that all means.
That's a hard one to do. Absolutely. That you
And
you
how
don't
And
long,
then
smooth that.
how
Yeah, you
long
can't
does it
smooth
take?
that out in 6 months, right? It took years for me
Right.
to find a medication that worked
Right,
for me.
And he's a
Years.
child,
right.
so
Right. And so you're right. You're right. At that short of time, yeah, that's a big clue right there. That's a huge clue right there,
I only
in
got a
my
few more
opinion.
minutes until I got to go pick up my passengers, but I do want to say, even people with normal, non-special needs children, their child could be a straight A student, so on and so forth. But then the second they turn 13, 14 years old, they could be a smoker who's sneaking out, and he's still a 15-year-old boy, whether he's special needs or not. The only thing that gets me is if he's thinking about or planning to run away, don't you think he'd put his shoes on?
we don't know. Again, no, respectfully,
Yeah,
Jax, we don't know that he was
Yeah.
barefoot.
Yeah.
We don't know that. There's no
yeah.
confirmation that he was barefoot.
There's just like I said on Nancy Grace, Katie said all his shoes were accounted for. So
Yeah, and they
her
believe
being
that
the mother,
they
so
believe that a pair
Right.
of right
But
slippers may be missing too. So
right. And you have to remember
yeah.
too, for them to say all his shoes were accounted for, she's not answering yes he had shoes on, no he didn't. Right. That's really not answering the
Well,
question.
I think
That's really not
I think
answering the
she was
question.
I think she
kind
was
of
the
is.
one that said he went barefoot first. I don't know, but
Well,
either way,
well, and here's the thing though, because if we're talking about a situation where, like I stated from the beginning, maybe Sebastian overheard Chris and Katie talking on the phone, and it got him
Mhm.
so upset and angry, he ran out the door, and
Yeah.
maybe before he
Yeah.
realized that he was lost. God forbid that was the simple answer.
Oh
Or
yeah, that
given the
absolutely
fact
could
that he
happen.
was at his father's the weekend before and he had unlimited access to the internet and everything, how do we know Sebastian wasn't waiting on somebody that Sunday night? How do we know that
Yeah.
that
I
flashlight
know.
part Sebastian going out to meet somebody? We just simply don't know.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Maybe
And
he
so
snuck out barefoot so that his mom didn't hear him creeping through the house to go out to meet somebody. Maybe the exchange went wrong, or maybe we see the flashlight going back towards the Proudfoots because Sebastian went out the flashlight, realized who he was meeting isn't who he thought he was meeting. Maybe he tried running back home, but the other flashlight chased him, grabbed him, and took him. There
And
were
how do we
somewhere
know?
else.
yeah,
And
I
how do we know this is
honestly
the first time?
Right.
How many
I
times did we
honestly
sneak out
believe
as a teenager and our parents didn't know about it?
Matter
You
of
know?
fact, I will say there was that situation where a neighbor reported Sebastian was hiding underneath the car.
Yep.
Apparently, that situation
yeah.
was true. It did happen.
Right.
You remember the story of Skylar Niece where she was
Horrible.
straight A student. Yeah,
Horrible.
straight A student, great in school, but she wanted to be with her friends. So she did something she never did was sneak out. And they
Happens
ended
all the
up
time.
murdering her,
Yep.
And they would have never thought she'd sneak out of her house, but she did for that first time and something bad happened.
Right.
And they didn't find her for how long? They didn't even know where she was until the girl spoke up and said where she was. You
Yeah,
know what I
that's
Right.
mean?
nasty. Yeah, that's
So yeah, so like I said, I've been in true crime for a really long time. But so I kind of write true crime articles here and there, so I know quite a bit. But like I said, I'm not ruling out that he ran away or not. Like you guys, I'm not saying that it was foul play or not, but you guys gave me a new way of thinking with his puberty and his medication changes. Anything can change. Even
Right.
the regular kids that aren't special needs, their brain totally flips when the hormones kick in.
Yeah.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean? They're not
And,
that same. They aren't that little boy. He's not that little boy he was even 3 years ago. And maybe that's why they were sending him to, modification places
Right.
is because these hormones kicked in. He didn't know what's going on with him. Plus, being autistic, it's like a fight or flight from his body kind of thing. He just like, he's not sure what's going on with his body. He just kind of like, everything just changes in him.
Right.
And
And
so
comparing him to With a
Yeah.
child that stepped on an ant pile years ago.
Yeah,
You
it's
can't do that.
different.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
there
it
is
is.
a
Yeah.
reason. I do believe there is a reason why we've been painted a very different image of the actual Sebastian. That they make him appear like a baby. I think that's that
Yeah.
with intent.
They do. They make it seem like he doesn't even know how to tie his own shoes. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I feel like he was more capable than that.
I mean, he
And
was. I mean, even his father and Chris have both came out and said he was very smart. He's very intelligent. He was very high functioning. It's the audience that has done it. It's people like Betty that refer to him as what
Mhm.
was the word?
Oh yeah, what did she call him? Defective.
Defective.
Yeah.
defective. Oh yeah.
It is things like that have made an audience of people believe that we are looking for this, infantilized child when we're not. And they say, "Where's the baby?" and all these things. And it's like he's not a baby. Respectfully, he is 15. He is capable of leaving the house at night. He's capable of sneaking out. We don't know if he's done it any night before. To say there's no camera footage, just pitch black. His own neighbor Bobby, that everybody validates when they want to, stated you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. It was so dark. So why people question, well, he would have been on camera and he would have this? Not necessarily.
No, not necessarily.
Right. What a great
Right.
boy. What a great boy. It's so insulting. He's a 15-year-old
Yeah.
boy, highly functioning, recently diagnosed. Let's stop with acting like he's incapable. It's
Right.
annoying.
Understandable. And that's why I came
Right.
on here. I didn't come on here to try to prove a point or anything. I was just
No,
trying
I
to,
No,
you
you've been
know,
very respectful, and I've enjoyed the open conversation, and that's what needs to happen more.
Well, and I'll be honest, and when it comes to speaking about Sebastian, I think people can just drop the whole autism aspect. Just stop
Right.
with that because
Yeah,
it's being said with the intent to paint a certain picture so you have more
well,
of saying, "What a good boy, what a good boy." It's not
well,
at
no.
all.
So the thing is, the reason I bring up the autism is they see the world differently than us, right?
Oh, absolutely.
So if a normal child goes through a divorce with their parents, it's gonna affect him 10 times more.
Well,
Especially with
don't necessarily know if it's going to affect him 10 times more. Everybody's just an
well,
individual, and it might affect him
yeah,
differently, but it affects all children differently. I'm not trying to be
right.
disrespectful, but yeah.
No, yeah, but what I
Well,
mean is like,
look at the parents here, Jax. Look at what we hear them do via social media. What do you think it was like offline? What do you think it was like for Sebastian every single day living in that kind of hatred and controversy
yeah,
and chaos and defiancy? And
hmm yep.
I'm not going to give him his medication over here because I don't agree with medication. And
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
you know,
just nuts.
it
I
does a
mean,
lot to a child.
look at how he said, Seth said he wouldn't pee at my house, he would pee at their house,
Right,
and
stupid shit like that.
you
But then he
know,
also shared a story about Sebastian peeing in the bed and him saying, "You're going to clean it up yourself, son." So it
Yeah,
depends what interview you want to listen to Seth on. He gives different
yeah.
answers.
That's just horrible to
So, but
say.
what I mean is like if there was contentious between the parents, and he's just in the middle of that, and he's the only child being pushed and pulled, kind of thing, and that's a lot on any child,
Right.
But yeah, I think I got to wrap it up, but I'll probably pop in later if you're still on. But yeah, you guys definitely gave me a light bulb moment because, like I said, being in psychology, knowing the hormones, knowing he's probably turning into a man and not a little boy anymore. So that's probably why they were going to send him to like
Sure, it has a
behavior
lot to do.
modification.
Yeah.
And just because he didn't run away as a little boy doesn't mean he wouldn't run away as a 15-year-old. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, thank you,
So
Jack. I really appreciate
Thank you.
I
Thank you.
appreciate
no
the
worries. If you
conversation.
guys
It's nice to hear.
if you guys don't mind, I'll pop in later if you're on here. If not, then I'll probably pop in on another live you have.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Anytime, Jax.
It's great to have an
All
open
right.
conversation with you. Thank you.
Yeah, it's cool to always, discuss with people who have the same ideas as you. Learn and you grow. You learn and you grow by what do you call it? Discussing
By
others.
open dialogue, by
You know what I
conversation,
mean?
by seeing other
Yeah, you do.
perspectives. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, open dialect.
Yep.
Yeah,
It was a
so
great conversation.
all right.
Thank you.
I
Thank you,
appreciate that, and
Thank you.
we'll chat later. All right.
Have a great
Bye.
one. Listen to yourselves degrading Seth. How are we degrading Seth? Like that?
No,
Answer
I
me
haven't
that.
heard one thing. No, I am not. No, whoever's saying that, I don't have my glasses on. Or
I think
looked
that's
at
kind
the
of what gets on my nerves. Is like by
chat.
pointing out things that Seth has said, we are now degrading Seth. But when pointing out inconsistencies or things you think Katie and Chris have said, well, that's just having a conversation.
Right.
What was one thing that was degrading to Seth? Always 8. Would you like a link to come up and say it? I'd love to know. What was
Love to have
degrading?
the conversation. Absolutely. 100%.
Right. How are we degrading him? Honestly, it's an honest question.
I wouldn't even be up here on this panel if we were trashing one side or the other.
We're only
It's a moot point. It's ridiculous.
we're only saying things that Seth said. He
I
said
know.
he
I
didn't
just
want to give him his medicine. He
Right. How's
said
that
that he
degrading?
didn't. He's always saying stuff against Katie and how angry he is at Katie that she ruined his family and blah 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 blah. So we know there's anger there.
It's the same person I just said stop blaming the child too. So okay, you're not ready for an adult
Well, and
conversation.
here's the thing: just trying to apply critical thinking, and I'm not always the best at it. But that thing disappeared. I was just going to address every point that she had.
She had no points. Sorry.
Well,
I mean, respectfully, she had no points.
Yeah, but
I don't know. Maybe she's hiding from the public of pitchforks that are coming for her right now. Always Ellie, or maybe she's grieving the celebration of her 16-year-old's birthday, not knowing where he is. I don't know. I don't know.
And so I did catch that when she said, "Where is Katie?" So we don't know what the police have said to Katie. How do we know that the police early on said, "Hey, we're following this lead"? We suggest that you go out of town because of this vitriol that's headed your way, or it's dangerous for you to. We don't know, and I'm not saying that happened, but guess what? We don't know. We don't know. So how can you say that until everybody knows everything, and we probably never will? Try to just be open, for the love of God. I mean, it's just insane.
Well, this is my answer to you. Always late. First off, I would welcome you to a conversation, cool down a little bit and let's have a conversation. But did you see what people just did with the footage of her out to eat with her son? And you're asking why she's not publicly coming forward more?
Right.
I mean, honestly, how many people are going to walk themselves into that type of public outrage, misguided anger, the hate, the vileness? I mean, you're talking about degrading. They took the last footage that this mother has enjoying an innocent dinner with her son, and they have completely blown it out of proportion and demonized every aspect of it.
Yeah, it's just makes it made me come out of the shadows. I was so mad.
It's just insane.
And I'm not one side or the other.
And I would imagine, Chris has said that law enforcement has told them not to talk and blah, blah, blah. Okay, so that's what Chris said. Okay, if you don't like Chris and you don't want to believe what he says, but just put your common sense hat on for a minute.
Right.
And we see how the police are with social media and the public and stuff like that. I would imagine that the police told them not to talk. I can just see it. Because
it
my
creates
common
more
sense brain tells me that the police would tell them, don't be talking to social media. Look at what happened with the Wells. Look at what happened with this family. Look at what, I mean,
well, they asked
media.
Seth not to too.
Yeah.
Yeah, so here we are. I wouldn't care what other people said about me.
I would.
With all due respect, guess what? You don't know what the police are telling Katie.
Well, I'll be honest. I don't believe the police. I don't believe the police are telling Katie not to speak. I'm not even going to give that. I don't believe that.
Well,
I think it's an excuse.
I don't know.
I think Katie is simply not speaking because people are hateful. To say you wouldn't care what people said about if your child was missing, but you're in here screaming about Seth Rogers, who filed a lawsuit to shut people up, ma'am.
Crazy,
and sent out 8 cease and desist letters. So he sure cared.
Well, you notice the only time Katie came out and talked, other than the little conversation we had on Queen Bee's channel, but when she really came out and talked was when she was there protecting her son's name.
Right.
It was when Seth came out and started talking about the stuff that happened in California. Then she came out and she stated something. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's when she came out as Mama Bear to protect her son's name. That's when you see her come out when she needs to.
Well, and I don't like this idea of like, if it was my child, I'd do X, Y, and Z. You don't know that.
No, you don't know.
You don't know what you do.
Yeah.
You don't even know where their investigation is right now. You don't know if they have somebody in sight, if they don't, you don't know she was in danger. You don't know. We don't know anything.
Right.
Would I like Katie?
If it was part of a plan for her to go away, to let's see if these people bite that might have Sebastian. We don't know. We don't know.
But I do agree that Katie should be making more appearances. They were invited on court TV and they declined. I do think it's weird that they don't speak out more. I'm not going to lie. I think if there was ever a time to save Sebastian's dignity, it was now. It was a month ago. It was 2 months ago. I do think she should be speaking a little bit more. I'm not going to lie and say I don't.
Yeah,
but I also understand why she won it.
Right, exactly. Yeah. I mean, and for
Yeah, I
people
don't
to
blame
say,
her.
well, I would like to hear more from them and start accusing them. Well, guess what? You don't matter. Guess what? In this
Right.
situation, he's not your child and you don't matter. And that's what people
Mhm.
need to realize. You don't matter here. I don't care if you want to hear more of this and that. You don't matter.
Well, what if they wanted to come out and speak more, but in order to do so, they're going to send cease and desist and lawsuits out to the creators that are trashing them. Then can they come out and speak more?
I
Should
know,
they should they
we
follow
just don't
Seth's
know.
steps? Divine,
And the
thank
thing
you.
of it is we only know what the media wants us to know. Nobody's
wasn't on
following them
vacation.
around 24/7 with the camera. We
And
don't know.
it wasn't on vacation. They didn't go on vacation. They went to where Chris was working. It was hardly a vacation. I mean, that's being a little dramatic, calling
But
it a
we do
vacation.
know Seth did go on vacation and he admitted that he went on vacation.
Right.
That we know.
Yeah.
That
Actually,
we know.
She went with her husband.
I can't
went
remember
with
where
her-
he went, but yeah, he went. So he said it, and it was vacation, and he was going to go relax somewhere. I don't know all the words, so I'm not going to. Yeah,
I don't
And
recall him ever saying he went on a vacation. I
He
don't
did.
recall
He went
that.
on a vacation.
I heard
Do you
people
remember that,
say it, but
Cheesy?
I
Didn't
didn't
he
hear.
go to a
I didn't hear
cabin?
him say it, but I heard some people say it. I never heard Seth actually say it, but
Yeah,
I could
thought
be
he was
wrong.
having. Yeah, and I don't know all the details, so don't come at me. But from what I understand, he was having a conversation with somebody about going to a cabin somewhere.
Yeah.
Well,
And
what I
which-
like this. Sparks and Sparkle say, to be fair, Chris and Katie brought to social media, yet you guys tear them apart for waiting 8 days to come to social media. But Seth also waited 8 days to come to
He
social
did.
media. So why are we?
Mm-hmm.
Why would they bring it to social media if they were guilty? Doesn't that kind of go against the whole narrative?
Yeah.
I don't get it. I mean, and Katie left that house at that time. She had YouTubers, she had drones, she had people spying in her back windows, going through the yards. It
Yeah.
simply wasn't fully safe. And they didn't leave the house unattended. It's not like they left that as Sebastian came
Yeah,
back,
it
he's coming
wasn't
back to a
unattended.
dark. He's not coming back to a dark home that he can't get into. There was family there.
Well, and not only that,
Right.
but police were there watching. You think they're not going to watch that house? For her to be safe to leave, and then I mean, come on.
I
It's
mean,
just
maybe she couldn't
crazy.
handle the anxiety of her son not being there and being tormented by people coming past her neighborhood and stalking into her windows. Maybe it was too much for her emotionally handle at that time. We
Well,
don't
just
know.
being in the house alone.
Right.
I mean,
That's
just
true.
being
Yeah,
there
'cause
all
she
by
was alone.
herself.
That's right.
Not
That's
knowing
right.
what happened to her son. I mean, was he
Right.
kidnapped? Did he run away? It was somebody stalking us? You don't know.
Right.
And then for people to say that, while in the same hand, let's go ahead and ask why Seth left his apartment unattended for 3 days while he, allegedly stayed by the Proudfoots.
That's true,
Right.
because then some people say that he was on his way to his house. I mean, yeah, the whole thing is just crazy.
Yeah,
It's
because
just
Seth kept
crazy.
saying that he would come to his house if he wanted to run away. So why did
That's
he
right.
leave his
So
house
why
for
did
so
he?
many
Yeah,
days?
exactly. Good point. Yeah.
Right. And now you have this intelligence agency using the freaking date and the Bower Sox address as a reward fund. Further inciting hate after stating that they received these clear as day, these so clear videos from satellite, pictures from satellite that implicate the Bower Sox.
Yeah.
Coming to find out,
Ridiculous.
they didn't receive any satellite photos.
And when we say why did Seth leave his house for 3 days, we're not trashing Seth for doing it. We're
No,
just
yeah,
saying,
exactly.
you guys are saying this about Katie, but Seth did this also. There's a lot of this back and forth of, well, Katie did this, Chris did this. But what about what Seth has been doing? He's been doing a lot of the same things.
Right.
But
It's
nobody calls
basically
him out for it. There's CPS records against Seth. There's
Right.
different things against Seth. There's all these other things that came out after everybody was praising Seth and attacking Chris and Katie, but they kind of glazed over those because they didn't want to downgrade Almighty Seth. And
right.
and I'm
It's
not
the same red
trashing-
flags.
Right, and I'm not
Exactly.
trashing Seth.
No,
just
it's just
saying-
how it is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and just saying, well, what's good for this one is
Right.
same as this one. Why aren't you saying the same thing about him? I'm just trying to keep
I'm glad you
the
took
playing
that
field
moment to point
even.
it out. Yeah, that was a good
You
time
know?
to point it out. 100%. Well said.
Where'd you just go, Azima, with your fuck you? Oh yeah, right here. Fuck you, come after me because I don't agree. First off, you've been in this chat all night disagreeing all day. Nobody has come at you for it. If you can't handle me disagreeing back, then don't be in my chat. I've been very
Yeah, if you
respectful
can't,
to you this entire time.
right.
Don't disrespect me in my own chat.
If you can't be a grown up, just go on with you. Who cares?
Yeah.
Who are you?
Come up and have a good conversation. We just had a good conversation with Jax. I totally have never thought that the Proudfoots, not one thing has made me think that they did anything to Sebastian. And I just had a great conversation with that Jax, and he brought up some good points and I brought up some good points. I thought it was a great discussion. So yeah, people, as long as you're talking nice to us, we're going to talk nice to you like that Jax did. You know, he wasn't up here to be argumentative, but it's nice to talk about different things, and you don't have to be trashing the other parents to do it. I mean, I've been blamed of trashing Seth, but the things that I bring up is just what Seth says, and it has nothing to do with trashing him. It's just like, what if this, what if that? It's just discussing this case. And yeah, I don't want to trash Seth. I've gone back and forth. There's things
Listen,
that have.
let's just be honest, Cheesy. If saying what Seth himself said is considered trashing him, then maybe he shouldn't have said it. Okay. I'm so sick of people running in to be like, don't do that to Seth. But then you'll sit in a chat on this boy's birthday and rip apart a video of him eating with his mother.
It's just disgusting.
You know, nobody here has disparaged Seth in any sort of format. Matter of fact, I've given a lot of leniency to Seth throughout all of this. So I don't appreciate those accusations.
Right. I agree.
Yeah. Yep.
Hey, just Samantha. I'm going to run to the restroom.
I am too. Hang on.
Guys. It seems the time has passed, but I was just coming up to add about like the fear that Katie and Chris must have been in the I can imagine like just the immediate time after he's gone missing, and the singe of strangers and YouTubers all that came to their house and in the area, like the vicinity. That's one thing that Bobby Binoculars, she said that she was worried that the price of her house was going to be diminished because of what happened in the neighborhood. Like you have all of these strangers running around, putting up drones and taking pictures, and that would sure as hell scare me. And then as far as like when you think about, hey, what if he was taken? Well, statistically speaking, we know that a perpetrator usually returns to the crime. So God forbid, and amongst of all that chaos, there was an actual suspect. But more than likely, you're having innocent people who are just being nosy, or like the YouTubers who went there and they just caused chaos, and you have all these strangers that a neighbor doesn't know and say they could have been the suspect, but they're a regular person. You know what I mean? Like the confusion that adds of all of the new people coming to the neighborhood. Am I making sense? I'm rambling. I'm sorry.
No, you're making sense. You know, there was a lot of shit going on I don't blame them. And they're like, oh, how can they work? How can they go out to dinner? How can they do this when their son is missing? Your life can't end. You have to go on. I'm sure it's horrible for them to have to go on. But I mean, if something, God forbid, I mean, my kids are adults now, but if something was to happen to one of my kids back in the day, me and my husband were in no position to take months and months and months off of work. You know, we would have had to go back to work eventually, because you got to pay your bills, mortgage and car payments and electricity. They're not going to stop. Yeah, they might give you a little pass for a month or so, but that's it. They're not going to give you a free pass forever because you can't pay your bills. So they have to. Chris had to go back to work. What else was they going to do? And I can't imagine.
Cheesy. Like when they get attacked, like, oh my God, was Katie smiling? How dare her? Did she laugh? Well, for fuck's sake, I hope that woman can find a little bit of joy with what she's dealing with in her life. And like you are saying, like there's another child involved. You have to go on. You have to pick up the pieces, and you have to continue, or mentally you're going to go crazy. Like that's what I think sometimes when it comes to like to BHB, like when you take the Wells, for instance, it's like she wanted to destroy their lives. Like, unfortunately, their child went missing and she feels they're responsible. So she'll do whatever she can to like take everything, all of the goodness. And look, they lost their
Right.
other kids, we've seen everything that they went through. And it's like, her particularly, but others, is that what they want? They just think like, oh, it's not bad enough that their kid's missing, but you might be responsible. I don't believe you, therefore suffer. Well, who are you? You're not the law,
Right.
Yep.
The day my mom died, we were chit-chatting and whatever, we were sad and whatever, but somebody told me a joke that day and I laughed. I mean, even though you're going through trauma, you still have to laugh, you still have to talk about other things, you still,
Life goes on, right? I
Right,
mean, it's an
you have
unfortunate
to.
fact, but you can't
It is.
just,
Yeah.
cave over, right?
And your brain will do what it needs to do in order to protect you at the moment.
Right.
Well,
When
we've
you're
heard people closest to, people that are close to Katie have said, like, there's times she's not okay. This is real, and people don't care. And same thing with Seth. There's times where he's having a good time, he's laughing. There's times where he's sad. One's doing it publicly, one's doing it privately.
Yeah, exactly. Each deals with it the way they need to deal with it. With all this just hatred going on around them, my God, what they're going through is bad enough without all these people screaming and demanding. And he's not your child.
I wanted to add one more thing. I'm doing a drive-by, Granny. I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry. I wasn't here for the first
Sorry.
half.
Me neither.
But when it comes to the law enforcement, right? It's like, I swear these YouTubers and consider themselves like true crime. We watch case by case by case, and I swear they learn nothing from it. Like, look
Well,
at
you know why?
Madeline Soto. Like, so she was considered missing originally. Hey, we watched those interrogations. We've seen what happened. So you're gonna tell me that if they didn't suspect Chris and Katie, that it wouldn't have like moved up the ladder? Or you're gonna say, well, maybe their local PD is corrupt, or they're not knowledgeable enough on how to handle this crime, but it's going to go up to like TBI, and on every single level they're failing.
Well,
I
just
have to
Samantha,
believe in law enforcement. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, they've excused that on the fallacies that the Proudfoot and Bowerstocks are paying off all of the agencies involved. But now that Seth has come out and said they've renewed his faith, I wonder if they have to switch that narrative now.
Just crazy.
But that's a good point. Like, you know why most of these people don't know? Because all they stay in is the where they can speculate. They don't follow it to trial. They're not following it to the interviews and all of that. They're only following the gossipy parts where they can point fingers, and then that case gets dropped like a hot potato for the next trending one.
Exactly. Yes, we've seen it with the Dylan Rounds case. We've seen it with Leonie, with Quentin, about how the boyfriend was immediately working with the FBI and how that hotel room was rigged. Like,
Idaho
we've seen
4.
time and time again how wrong people have been, even including myself.
Right.
Jumping to speculations, and I say this. I feel like in true crime, we're guilty of instantly going to something nefarious.
Right.
And
We always need a villain.
Yeah, sometimes I have to like even walk myself back, like, hey, slow down a minute. And that's what's so great about a discussion. But yeah, like, I don't get it. Pay more, like, people need to watch these interrogation videos more. Just open your eyes, or they just want to hate.
Idaho 4 was a perfect example. People were screaming how they're letting these 4 children, they're not even, they're doing nothing. They don't even have a suspect. They were pointing guilt at other classmates. And the whole time they had Koberger. They were waiting to have enough to arrest so that they can get a conviction. That's their main point.
That's another thing. Like, say the parents were guilty and then they just arrested them on a hunch. Then you're going to be screaming when they get off that there's no justice. Well, you rushed it and it's your fault.
Exactly.
You can't, like, which way do you want it?
And Jill has a great point here. Jill says, why is this case so much more intense? Well, I would say because early on, you had not many people. I mean, we showed his Amber Alert on the first day he was missing. Not many people did. But immediately you have the GoFundMe. You have the parents having conflict. You have Seth out here, telling how much he disdains Katie and Chris. And so right away, it fed the frenzy to a perfect spiral up to now we have lawsuits. I mean, fucking lawsuits. That's crazy.
And I think the one thing, this is how I became to know about Sebastian, is I was following the Riley strain, and like all of America seemed to be watching this young, missing, up and coming, whatever he was going to be when he was older. And then when they suddenly found him, and then bam, all the people who are in that area just rushed right over to Sebastian's. And I think that has something to do with why so many people are aware of this one and caught on fairly early on. That's how I came about. What's making it fester, I don't know.
It was the same date as Maddie Soto too, though. It was February.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know. YouTube's thinking they're helping while inserting themselves into missing children's investigation. But again, look at all these cases that end up like this. You see the same exact players.
That's
particularly Betty.
That's one of the reasons why everybody went after Chris so fast, I feel, is because it came right along with Madeline Soto, where we found out right away. I mean, it was pretty fast that we found out that
Stefan Stones.
Yeah. So I think and then all of a sudden everybody's looking at Chris because he was the stepfather, and here was a stepfather that did all this to poor Madeline Soto,
Right. And that kind of fed into the frenzy of stepfathers. And but Cupcakes has a great point. The FBI has to have a person of interest. That was when Michael Vaughn's report came out. They know more than we could ever begin to try and dig into.
Right.
And I said the same thing when it came to Riley. I said, I guarantee they have footage we're unaware of. And then sure enough, it came out that they had that body cam footage of the officers. I guarantee you in Sebastian's case, there's footage we're unaware of. And I do think they're on to somebody or somebodies. And I do think that there's going to be a conclusion soon.
I hope so.
Granny, let's not believe that or listen to the FBI. Let's listen to at-night intelligence.
The people that put their watermark all over
their futuristic satellite.
That is so ridiculous.
I mean, it is. It is so ridiculous. It's just the fact that they even watermarked that video just really tells you what their purpose is.
Again, like 4 times they watermarked it. Are you kidding me?
Right. And if that wasn't good enough indicator of their intent here, let's look at the reward fund that they raised to be the date and an address. I mean, come on. That doesn't tell you what type of fucking people you're dealing with.
Yeah, that's newer to me. What is going on with that?
Well, even Betty admitted it.
Let me interject and just say goodbye. So, thank you for letting me come up on panel. I'm gonna.
Thank you for coming.
I'm doing my Christmas stuff today, so thanks for letting me rant.
Thank you.
Chat listening.
Well,
All
and
right, bye,
Kelly,
Samantha.
this is a good point. So, one, I'm going to take this moment. Is everybody familiar with who Michael Vaughn is? Put a 1 in the chat if you are. Put a 2 if you are not. So, because I'm right now, I heard there's a lot going on with his mother. And she asked that people keep his name out there, and I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
But in that case, they have suspects, but no arrest, and it's driving me nuts. I can't only imagine what it's doing to his parents.
Oh, I can't even imagine.
Yeah.
And now she's got these health issues. Oh God, I can't even imagine that poor Brandy Neal. She's in my prayers every day. I feel so bad for her.
Breaks my heart. I couldn't even fathom. But in that case, they literally have these suspects that YouTubers were paying for interviews. They were building a fake relationship on the basis that they were having hardships with their husband so they can get this guy to try to open up to them to play for YouTube. I mean, it's just all around despicable.
It was so sick.
Oh my gosh, horrific. But I don't know why are we so many years in and they have suspects and nothing's being done? I don't understand that. Do you?
Yeah, I don't know enough about it.
I don't know. They don't have enough proof, apparently.
Right. They have just enough to say they believe these people did something, but not enough to.
Right.
That has to be worse than anything.
I know.
But then they were able to get the Wests on the West boys without any bodies or anything, but most of it was all circumstantial evidence, it seemed like, and they were still able to get a prosecution on them. So yeah, I don't know what's going on with the poor Michael Vaughn case. I don't know.
Especially when when did I make this? A year ago. So a year ago they came out with this. Because I did see a few 2s, and 1 2's one too many. So this is Michael. Gosh, beautiful little boy.
I know.
Oddly enough, he went missing in a Minecraft T-shirt. 5 years old, was looking for friends to play with, was home with just his father. Father was taking care of the baby sister. Michael apparently would often go outside, look for other kids to play with. And this day, he did not come back.
Right.
Immediately, people said the father was involved, the mother was involved.
Yep.
They tore the stories apart. And then the police come out and say, we do have 4 suspects, but still to this day, no arrests. And a year ago, they made this statement that I made this video off of. Michael Monkey Vaughn was just 5 years old when he was last seen in his neighborhood on July 27th, 2021. Since then, there has been very little updates in the disappearance of Michael, but as of October 16th, 2023, prosecutors tell us the public may soon know a portion of the outcome of a law enforcement investigation related to Michael Monkey Vaughn. The prosecutor does expect to file charges, but it has not stated what those may be. He quotes, I expect to charge it, but there are a lot of complexities, and I am being careful with that. The recommended charges and reports have gone to the prosecutor, and they are waiting for a grand jury. It appears charges are forthcoming in the near future. As for Sarah Wandra, she was sentenced on unrelated charges and will be remaining in custody at this time. It is unknown as to whether she is included in a grand jury file. As of Monday the 16th, there are no grand jury hearings on the court calendar. Those hearings are set at the request of the prosecutor, with court officials setting the hearings on the calendar in conjunction with the judge's calendar. As we wait to see what the prosecutor brings forth, I hope you all. So basically, a year ago, they said that we're going to see some type of update. But what you heard there is that they are keeping one of the suspect on other unrelated charges.
Yeah.
A lot of times they'll do that too until they can build a case. They did that with Stephen Stearns. Remember, they arrested him at first for the child horrible images before they got him with the unfortunate murder of Maddie.
And they had something, whether it be was it like a smell or something, that they actually dug up a yard
for Michael.
Him. Yeah, and they didn't find him, but they obviously had something significant enough that they were allowed to dig up this yard. So why haven't they gotten enough to get the people that are involved with this? I don't know.
I don't know either. It actually tears me apart, drives me nuts. And I can only fathom what it's doing to his family. And now just knowing that his mother's facing, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, was it stage 4 liver failure?
Jeez.
Stage 3.
Stage 3.
Cirrhosis. Yeah.
So there's a chance that she may leave this earth without answers. And I couldn't fathom being in her shoes.
Breaks my heart.
So you never know. And you never know what police are up to. And you can't rush an investigation off emotions. I mean, for some reason.
That's such a good point. There could be somebody in jail right now. This is just hypothetical, but it's a possibility that there's somebody in jail right now, and that has done something to Sebastian, and that they're just waiting on him to spill to the right person. Guess what? We don't freaking know.
No, we don't.
But you're not a police officer, and these people don't work for the FBI, and for them to just come out with all this hatred is just beyond me.
Well, and a few of the things, like Seth just said, his faith was restored, right? So the police told him, like, listen, they told him something. They told him enough that he said his faith is restored and he believes. And then he made that statement about you might be the next person to see Sebastian, to have a.
Yeah, I just heard very little about that, so I don't know.
Let me go back to it really quick. But the way he
I'd
phrased
like to hear it.
And it makes you wonder. And I'm sure they're doing their jobs. I don't know why people think they're not.
I don't know.
And if that means Chris and Katie are guilty, then Chris and Katie are guilty. I mean,
so be it. Who cares?
Let's hear what he said here.
Seth says he
right
won't
here.
Seth didn't give any.
Oh, it's sped up. But this statement makes me think again that perhaps there's something we're unaware of.
Details on what was said in their meeting. Sebastian was last seen on February 26th in Hendersonville, nearly 10 months ago.
February 26th. The news is also reporting the 26th. That's important.
Reward for information on Sebastian's whereabouts increased last month up to $200,000.
Yesterday.
I thank the public for the support that they're giving me, and they continue to. Keep your eyes open. You could be the next person that might see him.
You could be the next person that might see him. It almost feels like there was a sighting, but I can't be sure. I mean, that's just how do you right? How would you interpret it?
I'm not sure because I don't know if he's saying law enforcement or if he's meaning at night, because they brought up Dog the Bounty Hunter in there also. So is he talking about law enforcement or is he talking about the Dog the Bounty Hunter stuff? I know the news is saying law enforcement, but
No, but
that's what I was
the
wondering.
way he phrased it, like you might be the next person to
Yeah.
cite, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Oh, you're right, right. Is he saying that? Okay, I see what you're saying now. Like, did the
Because
intelligence agency have a sighting?
because they keep saying that Sebastian's out there and that they're going to find him. You know what I mean?
Right, but then they're also
So is
saying
he-
that February 25th was his last date.
yeah.
Well, it doesn't make much sense.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. I feel like part of it, I feel like I don't know. It depends which part of them you listen to. Because at one point they said that he was no longer with us, and that he had medication he would need that he couldn't live without. And then they're saying, "Oh no, we believe he's alive," and then yet they're still painting this hate frenzy towards Chris and Katie. Well, are
Yeah.
they implying they gave him away, or I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't know either. It's so confusing. Yeah, I don't know.
And they may be saying something to either side of the parents that they know they're going to repeat to the public, and that's exactly the way they want it. And we might never know until this child is found why they said what they said.
Right, and police can lie too. So the police can
100.
say they may have told Chris and Katie they were cleared and they weren't. They may tell Seth he's cleared and he's not.
Could be. Yeah.
They may be sitting back letting Chris and Katie think all is good. We're not suspecting you,
Exactly.
and then come and arrest them.
Right. You never know.
You just never know. You never know. And I'm telling you, I wouldn't be surprised at any which way at this point. I
Yeah.
personally still believe Sebastian left on his own, but if it came out tomorrow, it wouldn't shock me any.
And
yeah,
I mean, I could be totally wrong and not thinking Chris and Katie had anything to do with it. I could be totally wrong. But you know the difference between me and these other people are?
I go ahead
If
and say
I'm-
it, girlfriend.
If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Okay.
Mhm.
But I haven't attacked these people.
Yes.
So I can apologize to the public and say, whoops, I was wrong.
Yep.
But what you people have done to Chris and Katie, and even the people that have done things to Seth
Right.
in his real life, you guys there is no apology in this world because their life is going to be forever changed.
Damage is done. Yep.
Even if
Damage is done.
Sebastian comes home safe and sound and he was just off playing video games like all of us
Right.
hope he was. If he comes home, their lives are still never going to be the same because of what you people have done to Chris and
Yep.
Katie and Seth
Right,
into their real lives.
You can sleep
their
at
life
night
is
knowing you
forever
didn't do
screwed.
that. Right, exactly.
And poor Sebastian, his life is never going to be the same either.
Oh,
Because
because
you've got
if he comes
there's
home
all
safe
this
and
stuff
sound,
out
yeah.
there about him, you know,
Yep.
and any future jobs or college or anything that kid has to do later in life, it's all going to be there, all of it. And like I said, if I'm wrong, I can just say, whoops, I'm sorry, I was wrong, you know. But you people, there is no apology that will make up for what you did. None.
It's like, check
Yep.
this out, though. This is
Well
interesting.
said.
This is interesting from the professionals. It states here, I'm curious how it's known he's with strangers, but will be home next year. Remember, Nick keeps saying when we get into our next phase in a few months, I'm all for holding out hope, but I'm confused how these details are being shared without facts. And if it is a fact, how come Ellie isn't pursuing to get Sebastian back? This is very disturbing to me. Then we
It
have
is.
this is one of the oddest posts among so many. Nick and crew all over the place with theories and wild speculation, yet he is forbidden to speak to Ellie or Lee PA due to his parole conditions. Why would anyone believe any of this with their failing track record? Here's the professional's response. Get bent. I don't communicate with law enforcement. You pea head. I tweet. So for all these people saying that this man's going to solve this case and that he's working with FBI, I mean, he said himself he's working with FBI. He's now telling you all the truth. He doesn't.
Oh my gosh.
And
I
you
don't
guys-
communicate with law
You guys have
enforcement.
to remember, excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt. You
No, you're
guys
fine.
have to remember this guy is a troll.
He's a troll.
In my opinion. He always
Paid
has been.
agitator.
Look into his past. He's been a troll. Look at his old what he used to write and articles and shit that he used to. I mean, just look at it. You know, I don't even have to say anything. Just look at it.
That's deplorable. What a slimy human being.
And it's a very valid question. Like, why do you guys keep implying that he's going to be coming home next year?
I know.
It's almost like I don't know. Do you know where he is, but you need enough money to get him back or something? I mean, this is why people speculate the way they do towards Seth, because this is his team. But here we have, this is his response, you pea head. I tweet. There you have it. He tweets. That's what he does. That's his professionalism. Tweeting. Tweet.
That's just nuts.
She says she didn't think the police were corrupt. They're covering for the Proudfoots. Right. There you have it. So now they have to go back and damage control all the damage they've caused. Like Cheesy was saying for months now, Cheesy, they've been screaming that they're corrupt. They're being paid off.
Yeah.
And now they got to unprogram their audience from believing that. This is unbelievable.
Yeah, I agree with what Jane said. I don't. Why would the FBI? Why would the FBI work with any of these people?
Right.
Well,
come on.
They want it, right?
Yeah, that's yeah.
I didn't realize it got even better. Wait. So first they post this, where he calls them a pea head. Got it. You're just here for tweets, not actual solutions. Makes sense now. Carry on with the theories. I'm sure they'll crack the case any day now. So all you weirdos, I'm not going to call you idiots, that are blindly buying this shit, and you're spending hours trying to decode this bored man's freaking obviously reading Dr. Seuss on his spare time, writing you riddles.
Yeah.
Here he is telling you. And then so the next one shows his parole conditions, that he's not allowed. Then they did the wall of shame.
What? Oh my gosh.
And then they show that how they did they threatened to use the truth serums.
Yeah, what was that all about? I mean, you just can't even dream some of this stuff up.
And
it's
in my opinion, he's not laughing at us. He's laughing at all you guys that are believing in all his.
Oh yeah,
100%.
He is laughing like crazy, in my opinion, at you guys believing.
I agree with that. That would be my opinion as well.
Yeah, you guys are the silly ones that they're like, yeah, we got these suckers right where we need them.
Right.
And look, they left Betty hanging high and dry.
Right, they're eating right out of my hand. Ha ha ha! Look at what I can do. I can just put this out there, and they're going to believe it.
You're letting these people. You're spoon feeding you people that just cannot just remain on the outskirts and wait until some valid evidence from LE or FBI comes in. Have your own opinion. That's fine, but don't just like Cheesy was saying. Don't disparage and destroy and do things to these people that can't be undone. Just disgusting.
Right, and again, this is because they set this hate campaign so much so that they changed the reward fund to match their address.
Yeah, see, I'm just new to hearing that part about it, but that's
can we say games?
And then I find this weird. I didn't see this. Have any of you seen that? I take this all. None of this is factual. Okay, this is all just
okay.
But it says, have they questioned any students at Beach High School? These teens know so much about each other's lives. Things I've heard, considered rumors since it came from a teenager, not in his class. He was being bullied, was a gamer, was verbal, had a cell phone, and said he was going to run away. I don't know if these tidbits are true, but it would be worth the police speaking to some of his classmates. That's interesting, huh?
And you don't think they have?
Right, you don't think they have? Good point.
It seems like early on I heard that they had, but that happened, so it was done so quickly. I mean, I think that's one of the first things that they did. But again, I don't know if I'm not privy to that information. But
well, and here's the thing, right? So I showed earlier that one of them used a tweet that went out to question the children that were with Katie that weekend, the nieces. The police have interrogated not just Katie, not just Chris. They went and spoke with the sisters. They went and spoke with the relatives. They searched everybody's houses. I mean, they've done everything. I don't know why people don't think they haven't.
I know, and then people will just throw all this hate by saying, well, they didn't talk to so-and-so. It's like, what? You really? Put your thinking cap on and go become a detective yourself then the right way. God.
Well, especially because Chris was telling us, and he said all hands were on deck, that they had not only Sumner County, but all the counties all around them. Everybody was there. I mean, you can't tell me that if one law enforcement agency didn't think of something, the other ones didn't. They brought in, they had FBI, they had the card team or whatever, the social, not social services,
Secret services.
Secret Service. Thank you. You know, they had all these different agencies, so you can't tell me what one didn't think of, another one didn't. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So,
But
yeah.
cheesy.
Well said. Yeah.
But did you notice that Katie, the stranger, the green hoodie guy, and Sebastian all had the same shoes on?
Oh my God.
Swear to God, that's the post. Jesus. That's the post. They all had the same shoes on.
Oh my
These
God.
people really don't have anything better to do with their lives. Are you kidding me?
Well, the fact that they're black sneakers with white, I mean, come on, that automatically makes them the same.
They must be all in a cult or something together.
I've
Maybe
got
they're-
green vegan Birkenstocks on right now. I might be with the green hoodie person. You know, I'm
Well,
throwing that out there right now.
You're fancy because we're wearing Crocs, so don't come for us.
I was gonna say, what color Crocs are you wearing today, Granny? I better wear a different color.
Here you go. Dog Nation, who do you think is responsible for the disappearance of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers? Katie, Chris, Katie's in-laws, Seth Rogers' bio father. 6 days left to vote. Get your votes in. Because now not only is Sebastian now nothing but a cartoon and riddles, he's now polls.
I know.
For the professional team, for the hired intelligence that costs $500,000 for their services. That's what Sebastian now is.
Yeah,
Right.
anybody that saw that, I'm so sorry, but anybody that saw that dinner with Katie, and again, that made me just speak up and just want to make my head blow up. Anybody that doesn't take a look at that video and doesn't back the hell off and go, wait a minute, I need to be a little more fair here. God, it's crazy.
Right. What about the
a lot
Venezuela
about
gang?
these people. This is a lot about these people that wow. And I'm telling you right now, I am not a stupid person, and I know these two up here on the panel are not either. In fact, I consider them to be above. That's why I'm here. I wouldn't waste my breath and my energy like this.
Well, thank you, Michelle.
You're
But yeah,
welcome.
what happened in the Venezuela gang? Are they no longer involved? How come that's not a poll option? I mean,
Was that a poll option?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
Wouldn't
But-
be surprised
But
if
I'm being honest. It should be, though. I know you're laughing, but I'm being honest. It should be, because that's the narrative they gave out 2 weeks ago when they were so close they could taste it. They said the Venezuela gangs were involved.
Are you kidding me?
But why is that a poll option then, right?
Yeah,
I
guess it
mean,
should be.
come on. Because they knew it was bullshit when they said it. They were trying to get on the political hype. Let's be honest. They're
Yeah.
trying to feed any frenzy that is out there,
Yep.
in my opinion.
nuts.
Sorry, Cheesy. What were you going to say?
No, I was just gonna say that that dinner video that just looked like a normal dinner to me, and I have to say, when I see videos like that, I want to cry talking about it.
I know.
When I see videos like that, and knowing that that was the last time that she was going to have dinner with her son for a very long time or forever, it
I
just
know.
breaks my heart seeing it. You know, I
It is,
I
I
cry every
agree.
time I watch it.
And
I'm right there.
not
with
only
you.
not only that, we're not laughing at a missing boys crisis. Don't you dare. Don't you dare, Decorum
No.
War. Unless you want to come up here and take a link, don't you dare. We are laughing at the absurdity of the so-called intelligence agency. Don't you say we're laughing at Sebastian. That is so wrong.
Yeah,
I'm
one of
laughing at the
one of sick
ridiculousness.
people who's being spoon-fed. If that makes you happy, then be happy, but do it
Right.
by yourself.
Nobody's laughing at Sebastian's situation. We're not the ones that turn them into riddles and gossip and speculation, all the things in between.
Disgusting.
May I also point out that the one thing Seth asked was that on his birthday, that people spend time with their own children, and his own green team didn't do it. But we got an anonymous voice backstage.
Hi, can
Welcome.
you hear me?
I can, yes.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
I am calling in because I've been listening to your broadcast for a little while and
Welcome.
agree so much with what you have been saying. And I guess I would like to comment on this video drop. And I know that the police probably had it a long time ago.
Mhm.
I am not sure how they obtained a copy of this, if it was a FOIA request. Do you happen to know?
You know what? I don't. I don't have any idea. I'm not sure if they FOIA'd, if they went directly to the company. I don't know. But I know it did not come from law enforcement, from what they've stated.
Who stated?
Nick, because at night.
Okay, I'm wondering if it was a FOIA. I wonder if somebody who knows who to do that to find out if they could get a FOIA on it.
Do you think you could FOIA
Interesting. I
that?
don't know.
I don't.
It being an open investigation, I don't know.
I don't
I
know
know.
either. Yeah. It's a
So
good
I find
question.
it, yeah, because I find it really strange that they would release this to a citizen.
I do
Yeah.
as well. Well,
Yeah, I was wondering that too, where they got it from, but I don't know.
I don't find it too absurd because don't forget they offered money for this footage, right? So if one employee saved this video and they thought, oh, I can get up to $5,000 for it, I could see somebody handing it over.
True.
Well, they could get into a lot of
Yeah, I was
trouble
gonna
for
say,
that.
wouldn't it be kind of easy to trace, and they'd be thrown? Yeah, but I don't know.
Interfering in an investigation.
That's true. That's
That-
true.
yeah. Well, I guess the same could be said about these guys as well, right? If they don't turn out to be credentialed and they're putting out these videos, they could be interfering in an investigation.
Yeah. I just want to say that I know a lot of people wanted to see the video since we heard Seth out of the gate say that he got proof of life.
Right.
And so I don't mind that we see it. He looks great.
He
He's
does.
sweet. He's well mannered. I mean, it's really hard because of what we know. This is the last known footage of him. So it's
Yeah.
hard, but like it's a bittersweet story. You know, you
Well-
want to it. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, if I speak when there's a slight echoes or noise, so I'm going to mute you for a second. It's not the last footage because there is footage of him taking the trash out that evening.
But we don't know 100 if that was him because it was just black shadowy. And we
Okay.
don't see that video footage
Fair
unless
enough.
somebody gets it.
Right, that's fair. Okay.
So it's a bittersweet, and I like that we got to see it, but I don't like the manner of how it was brought out by this Nick guy.
It's very sad.
Well, I think what it is. Can you still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. All of a sudden, my sound changed in my headset. What was I going to say? I think that. Well, let me just say, by putting out the footage and watermarking it the way he did, that's why I asked about the FOIA, because does it really belong to him? Does he have the copyrights to it? Now,
great question.
Yeah.
A curator did put it up, just and got a strike, a copyright strike.
So now they're copyright striking that footage.
Yes, and
that's interesting.
So
you can't get it up on TikTok either. As soon as you get it up on TikTok, I don't know, maybe it's the type of video it is. It's going against their guidelines, so they don't. Maybe that's why we don't see too much on TikTok. Oh, here's a video of it. So I don't know if he owns the copyrights to it, but what he has subliminally suggested in regards to green hoodie people and all these horrible things is ridiculous, because it's just, if that was the case, Ellie would have done something with it. So that's what I am disgusted about in what he is implying along here, and implicating potentially other people who are involved with these cryptic riddles and things like that. So I have no respect for a person who does that. And the intimidation for us to even speak or express anything. Like if I was to go and make a comment on his TikTok video saying, why did you watermark it or whatever, I am concerned that I'm going to be on the list for those stupid lawsuits or something. So they're
Right.
intimidating us, right? They're
Yes, you're an intimidation. Yep.
that my voice. They're intimidating it. So I come as an anonymous voice for that reason. And even in chat for a while, like weeks and weeks, I wouldn't even go in chat because they're looking at chat because they're going after subs. But I think it was all an intimidation factor, but it might not be. So I heard there's something going on with you. I don't know if it's with Nick. You don't have to tell me if or not. But it's just
It is. They're accusing me of RICO. I'm apparently the head of everybody they're intimidating.
You're the head.
Apparently. I mean, I'm one of 2 defendants, so.
So you're running the whole thing?
I don't know if that's what they believe or not. It's ridiculous. There's no RICO, so I don't know. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Well, and when I laugh, I just mean that they're ridiculous, and by no means do I think it's funny what they're putting you through. That is.
But you still have to go to
disgusting.
court for this, and you still have to pay for an attorney, correct?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. I have paid a lot of money for an attorney already. Yes.
So doesn't your attorney say nothing can go here or go with this, or
what do you mean?
Like
not to speak on this?
No, not to speak on it.
That
It's
they have no-
ridiculous. I mean,
right.
I
That
mean, if you were this
Yeah.
type of a person,
Yeah.
man, then you should be running government things or try and look for that guy who shot Bill or
Right.
Brian Thompson. I mean, if you're that amazing, right?
Right.
I'm sorry that you're going through this. I don't
It
know
is.
the
It's
full.
horrible.
I'm trying to understand Rico and all this, but I thought it was just a joke. I thought it was just a ruse, intimidation. But when I come in now and then to listen to some of your lives and hear that you're actually, nope, you're involved. And I didn't know that you were the king queen, or whatever you want to call yourself. But man,
the queen.
I'm gonna call you if I ever need anything.
Yeah. Apparently I'm the queen skunk.
Oh, Queen Skunk.
Yeah. I don't even understand why. I honestly I don't. I believe it was by where I'm located, to be honest, but I don't know. We'll find out.
Yeah, people keep saying this. The location is how they targeted people and things like that. It's just so strange. But I mean, all the games that they're playing and everything like that. The one thing I don't understand is because I think at one point in time I saw the name of people who are backing him, and I thought I saw Seth's name on it. Am I right about that?
On the filing on the lawsuit?
Yeah, like
yes.
didn't I? So why is he allowing this to go on?
I wonder myself too. I don't know if they think I have some type of connection to the Proudfoots that they're ultimately wanting to get to. They simply could have approached me if that was the case.
Does he really believe there's a green hoodie people that, somebody did something nefarious when they left the Roadhouse?
I don't know.
You think he believes this?
Maybe he did until he sat down with Ali and they gave him something different. It's unfortunate if they really believe it, at least it's something, then I'm grateful for their work. But for me, I don't understand why create this hate campaign.
It makes no sense at all.
Because people could get hurt. People could get hurt is all. They could, you got this green hoodie guy people are looking for. You got this guy in the yellow. You got people are now looking at other diners and questioning them. And it just becomes a slippery
I never thought
slope.
about that. The faces of the diners. Yeah.
Becomes a slippery slope. So I don't know if Seth really believes it or not. I think Seth wants to believe anything that could lead to Sebastian because I believe he wants Sebastian home.
Of course. I mean, I would want my child home too, it's just, it's so mysterious because we don't really have a solid piece of evidence that he actually left the house because they didn't treat it as a crime scene. So this was why this case has gone the way it is. It's just,
I know.
like finding a needle in the haystack, trying to figure it out. My brain has gone back and forth and back and forth. I know about runaway kids. I've had my kids run away. I've had to deal with 3 months trying to find one of my kids, and it was almost impossible because they were of legal age. If they don't want to be found, you have no business. If they even if I had a private detective or a policeman, they could go up and say, hey, your mom is looking for you. So what? It's none of her business where I am. Don't tell her. I mean, he could cut me out even if he dies. I said, well, what if he dies? He goes, if he doesn't want you to know that he's dead, it's his prerogative.
Well, we see that with the Hannah case right now, right? She decided to disappear, quote unquote, disappear. That was her choice.
The Hannah case. Is that the Hawaiian girl?
Yes, yes.
Oh, yeah. I'm hoping that people will stop talking about that. You know what I mean?
Especially now that it's been confirmed.
What an invasion of privacy. Like, if that was me and somebody was like doing all that, I would be but with her, she could nip it in the butt. She could just pick up the phone and she could just say, listen, I'm okay, leave me alone.
Yeah, that's true. So yeah.
And now that Sebastian is 16, that's what I'm hoping he will do. Just say, listen, I'm 16 years old, I'm an adult, I don't want to come home, I want to move forward my life, let's work it out. Like, maybe I'll call you in the future or something like that, like my son did. My son just said, right now it's just not the time. I need to distance myself. So I had to allow it.
Well, unfortunately,
it's 2 years. This Christmas will be 3 years that he hasn't contacted me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's a big distance. That's a big distance. Yeah, it's really hard.
Tough.
The emotions that you go through as a mother.
I couldn't fathom. Yeah.
But
just to correct you, 16 is not considered an adult in Tennessee. But there was a situation where a teenager did run away and leave. And she did go to a police station on her 18th birthday to say, I'm not missing. I'm right here.
Right.
I want to go home. So it does happen, unfortunately.
Okay. I didn't know that. So, because I'm thinking he turned 16, I can't wait because then he can just send that message out, But he has to wait till he's 18. That's a long time. That's a long time.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I just hope people don't fall into these shenanigans that are going on. And just look at the film as it is. It's too late. It's dropped. It's gone viral. Everybody's using it now. And just, you can say your thing, like how disgusted you are about how he's, saying these things without facts. When you haven't got facts, you shouldn't be even putting it out. You can have your opinion and everything like that, but people are when you have a curator, they're very trusting of the curator, that they've researched, they've done so much. So there's a lot of people out there who really cling on to every word that you say. I mean, I was watching a bit of Justin last night, and he was playing something that was going to be with Seth on the TV, and he was saying things like that weren't even on the news thing on the telephone, and I'm thinking, what is going on here? He's giving false hope, you know what I mean? And then playing this recording, which I don't understand if it's a recording from a camera from around the area. I don't really get what he's doing there, and making implications. And this is the thing, we should not make any implications. We can, state our opinion, but the only people who know what's going on is LE.
Right.
Now,
if there was that audio that Justin has was legitimate, the police would say this is a criminal investigation. If that audio was legit that Justin has, there's a reason why the actual investigators haven't released it. We got to be careful that we're not looking for clicks instead of the jeopardy of this case. We can risk the case doing things like this.
Right. And that was how I felt when Dolly Vision went out and found the clothing. He shouldn't have done that. He should have kept it quiet, because you don't know what if it was a place that he was going. But, he wanted to put that out, and a person who is investigating doesn't say anything. they don't talk about it. You know what I mean? I mean, SF is different because he's a different kind of investigator. He is an investigator who can give information, but if you're a private eye or something like that, you're not going to give it any information.
Well, you're
you
not going
know?
to give out information that jeopardizes the integrity of a case.
Right, exactly. So, I mean, I don't like to watch those channels, but I do find out about what's going on. And, you know, they'll say, "Oh, you have a right to your opinion." And I'll say, "Well, I just don't think that was right." And then they will swing it to their side. And then the
Right.
chat will, you know, I appreciate your chat not screaming at me, you know, and yelling at me to having my own thoughts. I appreciate that very
Of
much.
course, we welcome
Yeah.
open thoughts over here because unfortunately we don't know. We don't know the answers, and we won't know until Sebastian is found. And I think ultimately, regardless of what we think on this case, we all want that one same result, which is Sebastian to be found.
Yeah. Yeah, no
Yeah.
matter what. Yeah. So thank you for listening to me, and I wish you luck. I guess I'll hear about things that are
Yeah.
going on in this court. I really thought it was a joke. I really just thought you would get an attorney and say that they can't do anything. And I'm very sorry that you have to go through this. I mean, it's money
Thank
that
you.
could have been placed somewhere else.
Mhm.
And you know, just be strong. You're a strong woman. And everything like that, and try and just get through the holidays, and we'll see
Yeah, thank
what's
you.
next and everything like that. So take care.
Absolutely. You
It
as
was nice
well.
to meet you.
Oh,
Take
somebody
care.
else is here?
There's a lot of us here.
Oh, I can't tell. Well, hello all panel, and I'll go back and chat and listen as I am decorating for
Thank
Christmas
you. I hope
today.
you have a happy
Nice to
holiday.
meet you.
Thank you. Nice to talk to you all. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Take care.
Oh, she was sweet.
She was sweet. You chatters aren't. Hey, Pearls girls, you're on panel. I just have the screen up.
Well, hello everybody. How are y'all doing?
Good. How are you?
Well, I'm doing pretty good. I can relate to that last caller. She's pretty awesome.
Hmm.
My my son also is like that. He just went away and I don't hear nothing from him. I've got a 19-year-old grandson and an 18-year-old, and I've only seen them 4 years out of their lives.
Well, I'm sorry to
But
hear that.
it just is, I think my son was just cut from a different cloth,
That's
Uh,
unfortunate.
but
I'm sure.
I think Sebastian run away, and they're just anything that comes up. It don't matter what it is. Anything that comes up, they just pick it apart. She can move her hand towards him, and he's done something, or you know, it. I don't know why they're doing this. Uh, it's just
It's
she reached
unfortunate.
down. Yeah, she
Yeah.
can reach down and use a napkin, which I'm pretty sure there they have those black napkins. I hate them. I hate them.
Yeah, you can ask for the paper napkins as well, like a regular napkin. They'll give you those, which is what you see Katie utilizing as a napkin.
Yeah,
It's all unfortunate, but unfortunately they have created their audience based off the hate of the Proudfoots. And when you do that, you have to keep that going to keep your audience going. It's so sad. I mean, you see it all over the internet. You see people all over the internet with, they create a channel based off one creator. If they do a video that's not about that creator, their audience doesn't show up. It's a hate campaign. And you base your audience off emotions, not logic. And that's what they're there for. They're not there for the creators, they're there for the hate. And in this case, a lot of people are supporting these people because they have such a disdain towards Chris and Katie, not because of the content, because let's face it, it's a snooze fest, literally. So they're not there for that,
Right.
well, it is. It's just and I guess I'm probably wrong in the way I believe, but I just think that the child run away. There was trouble in the family, maybe.
Yeah.
I think Seth's got out more than the most of them, but if there was, and he overheard a conversation, his hormones was running wild. He couldn't do. He had two different places. He had to
Right.
act two different ways, and that's hard on a child that doesn't have problems.
Right. I think
I,
it's
my
hard on, yeah. It's
My
hard on
son,
us.
yeah, it would take me three good days of getting him back to normal, and then he'd have to go back to his dad's.
Right. And
So
that's the unfortunate reality is that there's enough, we see there's enough turmoil between these parents. We know there was enough turmoil now in Sebastian's life alone that there is there for people to say there's no reason for him to run. There is. And
yeah,
I'll be honest, when watching this footage, he doesn't look like a kid that would run, but that doesn't mean that something didn't lure him out or that he didn't, leave. We just never know. I just think it's premature to point the fingers at the parents. I do.
well, I try to think, maybe it was his hormones, the change in what they were talking about. He was unsettled about that, and living one way one place and living another way another place, and
Yeah, it's
I'm not
sad.
blaming anybody. This is just my opinions and what I've speculated,
Hmm.
and who knows, he might have met some kids at school and they just wanted to go out for the night. Something bad happened.
Right. That's the thing. There's so many other things to speculate that don't lead to blaming one or the other of the parents. But that doesn't bring in the clicks. I mean, to be honest, that it makes views drop. People don't want that. They want to bond over hate. They like that. They like to release their anger at strangers they've never met and voice themselves as parents and what they would do and what they wouldn't do and how much better they would handle it all when they
Yeah,
really don't have a clue.
And
she
him
was,
just running off isn't exciting, but this all these conspiracy theories, this is exciting to people. It's like a TV show to people,
That's that
They
cheesy.
forget that these are real lives.
Right.
yeah, I agree, honey. They've just made this a money train, and I think it's so wrong to put his name, hashtag his name
Hmm.
up, and then go into bickering and biting at each other over it. He's gone. I pray he comes back safe. I pray he's well
Amen.
and everything.
I
But
think we
then
all agree on that.
I think he, just and there's just two scenarios that I believe. I believe he either walked out of that house and said, I can't take it, whatever, or there's kids that said, hey, let's go out and have a good time, and something went wrong.
Yeah, there's the possibility of either or, right? Or there's other possibilities for sure.
Right.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, we all just honestly want the same exact thing, which is to bring Sebastian home, to have answers, and then they can figure out the rest. If he's going to live with Chris, if he or with Seth, if he's going to go with Katie, figure that out. We don't care. Just bring
Well,
him home.
they want to bash Katie because that was where the child was at. If he had been with Seth, it would have been Seth.
Right. Right.
So I mean that just comes natural, but I don't think they should be bashing either one of them because I mean,
Mm.
really, what more can everything that she said on the air has been mocked and laughed at, and everything she does is wrong. I wouldn't go up on no panel because I mean they're gonna pick. Oh well, she scratched her head and he coughed, so that wasn't a good sign.
Right.
It boils me. It boils me for them to put that child's name up to get the clicks
Mm-hmm.
and then turn off on something else. That's just like us walking into town, Granny. If we was to get out of our car and walk into Roadhouse, how many people would we pass going in or out?
Right. I mean, millions. And then for people to say, well, why would that guy walk up between a car where a lady's coming? He already was walking up the side of the car before Katie even turns the corner to go down that aisle. I mean, come on. People don't use their logic.
And
No,
I'm
it's ridiculous if you don't have that much common sense and you have no business being on the internet.
Right.
a social
Sorry,
butterfly.
that makes me mad.
I'm a social butterfly. I talk to everybody. It drives my husband nuts. He's like, "Do you have to talk to everybody you see?" And I live in a community where I've lived here my whole life. My dad lived here his whole life. So I know everybody, so it's common to talk to people in a parking lot too, by the way.
Yeah.
Even if you don't know them.
Especially a small town. They live in a small town. I mean, I listen, I've been live before where I've gone to stores and people have heard me literally converse with strangers. It happens.
Yeah, I've done the same.
That
My
audio is
friend,
from months ago. That audio is so old. It's not new. They're at first they try saying it came from the same as the footage of the alleged trash lights, and when that was debunked, then they said, "Oh, a neighbor had a microphone," and I swear to God, they literally said in a bush. Cheech. They literally said that a neighbor had a microphone in a bush. I kid you not. So please don't believe that audio.
I'm just telling you, I'm subbed up to 2, and there's 2 more I'd like to, and the rest
Mhm.
of them can just go fly off
I agree.
somewhere because
But
I am so sick of it.
I'm sick of it too. Here's my video on the audio where I debunked the lady it came from. I show you how they changed where it came from several times. It's a whole lot, but I already did a stream on that from months ago, and I don't believe it's valid. If others believe otherwise, sure, but I believe if the police had that audio again, I mean, come on, they would have came out and said, "No, I get it, Cheech. I'm sorry, I'm not speaking to you like this, just in general, because I see people running around that this audio is real. It sounds like somebody used. I mean, these are people that use what are those things where they say the spirits are speaking? Some spirit boxes.
Yeah, that's just a radio that's cut. They've made it to cut in and out.
Yeah.
People. That's just like that woman with them rods. I mean, I'm
Right.
not really pointing out nobody, but now really,
And this
She just needs to go look for water.
and this audio did come from a woman who messes with spirit boxes. Okay, that's where it originated, from a lady who uses spirit boxes. So she could have fabricated this audio. We don't. It's just I don't believe it. I don't believe the audio is real. I just don't. I'm sorry. How would a random YouTuber get this audio?
Yeah,
And then again,
yeah,
think about it. If this audio is real, are they hindering or possibly affecting this case?
Yeah, that stuff
exactly.
makes me angry.
What is affecting this case? Could he have already have been found 4 or 5 months ago if everybody could just shut up?
I don't know.
Right.
I mean, according to certain people, they'll say he wasn't found because of little old hateful us. So, meanwhile, they do these videos with the audio, and now we're putting our watermarks all over the footage at it's just whatever, man.
Well, Granny, you're not doing it maliciously though. Look at all these that are.
Right.
They sit there and they got a bad tooth, or they sit there and their car's broke down. I mean, I am so
Can I?
sick of that. Everybody knows that's dry grifting, and
Right.
I don't. If I was to mention something that I didn't have, God forbid, I ain't meaning for nobody to go out and get it or say I'd like to have that or whatever. Yeah, there's things out there that I'd love to have, but I ain't
Right.
gonna take it off of a senior citizen that's drawing a special income just to be able to
Yeah.
hear somebody
Well,
talk.
they don't care. And Donna says the audio originated on Facebook. Apparently came from the same neighbor who caught the flashlights on camera. No,
Oh,
because when we debunked that, then Justin said it came from a microphone. I kid you not. Watch my
wow.
video. And then listen, look at this. Decorum Moore, who came in here pretty angry, pro Seth, now says, I now feel for Katie. If Seth is suffering, so must she. They are his parents. If we can change one
Um,
person's perspective by doing a stream like this, I think we did a good job.
yeah,
Well,
I think
yeah,
more people are open to an open dialogue than we realize, and it's just an opportunity that they need to have.
Well, that's the
I
fear
like
that
to believe that.
I
that's
agree.
why they created that fear, though. That's why they create the narrative that we're hateful, that we're vile, that we attack people, that they're not safe coming over and listening to us, because they don't want people to humanize Chris and
That's
Katie, in my opinion.
you're right
Right.
about that. It's a very cult-like mentality.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've
Yeah.
lived I've
It's
lived in the
unfortunate.
country all my life, and I've had to use common sense. And if people goes on these channels, or they go up on their own channel, use some common sense.
Right.
It's
Right.
unfortunate. Or not only that, but get out of your emotions. Get out of your
Yes.
emotions and look at things logically.
Right. Try to engage that critical thinking, and it's hard to do. It is so hard to
Mm-hmm.
do, but give it a try. Give it a
Right.
try.
Yeah, just be
And I get it.
open-minded to anything could have happened to that child. His
Right.
parents didn't have to have anything to do with that.
Right. And I get the way Chris acts, or people have seen like different sides of him, but you also have to put yourself in these people's shoes. The same way we were able to overlook, quite frankly, Seth sitting on a panel and doing like horrible noises, or things like that, or sharing about spitting in a pizza and seeking revenge and blah blah blah. There's some things that have to be understandable. Seth waited till Chris was on a panel to say, well, what if your parents kidnapped him? And then when Seth responds back, when Chris responds back, Seth says, oh, no, I wasn't accusing them. I thought we could just work together to get rid of these rumors. He was absolutely accusing them.
Well, honey, if I was them parents, I'd be as lost as last year's Easter egg. I wouldn't have a clue what to do.
Well, and I don't think any of them do. And I think it's unfortunate that Seth looked for comfort. And at first he had the right people, but he wasn't getting the right results because they weren't out there screaming, Chris and Katie done it. And then he found the right group of people that would do that. And now they have fed his hate, which, listen, I'm not going to, if my child disappeared from their father house, I would be angry at their father too. So I understand his anger.
Absolutely.
But nobody should be feeding that for him, and they are. And that's what's unfortunate.
Right. He had his own ideas, I'm sure, because of his, I'm sure he, because he said that he is angry at Katie for ruining his family, blah, blah, blah. So there was some hate there, from being a divorced couple. And all the stuff that people were filling Seth's head in the beginning with, all these different conspiracies and stuff like that, he was probably reeling, and going, what if, maybe they're all right,
Without question, yes.
And these are people like T. Rev and stuff who have bigger channels. So everybody thinks that they're, just because they have a lot of followers, that they're an authority on this kind of stuff. So they want to believe them, and they're not. Just because they have big channels don't mean that, or bigger channels doesn't mean that they are an authority on this or that they're right.
Well, that was proven, right? When it was revealed what he was doing to get that audience. So
look at the time, they was going to take him out of school and leave him at Chris's or at Seth's for all day long. Now, when was he supposed to help him online? When was he supposed to be there to, he says he's gone 12 to 14 hours a day. That child, he wanted friends. I mean, he asked for friends. Then they're going to take that away from him as well.
Well, I don't think they were taking it away from him, more so than he lost that privilege. I don't think they were taking it. I think it was a lost privilege. I think they had no choice, which is why they were also looking into, places to go send him to live. But I believe Seth would have stopped working to take care of Sebastian. I do believe that. I believe they likely would have set up, you know what I mean? It would have been, he would have maybe continued to get the SSDI on Sebastian, whatever he said he was getting. They would have paid child support to help support Sebastian. He has no problem not working. I mean, that's for sure.
I didn't see nothing wrong with neither one of them.
Sure.
I just don't see nothing wrong with either one of them. Seth, I know he wants it. That's his only child.
Right.
And that's her only child as well. And for them to say, and then to come up with all of this stuff about her family, that was none of our business.
Right.
You're absolutely right.
No, I agree. None of it. None of it was our business. And these people have made it so that it is okay to dig deep into Katie's life and family and friends and all, under the guise that they're going to solve this disappearance, which nobody on YouTube, nobody on YouTube is going to solve it. Right. But then
she suffered enough besides bringing all that stuff up.
Well, and if you dare even, like I said, it was Robin Rogers who told JLR maybe he should dig into her family. But as soon as people start digging into her, she said, wait a minute, nobody should be digging into anybody's family. So
I recall that as well. Yeah.
Right. So there's things they didn't want seen. Jax, do you know you're talking?
Sorry, I was talking to my nephew.
I thought so.
I was wondering, where's that voice coming from?
Yeah, that kind of confused me for a minute.
But I don't blame. People say, well, she needs to come up and say this, and she needs to come. No, she don't need to say nothing, because you know how that's run.
Well, I will say this. That's the only thing I will say. If they are going to continue to give information to YouTubers to go live about, then they should at least just come out and say it themselves, because I'm tired of people being used and then left to speculate. If they have something they want the public to know, don't hand it to a YouTuber. Don't, come out yourself. And then this way, as you're given that information, if people have questions, they can directly ask them. You know what I mean?
I think where they went wrong is through the YouTube channels, because they've took and twisted and turned, and I don't think nobody should have made friends with them on YouTube just to
No, well,
be
that's my thing, right? And if
grip
they have something they want to put out here, then they should come out and say it themselves. Don't do it through
themselves.
third parties.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's tiresome. It's rude, is what it is. I mean,
Yeah.
it's like basically saying I'm going to send a rumor into the. It is. It's like whispering in front of
Yeah, no,
a
it is.
company. You know what I mean? Like why do certain people know certain things? I don't
know.
like it. I think it's rude.
I think so too. I do.
And it causes a lot of infighting, because I'll tell you, there's some things that have been stated about Betty that she said that makes her sound like a lunatic. And then you find out there's some merit behind it. But because Betty has information we don't.
Honey, I could sit here and it'd probably take me an hour to tell you all the lunatic channels that's out there that I don't even listen to.
Oh, no doubt.
You've got such a pleasant disposition and voice, by the way. I'm so glad you're up here. You bring a good balance to this.
I just wish when things like this were being done, like Dog has this is amazing. I'm not going to lie. It's amazing. He has damn near 300K views on this video. I will point out. Okay, here it is. 3.7K hearts on it. 3.7 million views on it. But over here on the YouTube end, they're putting it out to be nefarious. Dog puts it out without any words. So these people who just want what's better for Sebastian, they're going to hit react, and they're going to, not knowing that these same people handed off to their cohorts to go live and paint a horrible picture of this mother and child eating.
I know. It was just sitting there enjoying itself so much.
Yeah.
And then they talked about her being on the phone.
Which, while they're on the phone, right? Like tonight.
Yeah, while they're on the phone.
Right, while they're on the phone judging that mother for being on the phone while we hear, I mean, just whatever. Let me shut up before I even say it.
And it looked like they were conversing, so it's not like she was completely ignoring him. It looked like they were conversing with each other.
Well,
it looked like they might even been talking about what she was on her phone about or whatever.
Yeah, because at one point she shows the phone to him. And let me ask you this. Do you think it's more loving for a mother to go have an actual sit-down dinner with her child, even if she's on the phone? Or why don't we run through the drive-through really quick so I can hop on YouTube and start berating another mother?
Exactly.
I'm sorry.
100%. Absolutely.
Well, she wasn't eating that much. Her little plate wasn't, that full. She might have already ate, but
they're not showing us the whole video, though. They're only showing us parts of what they want us to see, right? Because you got to remember, plates appear and plates disappear. Cups appear and they disappear.
Yeah, and then that little thing was just sitting there enjoying his meal. And, oh, well, she's on the phone. She ain't even talking to him. Yeah, there was conversation there. I seen them.
When he's a teenager, how much do they actually have conversations with their parents? Come on, we've had teenagers, people. How much do they want to talk to their mother?
Right.
100%, yes.
And look, what is all this right here? They're having a conversation. And again, they took over an hour of a dining experience and they condensed it into 4 minutes. And most of this is repeated video. Over here, they're going to repeat the menu going down, right? So you're getting maybe in total, what would you guys say? 3 minutes?
Yeah, 3, 4, maybe.
3, yeah, definitely not 4. So probably about
probably 3.
Right, because even
she could have easily stopped him by McDonald's and we wouldn't have seen this.
Right. That's what I mean.
Or ordered DoorDash.
Yeah.
Right. Or, that's frozen meals. I mean, gosh, you took them
fend
out.
for yourself, right? Fend for yourself while I play games or, get on YouTube or whatever.
Right. They just want to pick everything just apart.
Well, and then why did she take pictures of them when they're having dinner? You know how many times I've taken pictures of my kids?
I know.
I mean, even as adults, they'll make a funny face or something. I'm snapping a picture of them all the time. And like I said, even my one is in their 30s. I still snap pictures of her.
I swear to you, I sneak pictures too, because if I tell them like, hey, let me take a photo, they change their face, they cover their face. I mean, sometimes you just sneak photos.
Or
I was at a
teenagers don't want
restaurant
their
the other
pictures
day, which
taken.
is, I go quite often to this place, and I had to take this picture because it was an elderly couple, probably in their 80s. And he always brings a candle with him, and he lights it, and they sit together.
Mm.
And I took that picture. I thought, that's so
It's
rare.
a precious moment.
It is, and they do it every time. He brings that candle in every time.
Oh, that's sweet. Breaking Chain says, I have a timeline question. Did Ad Night get deployed after money was collected for Seth related to this case? Yes. And yes. I'll let you guess. When they signed up and changed their business name from Ad Night Media to Ad Night Intelligence Agency. And then they changed it to Ad Night Private Intelligence Agency. But it was after FBI put out the reward fund. That's when they got involved. Just like in cases before. And then they did the same steps they've done in cases before. They have their own tip line. They offer their own reward fund.
That personal tip line thing to me is just beyond me. How that is legal, holy cow.
That's what gets me. There was one creator, and she was out there, and she's a searching and everything. She put her phone number on there.
That's just
you don't
It's
do
like
that.
I'll get to it first. I just don't agree with that.
Well, and if they're doing it to get the reward fund, then yeah, they want tips to go through them. And for anybody who's thinking you're going to get 225, 155, if you give the break-in tip, please okay. What was the word he used? P brain, P head. What did he call that lady?
Oh yeah, what was that? I think P head, maybe it was, yeah.
Yeah, some
Get bent, and I remember
P
that
head.
part.
Yeah, get bent, P head. He's just a tweeter. Tweet, little birdie, little Robin. But no, seriously, I can't believe that people would be that the police are okay with their own personal tip lines. It baffles me.
I don't understand that either. That should be shut down so fast.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I also wanted. Oh, never mind. Can't say everything out loud. Damn it. But I don't see any companies that are actually At Night Private Intelligence Agency. I can't find one for At Night Intelligence Agency. So,
And I've never seen a case. Of course, Summer Wells's was pretty rough, but I've never seen a case where the parent gets so angry that it comes into lawsuits with people.
Never.
What is the problem there? Is it just the breed, or?
Well, it's the people that get involved, in my opinion. I mean, again, we're talking about a father who's vulnerable, and he gets just the right characters, the right actors who have done this in several other cases to get their fingers and get in his brain, kind of get in his head. And now he's facing a lawsuit. Now Seth is facing a lawsuit, and that's unfortunate.
I would want to try to be good to everybody. You take Chloe, and she was out there searching too. I would have tried to be good to anybody that'd find my son.
Well, and especially if they're, what bothers me though is because I was going to say, especially if they're selling the hope of it, right? But you, Coop, you're right. They could, and I think they're supposed to do something. I hope they do. But you got to remember this too. These people came in and said they were private intelligent group with elite ninjas and truth serums, and it cost $500,000 to hire their services and blah blah blah. So almost it kind of seemed like, oh wow, these are good guys, and they're going to offer this to me for free. There's a supposed generous donator from Tennessee. This is all for free for me. Great. They're going to help me find my son without even looking into the background, right? But then you have Tony himself admitting that he's on the phone with Nick. Nick reached out to every parent. He reached out to the Proudfoots, to Seth, Tony, everybody. Tony's on the phone. He thinks he's talking to Nick, and all of a sudden, Dog tunes in, reads him his Miranda rights, and says, "Are you willing to go to jail for your friend, for your guy?" And then says, blah, 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 or will you take truth serum? And Tony's like, so I thought I'll play along with their silly little game. So right there, you knew it was a silly game.
Yeah.
Right.
God, it's crazy.
How many games is being played out behind all this?
And at what expense? Was it because it was Dog? And Tony saw, heard the name. And he says he then, convinced Seth or whatever. Like he made it, like he's the one that made it happen. So then it makes you wonder why, because you saw Dog and you're looking for your own moment. I don't know. That's just my opinion of it. Just
Well,
weird.
you heard him the other night. Now, this is just what my opinion was, but this was on the lab, I think. I'm not
We
real
don't need to
sure.
know where it was at. Just go ahead and say it,
Well,
girlfriend.
I had to prove it on one channel, so I didn't want to get into all that.
Oh, you
They,
can tell people that they're satellite images and they'll believe it. So
they came down on me so hard, I just stepped away and I said I'd never be back. But
I'm sorry that happened.
they come up on, I mean, there was a bunch of them come up, and all I said was, is I don't believe either parent done anything. I just think,
Was that you guys cheesy?
well, it was Queen Widow, and I don't know who all.
I thought she
Wasn't
was
me.
going to say Queen Bee.
I did too.
Well, it
Cheesy
was
said it
on,
wasn't me.
it was on there, but boy, they come at me like everything. And all I said was,
I
that
remember it. That it's a sensitive topic. I'm sorry. I do recall that moment. I'm sorry. We don't have to get back into it. I was making a light joke. I
he
didn't
had
realize it was
mentioned,
true.
well, we've got a lawsuit.
Yeah.
This ain't nothing new to me. Well, this is just what I've heard of speculations, opinions, and allegedly.
Oh shit!
But
I was
hadn't
drinking.
he got several lawsuits against him? So why would you stir up more?
Tony, yeah, Tony does have several against him. He does. And now Seth has one against him, which is unfortunate, and Nick has quite a few against him, and yeah, there's quite a few out there. That's for sure.
Have
It
you ever
seems like,
seen a case where there's so many lawsuits? I mean, I know that little, I know
I mean,
Betty changed the laws down in Florida.
let's be
dropping
honest. Have you ever saw so many people that are failed actors or actresses with a ton of lawsuits get
I
involved in
know.
a missing child's case, and then a ton of lawsuits get presented during it? No, I've never
Yeah,
seen that.
and a bunch of them actors. So
Right.
what's the point on that? You
Well,
got
it's a good question.
Silver, then you got Julie.
Right.
I don't know. I mean, they think this is for kicks and giggles, but I find it very serious.
Yeah, it's extremely serious.
I've run around here and thought every day about little old Sebastian. I'm crazier than a pet squirrel around here.
Yeah, I
can't
mean,
get that little feller off my mind.
don't forget JLR did a whole deep dive into Tony Mathis here, and exposed a lot of information about Tony and what what he's been through and what he's been doing, and that's out there for the public to see. I don't know why he's not being sued, but it's there. Not that I want him to be. I don't want anybody to be sued, not even Seth. I can't make myself any clearer.
Well,
But
honey, I'm sorry
that's
that
all right.
this has come up for you because it shouldn't be.
That's all
But
right.
if
I
you can
think
get,
good will prevail, right?
oh
Good will
yeah,
always prevail, and I just keep my faith that it sucks. I got myself here, and we just have to deal with it now.
well, if you can get that vomit off of you, it'd be a lot better.
Yeah. JLR took this one serious, man. What is this? Good morning. For those of you that may not know, I am Steph's sister, Sebastian's aunt. I wanted to take a minute this morning and thank each and every one of you for your endless efforts to bring Sebastian home. Whether that means supporting Seth, supporting Tony, or supporting Betty. Wow. How about just supporting Sebastian? What happened yesterday is nothing more than, once again, the devil and his people trying to pull attention away from finding Sebastian.
And the devil and his people trying to pull attention away from finding Sebastian. That's what she's saying, literally. She's saying that she's the sister of Seth is supporting Tony Mathis and saying the people that are calling it out or people that are, whatever, are the devil.
The devil, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. It's
That's what they done now, and they started that. How many months ago was this video? Where is it? 3 months ago. That's when they started their rhetoric that anybody who doesn't agree with Seth is the devil. They're evil. They're heartless. They're cruel. So
If people would just stop and think, the investigators are not that stupid. They know way more than what we even could imagine.
And even if you don't trust Sumner County law enforcement, fine, whatever. But you mean to tell me TBI, FBI, the Secret Service, and everybody else is paid off? But they're done with that. They're done with that now. They're admitting that the police aren't being paid off. So that's good. They've cleared that up. They're no longer corrupt as of yesterday afternoon, guys.
Oh, really? I didn't hear that.
I missed that. Yeah.
Even Betty
Okay.
herself retracted that she believes they're corrupt.
Oh, wow.
No.
Yeah, we got a retraction, folks.
Oh, well, you
Wow.
gotta look where that came from.
Or better yet, ask yourselves why.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't know how anybody can say so much as some of these creators and not be in trouble. I've been working on trying to get me a channel up for 2 months now, and I still can't accomplish it. And you know, I don't know how. I mean, from the rules and stuff that I've understood and got to and stuff, this is all forbidden, but they still get by with it. And these people, taking away from kids on Savage, her collection for children's went down, and that's wrong. These elderly people, they hand out what they can, which I ain't got much. I don't have much. It's chicken today and feathers tomorrow. But they take away from them. Griffin, you think I would keep paying somebody like her to keep getting in trouble?
What, Betty? Yeah, no.
Yeah,
Why
I
would
don't
anybody?
understand
Doesn't make sense.
That is the stupidest out I have ever heard. Why would you keep on saying, "Oh, well, you go, Betty, we got you, you go, Betty"? This is my opinion, speculations and allegations, but I wouldn't pay for her to just keep on doing stuff like she's done.
Well, no, of course not. But again, they've dehumanized these people. We got to remember that part of it. These people no longer see Katie as a person. She is a devil in their conspiracies. She is evil. She's nothing good, and they've done that perfectly. And that's what they end with. They end with people paying to abuse Katie. People supporting, the whatever. It's all gross.
It is. And again, anybody that can look at this video that's come out of her and Sebastian and read into it, horrible things is just beyond my wildest imagination, and shame on all of them.
I agree. I
Use this
totally
opportunity
agree.
to pull your head out of the sand and use your own brain to make your own conclusion.
Yeah.
Stop being spoon-fed and stand on your own 2 feet.
She's just standing by the right for the First Amendment, she thinks.
Yeah,
Well, I
right.
think she's
Yeah,
got it right.
no, because you don't file a lawsuit to take away my right to the First Amendment and claim you're just standing by yours. No,
That's
ma'am.
true. The hypocrisy is like, oh my God.
Right.
The only one that
Well,
has
I'm
rights.
not
So
gonna lose
don't
my First Amendment.
You're right, cheesy.
But the thing about it is that YouTube still allows it, and they keep paying. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I noticed right towards the beginning
maybe
that if you weren't okay if you thought Katie and Chris were okay, because as long as you think Katie and Chris are bad, you're okay in
Right.
the Seth side, because you notice when Chloe finally came out and said, yeah, we're leaning towards he ran away.
Mm-hmm.
That's when Seth got rid of her.
Yeah.
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 Mm-hmm. You're exactly right.
You're right.
Yeah, let's get rid of anything that anybody would think or even remotely know.
Right. Let's not go. Right. We have to keep the hate campaign. It's almost like we had to keep the focus at one point over here. It's just.
Well, I hope he comes back, and I hope he's healthy.
Yeah.
I hope he's happy, and I hope it shows every daggum one of them that's hashtagged his name on there. I hope they all have to apologize.
They don't apologize in any previous cases. They won't apologize
No.
in this one.
No,
Unfortunately.
like Betty has said before, she won't apologize because they abused them in her eyes.
Oh, that's right. She already made her excuse for why if they're not found guilty.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think she knows that. I mean, I think there's 5 counts of CPS coming by, but we don't know none of that.
No.
Yeah, we don't know any of that for sure.
And nobody should, to be honest.
No.
Besides investigators, they're the only ones that need to know.
Right.
Well, if it's a child being abused, which I'm doubting that at all, I am. It's just, and this is another thing I want to ask you, ladies. I don't understand why he's all time right now autistic, and he hasn't been diagnosed with that earlier.
Well, because the chromosome deletion shows signs to that. So it would have been a hard diagnosis to get. I would imagine. I mean, I don't know. I can't figure out any other way, any other reason.
I mean, waiting this long and him in therapy all these years, and then, you know, he was showing some signs that things was not just exactly right. And I'm not gonna be like, well, he's defective. No, he's God's creation. He's unique.
Yeah, he's not defective.
You know, he's a special child.
Oh, look,
Nothing.
there's Trevor Lee.
I was going to ask, is that Trevor Lee? I don't know much about him, but a little bit I do
I
know.
love
That's
him.
There's Trevor Lee at the annual Missing Children's tree or whatever. And here he is, here he is hanging up missing children on this tree. What a
That is a beautiful tree.
circle. And a prayer circle. Betty's telling him he needs to go to church and talk to the preacher man. And he's praying for these missing children all over the world tonight.
She don't go to church. She listens to it on. If she went to church, the preacher would be tearing her up. I used to go to church, and I'd think, Lord have mercy, the preacher's seen everything I've done this week, because it seems like he named out everything. And she just goes online to church, but it ain't helping her none.
I think I agree. Ashes, does anyone know how we can find out how to see the whole Texas Roadhouse video? No, it has to come out by either law enforcement, SF Investigates, or we got to rely on them to bring it out. So, unfortunately, I don't know how to see the whole video unless they release it.
Well, I just love Trevor Lee. Do you ever think he'll come back?
What, Trevor Lee come back to YouTube?
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll come back. I'm sure.
He's doing his own thing too, so whatever.
Yeah.
I miss that feller. I'll tell you what, he's got a good heart at a young age.
He does. He's going to go great places.
Yeah, he is. He's already been great places.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, ladies, talking about great places, I'm going to go to a great place and get my ass started. Got to get going.
I know. I was going to say I got so heated up about people being angry and saying bad things over that video of those two eating together. My head hurts. But I couldn't stay silent. I couldn't stay silent.
Well, it's nice to spend a little time with you ladies, and I hope everybody has a good Christmas.
Well, I hope you do too.
Thank you.
You as well. It's always a pleasure, Pearl. Thank you.
Thank y'all, and have a good one.
That's what we're going to do. I got to get a dinner started, feed the kids, and then we got to put the ornaments on the tree. Did you guys?
That's so nice.
Do you all have your trees up and going and all?
No, I probably won't do one.
No.
No.
Yeah.
Hey, you've been on here for 7 hours. You better get going.
I know, and I'm already late with the tree game.
Well, I do appreciate you letting me come up and just, man.
Of course, anytime. I did not realize it was this long. Did you guys? I looked up and felt shame, I swear.
Yeah.
I really do appreciate it. That was a hard one to just sit and watch people. Just that was tough for me. So I do appreciate you.
There was a lot to be said today based off what took place yesterday on Sebastian's 16th birthday. So
yeah,
the time flew by, but it was all in good spent time. We've changed some minds. Some people came in angry. Yeah, they came in angry. They left peacefully and couldn't ask for anything else. We've had a great conversation, and I think it went good places.
Yeah.
So thank you, ladies, for joining me.
And I like it when other people that have other ideas, like that Jax, he had other ideas about Chris and Katie. And I like hearing that stuff. And I think these discussions can be had. And I appreciate Jax for coming up and having a good discussion with us.
Me too.
Whether I agree with him or not, it's good to have these discussions and to have them a nice discussion. You know, we don't have to fight over it.
We don't have to call each other. Right. We don't have to call each other hateful names and scream why each other's wrong or jump down each other's throats. It was very nice. And I think, Like Jack said, you guys made me think. And to be honest, he made me think a little bit too. And I think that's what we need to do.
100%. You'll
Start
get more
listening to each
answers.
other.
Yeah, you'll get more answers that way. And I would
Yeah.
encourage everybody. I mean, I'm a nobody, but I would encourage everybody to just start looking at things a little differently, please.
Right.
Please.
And if
please
there's a
think of the
channel that,
child.
if you go into a channel and you get attacked for asking a different question or questioning their narrative on the panel and you get blocked for that or timed out or attacked, unsubscribe, man. I am so
Right,
tired of these
right.
people calling other people hateful. When I
Oh,
have people come
no.
in here saying, it's ridiculous. It's
I've-
so mean.
I've been blocked on BJ's channel since one day they were talking about, they were saying something about Seth, and I was like, well, what about Chris and Katie? And they boom blocked me.
That was it. Blocked. Right.
That's it.
Right.
I've been blocked ever since.
That's why I appreciate, Megan was having a hard time. My mod Megan was like, I can't do it. So she exited the chat because as a mod, she knows I welcome different opinions. And she's, mature enough to say, I may disagree with it. And look, by the end of it, that person calmed down and said, you made me see things differently. Sometimes we got to understand it. We don't have to hate each other for seeing a case differently. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, and you welcomed that narrative. So, I mean, that's why I knew I could pop up safely today. And so good for you. Good for
absolutely.
you.
And
If
when
I
you,
see,
and when you look at these, I'm sorry, when you look at these other channels and you're listening to all these things, even if they sound crazy, listen to all this stuff with an open mind. Go back and listen to some of these interviews that Seth did, Chris and Katie and everything. Do it with an open mind. Completely change or clear your mind of what you're thinking, and just do it with an open mind.
Well, not only that, but when people tell you, like I listened to somebody last night adamantly say that, I see that, guys, that Chris said, she verbatim something she's swearing Chris said. He never said that anywhere. So when these people tell you that, including myself, ask me where. Ask me where was that said? And then I can say, oh, well, you can look at this interview on this date. If I can't tell you, chances are it wasn't stated. Let's start with making sure facts are facts.
Right.
Not feelings. And as for Betty, I will say this really quick, and you ladies may respectfully disagree. But the core more, I don't feel Betty has good intentions. She's been this way for years and totally oversteps what she should be doing. Hence why she got POs on it. Betty entered Sebastian's case after she had her top commenter badge removed from JLR's group.
Oh.
Then she started talking about Sebastian's case and took a different stance than JLR. I believe it was all done with a vendetta.
Probably.
Yeah, that's not hard to believe. That's for sure.
Yeah. Don't be scared, Gypsy. We're so welcoming. Seriously.
Mm-hmm.
But
all
right,
I'm gonna go. Thank you for having me.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you all.
See
I appreciate all of you.
Okay.
Bye, guys. Thank you, Chad. I appreciate all of you being here with me. Happy Sunday. Unfortunately, I can't sit any longer and just waste our days away together, but it was nice. The hours went by quickly. That's how you know you're having good discussions. I appreciate everybody who has added to the discussion today, especially respectfully. At the end of the day, we all want Sebastian to come home, and I think the only way we can all accomplish that, and more so over, think about what is he coming home to? Because we play a part in that environment. We have to reevaluate our own behaviors, including my own. I'm, not exempt from that. But I do think we were a little misjudged. But, whatever. I guess we'll find out in time. And for everybody in the back rows that were stating Granny didn't have attorney, she scammed everybody out of money, blah-de-da-de-da. My attorneys are on the docket. You can see it for yourself. I will gladly accept your apology underneath this video here today. Thank you to all of you who have helped me be able to obtain those attorneys. They are hard at work, and hopefully we can get our focus back where it belongs, which would be Sebastian and not these lawsuits and threatening lawsuits and all of the other nonsense. Oh, we see you. We see you. All right, guys. Happy Sunday. My prayers go out to Chris and Katie and Seth today. I'm sure it's still as emotional as yesterday and will be for a few more days to come. If that emotion ever goes away, I doubt it. Birthday, and then we have Christmas, and they have to be a hot mess. It has to be horrible. So please keep them, all of them, in your thoughts. And most importantly, Sebastian, as you continue your day today.
On February 26, 2024, an Amber Alert went out for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers. Sebastian is white, 5'5", 120 pounds, with brown hair and brown eyes. Sebastian was last seen wearing a black long-sleeve shirt, black sweatpants, and glasses. He has a medical condition that may impair his ability to return safely without assistance. If you have seen Sebastian or have information regarding his whereabouts, please contact the Sumner County Emergency Center or TBI at 1-800-TBI-FIND. Let's take this moment to pray for Sebastian's safe return.